the meeting of, I'm sorry. Well, you said ready. You said ready. You said ready. All right. Try that again. Good morning, everyone. I want to call the April the 9th, 2020 meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education to order. I want to welcome everyone back virtually. Also to members, and welcome to all those folks that are viewing the meeting remotely. A few notes to announce about conducting this virtual meeting. The meeting must still comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Accordingly, the public may view the meeting via a link provided in the advertised agenda, which can be found online at the Kentucky Department of Education website. Kentucky Board of Education members must ensure their video is streaming and that they can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. Kentucky Board of Education members may mute their microphones when not talking. However, all discussions must be broadcast to the public. Therefore, board members should be sure their microphone is not on mute when they speak. For any items that require a vote, I need to remind everyone that all of them will be a roll call, which will be necessary in order to record the vote of each member. Also, please remind all of ourselves, including the chair, the cell phones need to be muted. Having said all those preliminary items, I would call on Jennifer to please call the roll.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Joanne Adams.
Good morning. Joanne Adams, and I'm here.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt is here.
Holly Bloodworth.
Hi, this is Holly Bloodworth. I'm here.
Mike Bowling. Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I am here.
David Karam. Chair Karam, can you hear us? We'll come back. We know he's there. Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I'm here. Good morning.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Good morning. This is Cody Polly Johnson.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
Good morning. I'm here.
Lee Todd.
But I was on mute, so I'm here again. I'm still here. So good morning.
Good morning. Liu Yang.
Good morning. Lou Young, present.
CPE President Aaron Thompson.
Good morning. I'm here.
Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman.
Hello, I am here and present.
Allison Sloan.
Good morning. This is Allison and I'm here.
Wonderful. Chair, you have a quorum.
I think he's off, Jennifer. I think he left and he's going to probably trying to get back on, looks like.
Okay.
So we'll have to wait. You probably need to have someone talk to him.
Okay, will do.
So my students always told me I was terrible at wait time. Awkward silences make me really nervous. That's just one of the
I must get that from you then, Lou, because I'm the same way.
and I'm dying to have Evelyn turn around. Look. Okay, no offense to Chair Kierman, but that could be the highlight of the meeting.
Is she 2 months old now? Is that possible?
2 months old yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Where does the time go? How's that even possible?
I know.
So I went completely blank, and now we're back. So I have no idea where are we.
Waiting on you, David.
That's
We're
right.
waiting.
We've got quorum.
All right, so are we to the approval of this? So we're next to that one?
Yes, so we're on the
Alright.
summary approval of summary minutes. You got it.
All right, so the item number 3 on the agenda is approval of the summary minutes for the January 30th, 2020 special meeting, the February 4th, 2020 special meeting, the February 25th, 2020 special meeting, the March 4th, 2020 special meeting, the March 17th, 2020 special meeting, and the March 18th, 2020 special meeting. These minutes can be approved as a group unless there are any corrections or changes. So does any member have a correction or change to any of the minutes? Hearing no corrections, I would ask for someone to make a motion to approve the minutes.
This is Lee Todd. I make a motion that we approve.
Need a second?
I second.
Sharon Robbins.
This is Holly Bloodworth.
Holly's made the second. Jennifer, you'd please call the roll.
Joanne Adams,
Joanne Adams. And
Claire Batt. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Claire Batt,
Yes.
Holly Bloodworth,
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Mike Bowling, Alvis Johnson,
Elvis Johnson votes yes.
David Karam,
Votes yes.
Patrice McCrary,
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Cody Polly Johnson,
Cody Polly Johnson votes yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson,
Yes.
Lee Todd,
This is Lee Todd. I vote yes.
and Lou Young.
Lou Young, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Appears that it's passed unanimously. The next item, number 4 on the agenda, is action to suspend standing committee meetings. This is an action and discussion item. The board will need to take action to suspend standing committee meetings as they are established in the Kentucky Board of Education Policy Manual. Committee meetings are being suspended during this meeting due to the teleconferencing limitations. The inability to live stream 2 standing committees simultaneously, and so this also works for efficiency. So I need a motion to suspend the standing committee meetings as established in the policy manual.
President Charles,
Motion?
I have a question.
Question.
Yes. So are these meetings going to be held at a different time? will the meetings of the standing committees be held at a different time is my question.
The answer apparently is no.
No, everything today will be heard in full board.
Thank you.
So that answers, so that's a good question, Alf. That answers the question that we're taking them up. I guess I should have probably said that we're taking them up in front of everybody. So all will participate on the issues that would have come up in the individual committees. Hearing no other discussion, may I have a motion? Did I have a motion? Did y'all record someone make a motion to suspend the standing committee meetings?
Albus Johnson, I'll make a motion to suspend.
Is there a second?
Cody
Joanne
Polly
Adams.
Joanne, I hear Joanne Adams seconds. Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams votes yes.
Perfect. Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling. Alvis Johnson.
Albus Johnson votes yes.
David Hiram.
Vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Cody Polly Johnson, I vote yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
Lou Young, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. The motion passes and it's adopted. The next item on the agenda is report from the President of the Council on Post-Secondary Education, President Thompson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. It's good to be with you virtually. And yes, Lou, silence, awkward or not, is problematic for me. But it's good to see everybody safe. I'm happy to say that during this time, I've probably been creating more community than I ever thought I could. I'm just learning, just like everyone else, how to do that virtually and be satisfied with that. That's with family, friends, and colleagues. The CPE and higher education, as you all know, when a lot of this came around where we realized it was going to be fairly huge, Kentucky jumped on it fairly quickly. And even nationally, we got a little hassle for that. It just turns out that we were right to kind of put our students first in regards of health, but also trying to do whatever we can to academically help them to succeed. We went online as much as possible, surely not completely, but with the help of SACS and a variety of KBN and other folks who've been able to do some clinicals still. The tough part for us is planning for the fall. We're going through a tuition setting process now, and I have to tell you, with the budget coming out from the legislature, which held us flat, we were hoping, obviously, somewhere along the way we'd get some money after 12 years of cut. We understand why they held us flat, and we can be satisfied with that currently. But we're trying to figure out exactly what even college and universities will look like in the fall, as most folk around the country are. Our biggest goal now is to communicate to make sure that we are doing what we can do to ensure that people in the state know that higher education institutions haven't closed, which is a misnomer. What we've done is we still have people working and we still have students engaged with us. We're just conducting openness in a different kind of way, like this board meeting. We're also, from CPE, we've issued a lot of different kinds of communication patterns, one being blog that you'll see us fairly often talking about special interest stories to what's going on, especially with our students, faculty, and staff in this particular area. We have, they gave me notes I'm supposed to follow that I never do. We've had to cancel meetings and gatherings just like our K-12 folks have, and we cancel our Student Success Summit, which is a big deal for us every year, that we bring hundreds of people together to talk about what it takes to help our students succeed in college. We are going to have our next CPE meeting. It'll be just like this. It probably will be a little more abbreviated. We are doing our committee meetings that are a little more abbreviated, but doing it virtually also. And the item that we are clearly focused on as much as anything, and we need to do this with P12, you know, what does it mean for many of these students who are graduating from high school that may not be getting all the information that we need to give to them in order to successfully transition to college? Our KCTCS campuses, as well as all of our other campuses, as you well know, we've opened up our parking lots and other areas to people in the community and anyone who needs to use our internet to make sure those that may not have access can get access. We're also, as much as we possibly can, working with our K-12 partners to see exactly how we can help students transition easily. As many of you have probably heard that, you know, even on the Pritchard Facebook Live, that some of our campuses are considering test optional ways to get students to campus. The CPE, as you may know, when I first came into this job, we took standardized tests out of our minimum admissions policy. So the statewide minimum admissions policy allow for these test optional categories for our campuses. We're also heavily looking at what it means to kind of think about innovation. I mean, we always talk about disruption and we want disruption to happen. Well, it happened to us. So now what do we do with it? So as much as anything else, we're strategically thinking about how do we innovate in a much more strategic way based on this input that COVID-19 has given us. And how do we think about the future of higher education? My guess is that we have seen a sea change that will not go back to the way it was no matter what. So now what does that look like? And I do believe, Mr. Chair, we're going to have to consider this in a very systematic way. I think higher education and P12 are going to have to think about this, not in our silos, but in some sort of gathering that makes some strategic sense, because no longer can we consider, you know, students graduating from high school and quickly moving into a career. We have to consider that, and history has shown us this in 2008, 9, and 10, that those that were not laid off were people with college education of some sort. Those that quickly got back on the jobs were people with college education. And I'll leave this conversation with my moniker that Kentucky higher education matters. What we know is it's probably going to be higher education deeply engaged, whether it's University of Kentucky, University of Louisville, or any of our other campuses, finding solutions to COVID-19. It's also going to be higher education that is going to have to rebuild the economy. But we can't do this without a strong P12 system. And we can't do this without both of us thinking that education as a whole matters. But we are going to have to systematically think about quality as we go through this time of crisis, as well as we're going to have to think about how do we get more people engaged with the understanding that we don't really come out of this fully unless people know the value of education. So I hope somewhere along the way this board spends a little strategic time thinking about that in complete detail. Yes, we have to conduct business, but how do we think about strategically what this means for our current situation as well as for the future of Kentucky? And so, Mr. Chair, with that, I'm happy to take questions if you have it. If not, but that's my report.
Thank you very much. Does any board member have a question?
This is Lee Todd. I have a question for Aaron. I know the virtual library is still up and running as we celebrated a few months ago, but virtual university, as it was designed, I don't think took off as much. It served maybe KSTC better, but is it possible to dust that off and make that approach available to, because I know there are a lot of faculty who are doing their own thing, but that university was intended to allow you to be able to get courses from all the universities.
Lee, that's a great question because yes, we are trying to do that in some form. May look different than what we did 20 years ago. But what we know is that many of our college faculty are going to have a lot of resources that come from a variety of places. We have the ability, I think, to do that from a centralized location better. And so, yes, I've asked even Alona, Burdette, and others to how do we get this information out, not just for faculty and staff, but for students. We did expand free the Kentucky Virtual Library to thousands more people during this time. But how do we figure out exactly how to offer not just the resources, but a venue? And I think that has to be a part of the conversation, because this is no longer about, who's controlling what. This is about us designing a system that really works for the future of Kentucky. So that quick answer is yes. How it looks will surely be different than it did 20 years ago, but I think this is very much the kind of conversation we have to have.
Well, one last point is I think one of the things that might come out of this, if that approach is taken, is that we may be able to pull in some people who have not finished their degrees or who are interested in some degree applications that will come on board. And so it may be a way to reach out and educate more of the citizens of Kentucky.
I think your point is actually going to another level, which is absolutely true. When we start doing it's hard to predict anything now, right? All the trend variables we used to use for prediction has been thrown out the window. But some of the things that we do know is that there's going to be much more of a need because unemployment is going to rise. There's going to be much more of a need for people to figure out how to get skilled up. That once upon a time, these 60 hours they had of college and no degree mattered. That may not matter much anymore. And it also means that we're going to have people, even with their certificate, think about how they're going to get skilled up to go to this new level of looking at whatever happens out of this that we're going to have to think about. Science and technology is going to be huge now. If you think about truly what is going to have to happen for us to think about preventing something like this again, and then solving some of the issues that are going to be coming up based on this. So you're absolutely right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure, absolutely. Lou.
Thank you. Not a question for President Thompson, but a comment. I really appreciated hearing the connection you made between the disruption and the innovation. I think a silver lining for this may be that convening that you're talking about, where P12 and higher ed really talk about what our future looks like in an innovative way going forward, and just really leveraging what we're learning about digital conversion and different kinds of virtual communities as we move forward. So thank you so much for leading in that way.
Thank you, Lou.
Any other board member have a question for Aaron? Hearing no other board member, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 6, and that is a report from the Secretary of Education and Workforce Development Cabinet, also known as the Lieutenant Governor. So, Lieutenant Governor, are you there?
Thank you so much, Senator. I'm doing well. I wanted to make sure that I reported on as much as I could from the cabinet, because we've got a lot going on right now between both unemployment insurance and education. There's a lot. Those of you who know.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you need to introduce your assistant here because the public wants to know, who is that?
So my assistant, she sleeps on the job a lot. We're working on that, but this is Evelyn, and she is 2 months old as of yesterday. So awesome. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Senator. So most of you know I'm, as well as being a teacher, I was a basketball coach. And so March Madness took on a whole different meaning in my household this March, as I'm sure it did for all of you. But I remain very grateful that the education community has answered the call. As President Thompson just said, and I'm sure the commissioner will fill us in later for K-12, we have continued to lead the way and support communities in ways that none of us probably ever imagined that we would. And so I'm going to talk about a few of those things today. So President Thompson, thank you, and thank the university presidents, please, for all of the work that they've done and continue to do. I know that they have made some really strong commitments to our homeless student population, our foster student population, and then also our international student population, those kids that may not have a place to go right now. And I know that those campuses, in terms of housing and food, are supporting those kids, and that's important to remember too. And to the commissioner and all of the folks in K-12 education, my gosh, the way that the entire community had to just stop and turn on a dime to NTI resources for instruction, to setting up over 2,000 feeding sites across Kentucky to make sure our kids and their families still had the very basic resources that they needed. I'm sure all of you spent your time in education, as I did, studying Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And we know really well that if the basic needs are not met, then nothing else is going to happen. And so I commend all of our school districts across the state for stepping up and going above and beyond. In the cabinet, we have the Governor's Office of Early Childhood, and they have made sure that even our youngest learners continue to learn and have resources, and so do their families. As hard as this has been on schools, it's been real hard on families too, because we're asking a population of folks who have work to do at home to also morph into makeshift teachers. And that's not easy. We know that. So the Governor's Office of Early Childhood has partnered with the Atlanta Speech Online Preschool, and they are providing resources to families and our youngest learners at home. And for anybody who wants more information on that, you can go to kidsnow.ky.gov, and there you will find the linked resources for our early childhood folks. In addition, KET has, of course, continued to provide excellent resources. I used their resources when I was in the classroom, and I'm not sure that a whole lot of folks know, outside of maybe our little community, what they do and what they produce, but they are learning because KET has created their Learn at Home page, where they have grouped the grade bands for elementary, middle, high, and even adult learning. So that resources can be accessed from there for both teachers to continue to plan NTI lessons, but also for parents to access those resources. They have excellent programming, they have excellent resources and support. They even have consultants who are on call to support the creating of those learning activities. So I would really recommend that anyone who's looking for those resources goes to KET's Learn at Home site, where they can find a lot more. As you can imagine, unemployment insurance has taken up most of our bandwidth in the cabinet. It is beyond anything we've ever seen or anything that we ever could have imagined. The governor has been a great partner in encouraging all of our Kentuckians who have experienced job loss, wage loss, hours cut, to go on our website, which is kcc.ky.gov, and apply for unemployment insurance. There is an entire population of folks who never thought in a million years that they would be in a situation where they had to do this. And so I want to reinforce that there is absolutely no stigma with this. Our job is to make sure that our Kentuckians and their families have everything that they need to get through this. The anxiety that everyone is feeling right now, professionally, personally, financially, socially, that burden is great. And so we want to try to make sure that we can help folks as much as possible to take care of at least that financial burden at home. So I can tell you that the first unemployment insurance benefits payments have gone out for the folks that applied the week of March 16th. The payments go out about 2 to 3 weeks after the application is filed and approved. So all of our payments went out from the week of March 16th, started going out this week. Every payment has been made in full and on time based on the schedule that we have. We have paid out over, as of Monday this week, we have paid out over $87 million to over 160,000 Kentuckians. And that's just the first wave. That was before front-facing stores and restaurants started to close. So there will be another huge wave that comes through. So the federal government is supposed to announce the unemployment numbers today for the nation, which will be a lot for a lot of people to swallow, I think. I do have good news. The additional $600 that the federal government is adding to unemployment insurance has been accessed by Kentucky, and those payments are separate from the unemployment insurance that we dole out, and those payments will begin this evening. So there are many Kentuckians who have had a hard time accessing unemployment insurance because we've had to upgrade our system, our technology. We've upped our server by 7 times. We've revamped our website to put all of the information that people might need to apply so that it's easier, more user-friendly. It's kcc.ky.gov. I'll say it again. And we have established 12 regional phone numbers from our call centers for folks who need to call in to get help filling out that application. I would recommend folks go to the website first. And if they have a question after reading all that information, then to call their regional numbers. We have moved over 300 state workers from other cabinets and the governor's office into our cabinet to help adjudicate the uninsurance claims and get them processed quickly. And at the start of this week, we had 12 people answering the phone for unemployment insurance claims. We were getting 80,000 to 180,000 calls a day. And so by the end of this week, our folks who are on the phones will go from 12 to 1,200. And so we are adjusting to every challenge that we see come our way. It is not fast enough because it can't be to quell the anxiety that most Kentuckians feel right now, but I can promise you that it is our top priority in our cabinet to make sure that folks get what they need, because those parents that are at home who are working with their kids on NTI have enough anxiety. We got to make sure that they can get their unemployment insurance in the most efficient way possible. So we continue to be transparent about the issues that we're having and continue to be positive about the good things that we're able to do. So we keep working really hard on that. Our number one priority is the safety and health of Kentuckians. You see that from the governor every night at 5 o'clock. And so that will continue to be our top priority, again, meeting those most basic needs of all of our Kentuckians. So I want to thank all of you for everything that you're doing in your communities to continue to support our kids, because that's what we have to do right now is pull together. And I know we'll get through it. And to quote my boss, we'll get through it together. So with that, I will end. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you very much, Governor. If there's any board member have a question.
Mr. Chair, I do have a comment. Lieutenant Governor, I have to tell you, I've been very impressed with the communication that you and the governor have been having with us. And all of the presidents said that the other day on a call with the governor. I also appreciate you pointing out there's a lot of things higher education, our campuses are doing too that I didn't mention in the report, but we're going to continue. We understand that our goal is to not just educate from a standpoint of academics. It's much larger than that. So I appreciate you pointing that out. But I just want to make a comment, Mr. Chair, that I've been around Kentucky for a long time, like you. I've been doing this for a long time. This is about as good of communication that I've seen anywhere. So I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Let me add something to that. And after 33 years in the legislature, 7 years after that on the State Board of Education, I think the wonderful relationship between the governor and the lieutenant governor is historic in proportion. I mean, the relationship, the partnership is, there have been many wonderful governors, many wonderful lieutenant governors, but the partnership you all share is unprecedented. And I congratulate you and the governor for making sure the significance of your office and your participation.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, and your congratulations is well deserved. Does any other board member have a comment or a question for the lieutenant governor? So, Child have any kind of comment that she wants to make?
She's got lots of comments. I don't know that we want to open up that can of worms.
Very good. All right. Thank you all very much. And moving on from item 6 to item 7, which is the report from the Commissioner of Education, Kevin Brown.
Thank you, Chair Karam. My report is, the written report is just a short summary of where we've been over the past 2 weeks. Unprecedented times has been mentioned already on the meeting. And we decided to take my report to basically take up the entire morning, in that we're going to, after I finish speaking, we're going to have every associate commissioner and every leader of a program area at KDE go over COVID-19 related issues that have been dealt with in those offices. And I think I want to make sure my camera's on. I'm getting a report that it's not. Am I good?
Oh, but we see a still of your very handsome young face.
Well, thank you.
Still not up yet, Kevin.
I just see KB.
All right, am I up?
Yes.
Here you are.
All right. And we decided to go that route with the agenda because this crisis has touched, and the pandemic has touched every office and every program area, every person at the department, as it's touched every part of state government and our society. So instead of giving you a long written report and summarizing, we just thought it would be best to have each program area leader talk about these issues. That is our work right now. That is not to say we're not dealing with other things, because the world is going to continue to go on. We're going to have school next year, and there are other things, as evidenced by the agenda today, that we're going to be taking care of. But we wanted to focus on that. Before we hand it over to the leadership team, I just want to reiterate that I can't say enough about the responsiveness of the superintendents, local boards of education, teachers, staff, all across the state over the past few weeks. As the Lieutenant Governor mentioned, we now have 2,000 feeding sites that are being operated by our public schools. And you may say, well, they already operated the summer feeding programs. That was no big deal. It was a huge deal, because summer feeding is typically not operated outside of the summer, and not every district participated it before the virus started. And now we have every district participating in some form or fashion in summer feeding, and they came online within days. And we were able to do that because of waivers granted by USDA, the work of the department staff to get them up and running, but most importantly, the work there on the ground. And then as another example, before the pandemic started, we had 83 districts participating in non-traditional instruction. We now have 172 districts participating in non-traditional instruction. And we enabled them through a waiver that this board approved to the districts that were not NTI districts to quickly come on board. The most recent being Jefferson County, who started NTI instruction this week because they took several days to get up and running. That's just an amazing feat. And we are ahead of other states because we already had the NTI platform, and even districts that are coming on to NTI, for the first time, they still have the experience of their cooperatives, knowing about it, being able to get assistance. So I believe we were well positioned in Kentucky because of the NTI program, the history of that for about 10 years. And then also kind of the silent player in all of this, the teammate, is the technology background that we have. And the fact that we have been building that foundation year after year after year after 1990 with David Couch's team at OET to support not only the department, of course, but most importantly to support those school districts. Not to say that we don't have some glitches here and there, but compared to other states, we are very well positioned to try to do these things in a virtual environment. And then finally, I want to talk about how I've been amazed at the work of the KDE employees. To a person, they have been nimble, they have been responsive, and I have to admit, privately, I was a little concerned when we went to 100% telecommuting. It has been effortless. You will not notice the difference. If you call KDE main number right now, you will get Loretta Johnson. You may hear her dog barking in the background. That's because she's sitting at her kitchen table doing her job as all the other employees are doing, and it has been amazing. And so I want to thank them for that, and it's made my job as commissioner easy because of the talented folks here at KDE. And then I also want to say, though, that we know that we still have challenges. And while we've had some amazing things go on, and we are really working to, and you'll see the three themes that we're focusing the work of KDE on: educate, feed, and support. Of course, we do those things in a normal time, but we're focusing the work of KDE on those three things right now because that's the most important thing to help schools and districts to, and as the governor says every night at 5, the importance of continuing to have educational delivery even though it looks different, continuing to feed kids, and then also supporting districts to ensure that we're flowing federal funds to them, that we're giving them the advice they need to make the best decisions. And so that's been our focus. However, there are still challenges. We don't reach each and every child as we should on a normal day, and we are not reaching each and every child right now during NTI. And that is something that I know every school and district, they are trying to do that, and we are trying to support them to do that, and they're striving to educate, feed, and support. But we also need to know that despite the fact that we've been able to rise to this challenge of delivering education and support in different ways, we have other challenges in that we still have needs of kids that aren't being met, whether it's during the pandemic or whether it's during a normal school day when we're sitting in classes. So that's important to keep in mind. And again, I can't say enough about the support we've been given. And some groups that I left out that I just want to compliment, KET has been amazing. They've always been great, but they really responded to a crisis and changed their course, changed their program lineup to assist kids. And where this is important is kids that don't have access to the internet, that may not be able to access some of the online platforms. You can access KET with a very inexpensive digital antenna, and you can get, I think, 4 to 5 digital channels, and KET is really working in partnership with the education community to provide those services. And again, the cabinet, the communication between the cabinet, the governor's office, KDE has been amazing. Our co-ops are really rising to the occasion. They do a lot of work behind the scenes that we never see. The contracts that they help procure districts to save money, all the support and professional development, they are really resources for districts right now. We could not do it without the work. And then, of course, all of the what we call the K groups, all of the representative role group organizations have been right there with us. We have the task force that meets, it has been meeting every Monday that we put together to help advise KDE on COVID-19 related issues. And they have been right there with us and have been huge partners, and I want to thank them. So I don't want to take up more time with this because we want to get into the meat of what we've been doing, and we're going to go associate by associate and program area leader and to do that, and that will take up the bulk of the morning. However, we thought that was probably the most important agenda item that you'll have today, just due to the nature of the situation that we're in. And I'll be happy to take questions, of course, right now, but just know that probably many of your questions will be more appropriate as we go through the next few presenters in an hour, probably for the next hour and a half.
Thank you, Kevin. So we will just, why don't we just move to agenda item number 8, Kevin, and ask you if it's all right to go through the introduction of each one of these members of the leadership team, and if that's okay, instead of me sitting here, you
absolutely
want to introduce them one after. Thanks.
And again, this agenda item is to provide an update on the impacts and the implications of COVID-19 as we've been dealing with them. The first person we have is with the Office of Assessment and Accountability, KDE Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims. And I will give Rhonda and I think the next one, Kelly Foster, just a little heads up. We're going to take a little detour around 10 a.m., but I'll interrupt you when that time comes.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown, and good morning, Board. Happy to be with you today to talk a little bit about the impact with assessment accountability. Obviously, our biggest impact is we were successful, as many of our states around the country, in receiving the waiver not to participate in standardized testing this spring. And because we will not be testing, then obviously we will not be reporting accountability in the fall. And the waiver addresses that accountability reporting as well as the posting of a set of data on your school report card. So probably the thing that got the most coverage in terms of press media was we're not taking a test. But keep in mind, because there is not a test result, that means we're not reporting accountability in the fall, and we would also not be reporting various other data elements in the fall. However, it is important to remember that schools that are receiving the support services and the low performing of our schools will continue in this upcoming fall and the following school year, in the year of 2021, to receive those services. So even though we will not be identifying new low performing schools, those that have previously been identified will still receive the support from KDE. In addition, we were able to work with Lieutenant Governor Coleman's office to have a waiver of our early graduate program, and that's a small number of students who are moving through high school quicker than 4 years. They were scheduled to take an end of course assessment. As part of their requirements, we waived the opportunity for end of course because it is a paper-based assessment. And then just to keep in mind, too, we did have ACT testing in the state of Kentucky on March 10th. And most students that are juniors in Kentucky were able to test on March 10th. But we had 3 districts that were not able to participate in the initial test date: Harrison County, that was already closed for COVID-19, and 2 other Eastern Kentucky districts that were out for regular flu at that time. We are working with ACT to have an opportunity in the fall for the juniors that were not able to test in the spring to have a makeup opportunity to take the ACT. And obviously our work has changed somewhat because those test books that were already on the loading dock ready to go out to schools and districts have been held by our vendor, and we're beginning to move and think of our work in a forward manner of what needs to happen moving forward into the next year. And so we still have a lot of activity going on. We have shifted our focus as well to produce more helpful information that parents could use. We have a web page that's been established with parent resources that link parents to the ACT Academy, which is a tutorial type program, and also provide some practice assessments for Kentucky students based on Kentucky standards. So that again gives some other resources, and there are things for our other assessments. We were able to test in the early part of the year our English language learners. So our rule of thumb will be when we have full data sets that are complete and have had quality control, we'll be able to report those publicly, but we will not have very much this year that will be a full data set, but we should have for our English language learners. So I'll pause at that point and see if anyone has any question. And then obviously we'll all be available as part of the leadership team through this whole process, that if something occurs to you later or connects to another associate's presentation will be here as well to answer those questions in the next hour and a half.
Does any member have a question?
Rhonda, I have a question for you.
Yes, Patrice.
The materials, obviously, are just sitting, waiting. Will we be able to use those next year and not have to go through this process again of getting new testing?
We would not be able to use those same booklets probably, because keep in mind we're converting over to our new standards in reading and math. And we had actually completed a very successful online field test this spring before the COVID-19 issue emerged in the state. We may be able to use some things out of that testing system, but probably not those actual physical materials. But I will tell you, we're working very closely with our main contractor, which is Pearson Incorporated. And obviously we will be able to readjust their work to move us forward in a positive way. But the actual things that are packaged on the dock already probably can't be used exactly as they're packaged. But that's a great question. I appreciate them.
Any other member have a question? Kevin, back at you.
Thank you, Rhonda. The next office is the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support, and that's KDE Associate Commissioner Kelly Foster. Kelly, you will likely go to probably after 10, so if you can make a note to stop around 9:59. If not, I'll let you know.
Okay, just interrupt me. Good morning. I will pick up where Rhonda left off a little bit, talking about the supports for CSI schools, TSI schools, and ATSI schools. As she mentioned, since we're not taking any additional testing assessments this spring, we will not be identifying new schools next year to receive support from KDE. So just wanted to let everyone know, in case you've seen something in the media, those 51 CSI schools that are currently identified, they will continue to receive the supports from KDE for the 2021 school year. So we have already communicated that to the superintendents that have CSI schools, as well as to the principals that are currently receiving support from KDE staff. The next topic that, any questions about that?
Any member have a question? Hearing none.
Okay, well, the next topic that I'm going to cover is the non-traditional instruction, and Kevin really did provide a great overview of what's been going on across the state, and you will hear us reference that as NTI. And it's really just been amazing, the work that has gone on, and I want to take the time to publicly thank the superintendents and central office staff, building principals, teachers, students, bus drivers, food service workers. I mean, the amount of work that has gone into making this happen for a long period of time is quite amazing. And I'd also like to thank my staff in the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support. I've asked David Cook to join me, but there have been a lot of people behind the scenes in my office that have really helped support David and his team in getting out daily advice and guidance to our to our previous NTI district, as well as the new NTI district. So as Kevin mentioned, all 172 districts are participating now. Jefferson joined on Tuesday, and I spoke with their district yesterday just to touch base, because they've had the largest lift with 100,000 students. And that seems to be going well, even though it's just day 2. But if you haven't followed their story, you know, they have provided over 20,000 Chromebooks to their students across the district to help really connect them with teachers during this time. So it's quite amazing. So we've got about 4 minutes, I think, until we're going to stop for the bell. So I will turn it over to David Cook, and he's going to kind of give you a more detailed update about what's happening across the state. And David, I'll watch the time for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I'll try to do my best. Kevin's probably sitting there grinning, thinking David Cook can't only talk for 4 minutes, but I just wanted to reiterate what both Kevin and Kelly and even the Lieutenant Governor have said about the great work that our districts are doing. I have been completely impressed by everything that's been going on. In NTI, in the regular NTI world, we like to talk about instructional days saved over the course of that time. And I think it's remarkable that since March 16th, NTI has saved 2,569 days of instruction. And every week moving forward, we will save another 860 days of instruction. So that's really important for people to recognize the lift, as Kelly said. Our office, my division, who handles NTI, has been putting out daily guidance to our school district contacts since March 23rd. So we feel like there's a lot of help going on out there. Kevin mentioned that we aren't hitting every kid, but we are excited because our participation rate, which is how we determine the interactions between teachers and students, is at 93% so far. We don't have all the data in yet, but that's a good number because it matches our regular NTI type participation numbers. So we're excited about that. As you can imagine, implementation is varied across the state. With NTI, the 83 districts Kevin mentioned that have already been NTI districts had a little bit easier lift. They do have challenges, but they had a little easier lift and have adapted a lot faster. The 89 new districts have a lot of additional challenges just learning how the program works. And they suffer from the same challenges that any NTI district has in its first go round with this. They tend to overproduce work for students and teachers, which is hard to do because you're shifting from a time-based, day-based model of class by class by class to a model that's a lot more fluid and cohesive. So that makes that very difficult. But we are really excited because a lot of those new districts have still done a great job with implementation.
May we pause here? I sense that we're seconds away from Kevin. So let's
absolutely
just take a moment.
Thank you, Chair. Last night, Board Member Allison Sloan sent me a text and asked that if an idea to ring the bell at 10 o'clock, as the governor's asked all Kentuckians to do. If you've seen on social media, I've been trying to ring a bell I've been working from our farm in Garrett County. And if I can get away from the Microsoft Teams meeting long enough, I will ring it. If not, Sean will ring it. The bell I'm about to ring has significance for me. It was my great aunt's bell, but it has significance to the education community in that she was a dorm mother at the Kentucky School for the Deaf. So I am going to ring this bell to signify hope, compassion, and that we are all Kentuckians united in a common cause.
Thank you, Kevin. And I can tell from your demeanor that means a great deal to you emotionally. And I think that transmits to everybody watching this the significance of that bell ringing. And we deeply appreciate your thoughtfulness in doing that. So we'll return back to you for the end of your rest of your report.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have much. Just a little bit more that I wanted to share. I mentioned that implementation is varied, but we do have best practices on implementation and the places that are doing the best job, and these are both new districts and existing districts, are districts that have really used a blended approach to NTI. And what I mean by that, if you're not familiar with that term, is they have a combination of digital opportunities and paper-based opportunities. And they are effectively using those, not just having them, but really taking advantage of that. It helps that Kentucky is a leader in technology across the country. 150 of our districts actually had learning management systems like Google Classroom in place prior to COVID, so they were prepared for that situation. As Associate Commissioner Couch will probably share, we're a leader in the number of students who have home access and a leader in the number of students who have access to a one-to-one opportunity with a device. So those things are huge. It is important to note, though, that in the places where they're used effectively, that's when we see NTI working the best. And what I mean by that is the proactiveness of teachers interacting with students, not just giving assignments, but also interacting with their students and connecting with them through Google Classroom or by telephone. Those are the places where NTI has really taken off and has made a huge difference. It's making a difference everywhere. But when folks are focusing on the connections and the relationships between students and teachers, that's the most important. The last thing I do want to say to you all is I first want to shout out to the educational cooperatives and the Pritchard Committee for helping us with our parent interactions and with our district interactions, and to Infinite Campus, our student management system, for adding an optional feature in the teacher gradebook so that teachers can track participation in a much easier fashion. And then finally, the reports that we're getting this week, I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of. We're getting a lot of district reports, which is what I love most, is the adaptability of our districts who took their spring break opportunity to modify their programs for NTI to be better service to students and to teachers. They looked at how much work they were giving. They may have raised it or lowered it depending on the situation, and they worked out better means for teachers and students to interact. So I appreciate all of the efforts of the districts in what they're doing with NTI. Thank you, Commissioner.
Does any member have a question for Kelly or David? Hearing none. Kevin?
Okay, Kelly, so I think we're going to move. I know there will probably be other questions that come up just regarding NTI or assessment, and that's fine if you think of something, even though it's in another part of the presentation. Feel free to ask those, and we can have the relevant staff member come back on. Next, we have the Office of Career and Technical Education and Student Transition, KD Associate Commissioner David Horseman.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, Board. As you all are aware, the Office of Career and Technical Education operates 53 area technology centers. So we were busy from day one since we run those schools and serve as their central office, with Harrison County ATC being located in the district that the first COVID-19 case was discovered. As in all of our ATCs, we followed the protocol of the local district and closed the ATC. And the feeder districts that feed into that ATC agreed to keep their students in their home high schools. The ATCs had not participated in NTI in the past because of serving more than one district in most cases. So we immediately obtained approval to implement NTI in all of the 53 area technology centers. Our ATC leadership team and program consultants have worked hard to provide additional online resources. We've had online curriculum vendors making their resources available at no cost, as well as some of our national and regional partners reaching out to share resources as well. We've been able to extend the deadlines for the Perkins grant. We also had at the beginning 6 of our career and technical student organizations had statewide leadership conferences scheduled in March, April, and June, connecting with over 10,000 students, along with thousands of teachers and administrators. We had over $600,000 committed for food, beverage, and room blocks But after successful negotiation with hotels and vendors, we were excused from all those charges. The CTE program consultants have been providing support and resources to all CTE programs and teachers, not just the ATCs. The biggest issues that have been facing CTE teachers, obviously, are lab work, dual credit, articulated credit, and industry recognized certifications. Since accountability was waived and testing, we have had a lot of questions about industry certifications from students and parents. We are continuing to evaluate and will work with the districts and ATCs to provide testing windows later on in the year to seniors only if possible. KDE will offer more guidance as the situation evolves. We also have a new teacher induction program that has provided additional resources and support to the new teachers that are occupation-based certified teachers. This program is how we certify those teachers, and it's a professional learning experience coupled with mentors at the teacher and administrative level. We've increased the amount of contacts with our teacher mentors in order to provide more support, and our director of NTI has made more online support to those new teachers. As you've heard earlier, we've also called on our programs to donate PPE, and they've stepped up in a big way. We started making the N95 mask, but the material we were making it with was not flexible enough, and DPH felt it better that we not produce those. We have about 63 3D printers in our system, and we have plans now to start making face shields. That's all I have today. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Does any member of the board have a question? Hearing no questions. Kevin?
Thank you, David. Next, we have the Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness, KDE Associate Commissioner Rob Akers.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be with you, and I hope you and your families are safe and healthy today. The Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness is proud to serve both the Kentucky Board of Education and the Education Professional Standards Board. And during this COVID-19 crisis, the OELE has been most focused on providing support, and we have done that in three major areas. We are working diligently in the areas of providing support for educator preparation, educator certification, and educator development. And I will walk you through those very quickly. Most pressing has been the need to provide support for our educator preparation partners, as we have students who are looking to be admitted into programs, and then we have students who are trying to certify to become teachers. Many of our students were engaged in student teaching, and so the Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness has been working very closely with the Kentucky Association of Colleges for Teacher Education to begin to craft guidance and potential waivers to present to the Education Professional Standards Board on Monday, April 13th, during their regular meeting. It is our hope that the EPSB, and although it is ultimately their decision, we anticipate they will provide relief around the number of student teaching days that are required in regulation. We expect that they will provide relief in the area of the number and the type of student teacher observations that are required in regulation, and they will be looking to provide relief moving forward in the area of field experiences for our pre-service teachers. In addition, moving to educator certification, the Education Testing Service, ETS, provides all the assessments for entry to educator prep programs and for those teachers and principals who are seeking certification. With that, we have proposals that will allow our students in our EPPs to provide provisional admittance and conditional admittance into their programs for a year, and there are existing certification codes, or certificate codes, that will allow us to provide 1-year certificates to those folks who are unable to successfully either take a test or pass a test. So that it's kind of a catch-all for all of those folks for a year, and we have those provisions available for principals as well. We've had a couple challenges around the pass-fail trend that we've seen at our universities, as we have GPA requirements as well, and we have recommendations and procedures in place to deal with that. So those are the big items that we're working on waiving and asking the EPSB to consider for waiving around educator certification and preparation. Now, around development, we have we've been receiving a lot of questions around districts and the impact of Senate Bill 177 on certified evaluation. We have office hours we're going to be hosting this week with our P3 staff, which is our principal partnership project, and Director Todd Davis will be able to provide technical support live this week for our HR directors and superintendents to help them navigate the issues that they're having with Senate Bill 177 and certified evaluation. In addition, we are launching through Dr. Meredith Brewer's division a virtual teacher mentoring program called Teachers Helping Teachers. The goal is to connect teachers who are looking for extra support with teachers who are interested in providing that support. And right now, there are about 15 teachers, but would love to help more to connect. I especially see an opportunity for teachers who have never implemented NTI to learn from teachers who have a lot of experience delivering it effectively. We have the Impact Kentucky survey results. They have been in for about a month, and we're excited to plan on releasing them March 23rd. Obviously, due to the amount of focus and energy that districts have had to invest in serving kids at home, we decided to postpone releasing the results until districts could give the results the attention, the results that they deserve. We will be soliciting feedback from our advisory groups in the coming days regarding when and how we should plan to get survey results to the districts. And last, we are hosting a Teachers Helping Teachers Twitter chat Monday the 13th at 6 o'clock after the 5 o'clock with Andy, to provide a forum for teachers to share current practices and hacks that have helped in the delivery of remote instruction. I appreciate the opportunity to share what OELE is doing to support our partners during this COVID crisis, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does any member of the board have a question for Rob?
Mr. Chair, Lou.
Yes.
Hi, Rob.
Lou.
Thank you. And just to clarify, was going to wait until after today before emailing you this question. So our candidates who are just finishing their principal licensure requirements and can't take the ETS test would otherwise be eligible for a 1-year certificate if EPSB approves your waiver request.
You are correct.
Okay. And that meeting is when?
That's Monday.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you.
You too.
Thanks, Lou.
Mr.
Any
Chair.
other member have a question?
Chair Karam, I have a
Mr.
question.
Chair, Patrice.
Treese.
Yes, Rob, thank you for that report. I work with student teachers who are in the process of becoming certified teachers, and there's a high level of anxiety right now. This is the time of the year where the principals are interviewing in a much different way this year. So you're saying move full steam ahead on allowing those incoming teachers to go to those interviews because we think we have a plan in place?
Absolutely. And we cannot shut off the flow of teachers during this time of a teacher shortage crisis on top of everything else. So we absolutely need to support helping to keep the pipeline flowing. And it would be extremely detrimental to pull those candidates away from being able to move into the schools. Yes, that's going to create potentially some new challenges for principals and districts as they support their new teachers, but we absolutely have to have them. And so I do anticipate that the board will take quick action to provide relief for those student teachers and for the ones who are already in alt routes, who are already working in schools, who would otherwise have their certificates lapse while they're on the job. So there's a lot, you're right, there's a lot of angst out there, but we've been working very closely with our EPPs and the CACTI board to try to make sure that we have good solutions in place to try to keep the flow open.
And our principals are fully aware of this, that they can move forward with these new teachers?
They will be after Monday. They should, in my opinion, they should have been screening already, but it's just now getting to the part where a lot of districts could even begin the interview process, because they typically wait till mid-April to give those notifications out to be able to move forward. The smaller districts in particular usually have to wait. The large ones can typically post, make generic postings and start the interview process, but a lot of smaller districts usually have to wait until they have either given out the non-renewals or they've received the retirements in hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrice. Anyone else have a question from any other board member?
I do. This is Holly Bloodworth.
Hi, Holly.
Hi. How did you say a teacher would get connected with the teachers helping teachers?
We are working with our communications department to get an advertisement out. It'll probably be on the COVID page. It's also on the Go Teach page and those links that we have with Go Teach Kentucky.
Okay.
And if you have anyone in specific that is interested, let me know and I'll get you connected, or that person connected with Meredith Brewer, who is her team's really doing a cool job of figuring out how to pivot during this time for teacher support and teacher recruitment. Very, very proud of my office. Our little office is small but mighty.
That's awesome. The Twitter chat that you mentioned, is there a hashtag or something to be able to follow along with that?
There is, and I'll be happy that we're going to be getting that shared out as well. But if you give me 1 second, I will tell you what it is. It is, the hashtags we'll have is hashtag #GoTeachKY at home, all spelled out. And then hashtag KY teachers helping teachers.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate the interest.
Thanks, Holly. Any other board member have a question? See, hearing none, Kevin.
Okay, next up we have the Office of Education and Technology, David Couch.
Kevin, I'm sorry, I was trying to get off of mute, but I did a bad job. Can I go back and ask Rob, have we worked through those pass-fail options completely yet, or do we need to do some more on this end?
No, I appreciate the question. I think we've got a good method in place. Basically, the pass-fail issues will have to be taken probably case by case. There aren't usually too many who are in the position of not being within striking distance of the GPA, and it's pretty rare that the student teacher or the pre-service teacher is reliant on having to maximize GPA to be able to get over that level. But I feel pretty confident that though, these exceptional circumstances will make for strong waiver requests moving forward. So I feel like we do have a mechanism in place for that. It's not a blanket one, but I feel like if you have an EPP that makes a recommendation for a student who was close, who couldn't get over the hump because of the COVID issue, that we're going to support our EPPs.
Okay, just let us know if we need to do anything. Thanks, man.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Kevin?
Okay, we have David Couch with OET up next.
Well, thanks. Appreciate joining this morning. This is normally my favorite working day of the year, because normally you all would be at Rupp Arena right now, and you'd be around 13 to 15,000 students and their parents, and just an energetic atmosphere. But I do have my STLP jacket on. I have everything I normally would have on, except to be honest with you, I don't have socks and shoes on right now, but I have everything else I would normally have on during that event. We are still moving forward with it. It's going to be in a modified version because students have been working all year long to put this together. They competed in the region. We had regional champions, and this is one of the avenues to where we can keep on going. So in the first week of May, we'll be having a modified version. We already had a lot of it that was digital already, but the projects, obviously, they'll be distance, we'll be doing the social distancing with that, but we're still going to move forward with that. I did want to share with you a couple of things. Kentucky is really uniquely prepared compared to the other 49 states in two areas that have allowed us to really pivot very quickly compared to the other 49 states. The first one is we're the national leader in cloud-based computing, the national leader. Every major education technology service that we have is in the cloud, and it really comes in handy, obviously, during times like this. And secondly, we've been doing NTI, obviously not to this scale and breadth, for over 10 years. And those two in particular make Kentucky unique in the 49 states. Our office, much like Rob McKinney's offices, provides services to all the KDHC staff and to all of our 172 school districts and Kentucky School Deaf and Blind. The areas that we've been focusing in on, and it does come in handy, just like with any team, to already have a good relationship with your teammates. And we definitely have a good relationship with our KD teammates and also our school district teammates, and it really comes in handy during these times. Digital distance learning is something we've been doing for quite some time. Instructional technology is something we've been doing for over 25 years for sure. But we have a good working relationship with Amanda Ellis and her team, Kelly Foster and David Cook with their team, and we've had that for a very, very long time. And so the things we put together with digital distance learning, our toolkit, is something we've been doing for quite some time. We modified it and made it, added some things to it. Kevin mentioned the KET toolbox. We make sure that we added in this. That's a nice tool that we put out and reminded folks as we're going forward. Telecommuting and communication system, that is something we've worked a long time with Rob and Kenny and her team within KD agency, but also trying to model it for the rest of KD and the rest of state government is something that is also a strong part for us. It wasn't such a a major pivot for us. I believe, Kevin, we're the first state agency to go to 100% telecommuting. We went did that a while back, and because we are so cloud-based, the phone systems are in the cloud, every major service in the cloud, we could pivot. And I think it even surprised a lot of our staff is how easily that was done. Now, obviously, we all prefer the face-to-face doing it, but the pivot was pretty quick. The virtual meetings is also something that we spend a lot of time on and coaching people just not to be a participant, but also to be a leader of them. And it's just not our staff, but a lot of teachers are in that role as well. They're just not participating, but they're leading them. And I do agree with what Aaron Thompson said a little bit earlier. I do think this really changes. This is not a one-time thing to finish out this school year and next school year. I think virtual will most likely be an option going forward. I think people will look in just general meetings. How do we bring in someone virtually versus them having to travel a long distance, especially if it's a one-time thing? I do see teachers trying to bring in someone to speak to their students and even homebound students. When Kentucky became the first state to have all the phones in the classroom, I was hoping more that would occur. It really hasn't, but I'm really hoping that the plus side of this completely near virtual opportunity makes they will permanently add this to their toolbox going forward. And definitely for us, like what we've done with Baville and Barron County, we also have 21 districts that offer certain courses that maybe it's not available in their district virtually to a district around them. So I foresee this, I call it the Kentucky Virtual High School version 2.0, is really going to come out of this as we go forward. We've also spent time with Tony Tapman and her team on the KD's COVID-19 site, and I'm sure Tony's going to talk about that and getting the word out. And also a big thing that has come up during this time frame is cybersecurity. I wish to say, I was hopeful that maybe the cyber criminals and those pushing it would kind of show some mercy during this time, but actually they've upped their game because they realize so many people are now distributed, and so we've seen a significant uptick in the attempted cyber attacks. So that's also something we've been doing behind the scenes to protect the folks in the school districts and our staff as well. But there are a lot of things that folks need to do for themselves to protect themselves, and we're trying to make them aware of that. So that is it at a high level. So I'll just pause there. for any kind of questions that you may have.
Does any member have a question? Before David, I appreciate the reference to the security issue. There was a very sad story on television last night at the national level about a rabbi who was trying to celebrate Passover with the members of his congregation through technology, and in the very midst of the celebratory portion of that, someone hacked in with some really inappropriate and terribly anti-Semitic remarks. And so knowing that you're addressing that issue is really important. I thought that was pretty horrific.
Yeah, I think there's two things along that. Be very cautious of anything that has COVID-19 in it, because and clicking on things, because folks are aware that folks are doing that. But also, we put out a communication over the past 2 weeks, but more recently about the virtual meetings. It's just not important to be a participant, but how you set those up. And we're using Microsoft Teams here for this. We strongly encourage all districts to use Microsoft Teams or Google Meet, not only because of the experience, because of the safety and security behind it. What we have put out across the state to our schools is the risk of Zoom. And the Zoom engineers spent a lot more time making it user-friendly than the safety and security and privacy aspects of that. And also be very cautious of free during a very short period of time, lasting 2 or 3 months. And typically free products, have two purposes. One is to try to get people, wanting to have them after free ends, but typically they're a lot less of a product and have some holes in them. And definitely the free version that Zoom was offering had that. So that's what happened in the incident that you were talking about.
Yeah, in fact, it was Zoom that.
Yeah. And I would just say we're far from 100% perfect, but really, I got off a call with my peers, the other 49 states, and I'm really surprised how many, just not years, but even a decade or more, that we were ahead of other states for something like this. This is not what we were preparing for, but we always had this as our backup continuity plan to move forward. So it served us well in normal times and very unprecedented times.
Does any other member of the board have a question or a comment?
Chairman, this is Lee. I just have to say that I've followed David for probably 20 years, and this state is so fortunate to have someone of his caliber to stick with something like this for his career and for the good of the state. His STLP students have helped us a great deal and out in the school system to get technology in, because in many cases they're the best technologists in the school building, and they have been extremely important. David, there was an article you wrote about kind of a summary of what you've accomplished, and I was trying to find it, but I can't find it. But when I read it, I thought that needs to go out to the general public. And I forget what audience, we as board members received it, I think, but I'm not sure what audience you were writing to, but it's something this state needs to understand, because we are a leader, and it's thanks to you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Lee. I appreciate your support through the years, from Data Beam all the way up to now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Lee. Does any other board member have a question or a comment for David?
David, Aaron, I second Lee. Indeed, if people only knew the magnitude, not just of your knowledge, but how you employ it in the state, I think they would be thoroughly impressed. We appreciate the camaraderie we have with you and higher ed. So thanks.
Thanks, Aaron.
Very good. Kevin. Next.
Thank you. And thank you, David. I obviously echo those sentiments about our OET shop. Sometimes we don't realize, we assume that other states are doing some of the same things we're doing, and just because it seems second nature to us. And sometimes you have to go outside the state or go to meetings and talk to your colleagues or your peers, and you understand that that's not happening all the time. So David and your team, and even little things that, like I was having trouble yesterday, David's team popped on and took control of my screen remotely and fixed it. They do that for every KDE employ, and then they have those services for school districts. So it's pretty amazing. So thank you. Next up, we have the Office of Finance and Operations, Associate Commissioner Robin Kenny.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be able to spend a few minutes with you today and talk about what's happening in my office, the Office of Finance and Operations. I guess I would share with you, like David, we also serve districts. We serve internal operations at KDE, and we also have been in many opportunities with the coronavirus to participate in statewide participation. So I'll start with school and community nutrition, and want to give a heartfelt thanks to Lauren Moore, who is our division director there. Lauren and her team have done an outstanding job, really working to get all the summer feeding sites up and running to benefit our local school districts and our kids. Really important, the role that they're playing, because as we've talked about previously, Commissioner Brown as well as the Lieutenant Governor, you know, you got to take care of those underlying needs before we can really expect kids to be performing at their best and be ready to learn. They've just succeeded through monumental efforts, and also want to thank all the creative ideas that local school districts have engaged in order to make this happen. In our traditional summer feeding programs, we basically have summer sites set up, and kids come to those sites in congregate feeding. So we have lots of kids in one place, and they sit together, they have activities together, and enrichment is provided as well. And then they go back to their homes or other locations. And that just didn't work in this type of pandemic. And so had to think about, how do we deliver meals very differently? How do we make that happen to make it accessible, making sure that all our kids are getting what they need? And districts have really risen to the occasion, thanking bus drivers, thanking cafeteria workers, substitute teachers, para-educators, everyone. You know, they say it takes a village, but in this case, I would argue it takes more than the village to really make this happen, and districts are really succeeding. Of course, we continue to encourage them to think about the things that they need to do to protect the health and safety of their own staff. And so social distancing is very, very important, and picking a sustainable model to make sure that they can continue this, because it, you know, for the near future, we see this as a need that's going to continue. So really thinking through how that's going to look and how that's going to work. We talk a lot about different buzzwords for people in this crisis, including essential employees or first responders or frontline people. And I would argue all the staff from the school districts that are really out there making this happen and making sure that the service is fulfilled, they are all that and more. So our sincere appreciation for all that they are doing to feed those kids. Additionally, in that area, some of you may not be aware, because school and community nutrition also provides food on a regular basis to child care and adult daycare. And so those sponsors we are working with from a little different perspective. As you may be aware through the national news, we have some child care providers that are still open for a limited duration to help service those first responders through hospitals and healthcare providers. And so those folks need to still be up and running. And so I have folks in my school and community nutrition division that work with those child care sponsors to make sure that food is still happening in those areas as well. They've done a tremendous job. The other place in the area of operations for my office, district support services. Think of all the other types of operational folks that need support right now, that need direction and guidance. So for our school nurses and our health coordinators at the district level, in my office, nurse consultant Angie McDonald is in regular contact with those folks as they work with their departments of public health, making sure that they're following all the guidance and direction and disseminating that through their districts, and really being a partner at the community level, making sure that they are participating in a broader outreach for community health overall. DPPs, of course, are asking us questions about attendance and how does this work, and we're working with David Cook's office on NTI and how all that gets coded and straightened out. Pupil transportation, I've already talked about our bus drivers and the important roles that they're playing, and also making sure that they are doing the other things that they can under services for the district. And then finally, we are answering questions, because there's lots of questions about operations within a local school district under this very different environment. We have Kay Kennedy that has come on with my office to help from a project manager perspective and to answer all those really, really important questions. I'm not going to talk about the budget right now, because we actually have an opportunity to talk to you a little later in the day about the budget. But it just so happens this is all coinciding with the time that we're trying to figure out what the budget's going to look like for school districts, both helping them to close out this fiscal year, this school year that they're currently operating under, and then always planning and having that eye toward the future, which is the next year's budget. What's that going to look like? What are revenues going to look like? Lots of uncertainty in this area. And as we talk with local superintendents, I think our overall assurance is we don't know all the answers right now. We don't know how it's going to work. But what we're really trying to concentrate on is identifying all the sources of funding that could be available for them, all the options and permissible uses of that funding, trying to be as flexible as possible. This is an unprecedented occasion that will call for unprecedented action and unprecedented flexibility. So we're really trying to get that message across to them that, as the commissioner has said, we want to hold them harmless to the degree that we can and provide that ongoing support. We also have been invited and are so thankful we were invited early on to have a seat at the statewide efforts through the emergency management system and the folks that work for EMS at the statewide level and the Department for Public Health. So very, very early on, they invited us to the table to talk about one of the first actions that the Commonwealth really took, which was the closure of schools and turning to an NTI type model. It was a really, really important action that was taken. It was taken in efforts to mitigate the spread of the coronavirus. And I know the commissioner has complimented school districts, and I will echo the remarks about the actions that were taken voluntarily by local school districts and superintendents to make this happen. There's lots of other states that don't work like that, and we should really be proud of the efforts that happened so quickly and uniformly across the Commonwealth. So we'll continue to work with emergency management and some things that they have to offer, including FEMA, which is another opportunity for possible funding. And then finally, I guess I would share with you that we also support our own internal KDE staff. And we have created an internal site called Life at the 300 building, which we post our resources for our internal staff. Telecommuting has happened very seamlessly through the support and efforts of David Couch and his office. And we also act as support to our staff for both their professional needs, but also their personal needs. You know, we're aware that lots of people, they are supporting KDE and the district seamlessly, but they're also working through challenges in their own personal life. So folks in resource management act as our caregivers to lend that ear, try to help with anxiety levels, because we're all going through this together. And then we also work to help support KSB, KSD, the 53 area technology centers. We also work on building cleanliness and protocols. We work with the Finance and Administration Cabinet on protocols for exposure, if we have exposures of our staff, or if we have diagnosis. So some really, really important things that we do. I'm going to pause there for a minute. We have a lot of things going on in the Office of Finance and Operations. I guess I would close by saying what has impressed me most across the department, across school districts, and with our own staff is everyone is leading with a servant's heart. We're going to take care of each other first. And while finances are important and operations and how it all gets coded is important, that has to come secondary. And I've seen every single person involved lead with that servant's heart. I'm really proud of our staff.
Does any member of the board have a question for Robin or a comment?
Mr. Chair, it's Lou.
Hi, Lou. Go for it.
Robin, just a quick comment. I was able to sit in on the webinar your team did this week for superintendents and CFOs. It was excellent. It was long.
Yes,
but it was thorough and excellent. And I could tell by the kinds of feedback you were getting through the soapbox that people really, really appreciated that level of detail and timeliness. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Any other member? Kevin.
I second your comments, Robin, and want to thank you. Robin has a huge office, and as she said, supporting both districts, but also KDE, and they do a wonderful job. I would like to just point out about the feeding sites that we have, those 2,000 feeding sites, and I mentioned this on the superintendent webinar. I was fortunate enough to go to a feeding site a few miles away from the farm at Paint Lick Elementary School and observe from a safe distance. I wanted to see one in action, and they did an amazing job. But what struck me there is the food is secondary. The food, of course, is important, but what happens at those sites, and this was a drive-through model, the connections that the staff have, the cafeteria staff, the other folks that may be helping with it, if the principal's out there helping to, and this model had the bags of food left on a cart, and then the parent would say how many they needed, and then the staff would back away, and then the student or parent would come up and get them, and they observed the social distancing. But what was going on there was the interaction between the student, the parents, and the staff about how are you doing and how's it going. And it just struck a chord with me that was social emotional support, but both ways. It was also supporting school staff because they had a connection with that student and they miss seeing the student. And so the food is important, but in many cases it's secondary. And it's also was a sign to me that in Kentucky, at least, our schools are our community centers and our centers of our communities, and in almost every place that you look at, I would say every place in the state. And that was evident to me when I observed that. And so I just wanted to share that because we talk about the food and how important it is. We also need to understand that has more to do with social, emotional, and then just nutrition. So just wanted to share that. Up next, we have the Office of Special Education and Early Learning, Associate Commissioner Greta Hilton.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner. So in special education and early learning, we're in a bit of a unique situation through NTI because students with disabilities obviously require additional support above and beyond, or in addition to, I guess, the general curriculum. So we have worked extremely closely with Kelly's office and others for transitioning special education services to NTI. A couple of things that we did quickly and initially was, when the pandemic first reached us, I guess is the best way of saying it, we reached out quickly to USED's Office of Special Education Programs for additional support and guidance, and was provided or granted a call with the director of OSEP just to get some specifics on how to transition quickly. I will say that I was beyond proud of the way that our school districts picked up and moved forward. The message that we communicated with them initially and continue to communicate is that right now, in trying to provide specially designed instruction and related services to students with disabilities is extremely challenging. We understand that it's extremely challenging, but we want to ensure that students with disabilities are provided an equitable education, and that's really key. In many states, my colleagues across the nation they shared with several of us that they actually were advised by some of their attorneys and other leaders in the field of education to cease all education because students with disabilities could not be provided with an equitable education. And of course, thinking forward, we realized that it didn't last 2 weeks. So now, 2 weeks later, they're all now trying to go back to school and figure out how to provide distance learning. Kentucky was in a very unique situation because we were ahead of the game thanks to NTI. And while we knew NTI wasn't designed to go, 30, 40, 50 days, and there were challenges for students with disabilities. It provided us with this structure that we needed to be able to discuss equitable services for kids with disabilities. And we know that there are certain services that cannot be provided virtually for kids with disabilities, and some that may be questionable. An example of that might be students who need orientation and mobility, and it's really hard to teach skills with a cane if you're doing that virtually. And we have advised districts not to shy away from compensatory services in the future when we get back to face-to-face classrooms. It's important for districts to document the services provided as well as the services missed, and communicate that with families and plan for compensatory services moving forward. We understand that there's going to be staffing and financial impacts to that, and we are working very closely with USED to assist schools and districts for how to pay for this moving forward, and try to come up with some creative solutions. I will say that our schools and districts are doing a phenomenal job through this time. We held a special webcast with directors of special education and others in special education and superintendents earlier in the week. I guess it was this week. And we had 550 people who stayed tuned in for 2 hours. So, it really is a testament to schools and districts, and that they're eager to learn. They want to know how to do this right. And it's not just the compliance factor in special education, albeit that's important, but it's providing the instruction, providing that free, appropriate public education to all students. We've also had a couple of Teams calls with directors of special education. We've had over 170 staff involved in those calls, which again, they've been able to ask us questions. They've worked through the special education cooperatives to provide us with questions, and when we don't know the answer, we're reaching out to USED to provide some answers, and they've been very responsive. A couple of things that we're doing is using our special education cooperatives and our early childhood regional training centers to have weekly open door meetings. And we started this last week, and we've planned those out for the next 6 to 8 weeks. And what those are really is just the special education co-ops and the RTCs are hopping on these team meetings to talk about instructional resources that districts can use during this time, and filling their toolboxes up with resources and supports to be able to provide equitable education and services to students. Last week, we provided the first one on instruction, specially designed instruction, and then on Friday, we'll follow up with how to collect ongoing progress monitoring. And then we kick off the early childhood webinars tomorrow, and it's focused on helping families understand the social emotional development of the youngest learners during NTI, as well as the importance of keeping routines. So those are some things that we're doing. But again, back to Robin's point, it's really been incredible at the way schools and districts have stepped up, as well as staff in our office, to provide that support. And then I do want to take just a minute and talk about KSB and KSD. These are your schools, and you're the board for these schools, so it's important to share a little bit with you about the celebrations and challenges that we've had with B&D. Quite honestly, if anybody had asked me, a month ago, if we ever thought we would utilize NTI for KSB&D, I would have said no. We have there's too much individualized instruction. It's just, it probably wouldn't work and would have been a naysayer. However, when this happened, we worked quickly through Kevin Stahl, who's the director of the schools, and the principals at both schools to get these students online so that they would be provided with an equitable education as well. And it was amazing at how our staff came together. They looked at the unique needs of students, they analyzed data, and they were able to provide instruction based on each child's unique need. They have ongoing regular meetings through various technological platforms, phone calls. They even use smartphones to do FaceTime for students who need sign. It really has been incredible. KSB had their spring break last week, and the charitable foundation at KSB has also provided food. They're sending food to needy families through backpacks, and they're doing that, even on weekends and throughout the year. KSB currently this week is on spring break, but again, staff continue to plan and prepare, and it really has been. It was challenging, but staff stepped up and have provided quite an impressive support system for our kids. And another huge thank you and shout out to local districts around the state who stepped up and are feeding our students who have come back into their communities now that they're not at KSB and KSD. I'll stop there and see if you have any questions or comments.
Does any member of the board have a question for Greta or a comment?
Mr. Chair, it's Patrice.
Patrice?
Thank you, Greta, for all you're doing. It's a lot to handle right now, and I appreciate all the efforts. Federal regulations are so tight, and I know that you have followed the guidelines closely for NTI, but there are schools now across the country who are beginning to close for the remainder of the school year. What impact is that on those schools as far as those federal regulations are concerned?
So I think many of those that are closing are now going to distance learning. I think they initially closed, and I'm banking this response on the colleagues that I have in other states. And we have a Sunday night meeting with the National Association for State Directors of Special Education, and so we're having these conversations, on a national level. Many of those are quote closing, but they're actually going into distance learning. So while they may have taken 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they took that time to prepare. Moving forward, we didn't have to do that because we had this unique structure. And to your point, as far as like the requirements, you're right. There's a ton of requirements that we're working within. We are, as an organization with NASD, as well as the state itself, we're asking for flexibilities as much as possible. We know timelines are going to be extremely challenging, and that's a lot of questions we've received from superintendents. We're advising districts to continue with virtual ARC meetings and to do as much as they possibly can. Obviously, something is better than nothing, right? We want those flexibilities. There are certain groups out there who are asking for waivers from Congress of the IDEA. That's not necessarily something we're supportive of, because we still believe our students with disabilities are entitled to a free, appropriate public education, and we don't want to slight them for the things in which they're entitled to. But we do want to and hope to get some flexibilities from the Secretary as well as Congress for things that don't impact the education of students with disabilities, such as maybe maintenance of effort requirements or certain timeline requirements or things of that nature.
Thank you.
Any other member of the board have a question or comment?
Yes, this is Allison Sloan. I have a question, a comment, and then a question. First off, Greta, I know you had a rough night last night with the storms and some damage, but I'm glad you all are safe, and that goes to show how dedicated you are to be able to be here this morning, and I appreciate that. Your weekly open door meetings, that sounds like some great information, and I appreciate you all doing that. Will we have access, teachers and special ed directors and people in our districts have access to that information that you all gather during those meetings, and where can we find that?
Yes, I can actually share that with you. We're putting it on our website. So those are being sent out to directors of special education and preschool coordinators in real time. So you can connect with those folks to share that with others within the district. But they're being recorded and transcribed and uploaded onto our website, the OCL, Office of Special Education and Early Learning site for NTI resources during COVID-19.
Thank you, Greta. Appreciate it.
Any other board member have a question or comment? Then Kevin, we'll ask you to go to the next topic.
Well, and before we go to the next topic, one of the things that Greta has stated, and I like how she has stated this, and it was said on this one of the webinars, and she may have stated also on the Pritchard Committee Forum, which Greta was on there as well as Board Member Sloan, and appreciate them for being on, and Pritchard for having that forum, was that we were asking all parties involved in a child that's in special education, in their education, to act in good faith, and that we're asking during this time, asking parents to be understanding in that some of the services are going to look different, but just because of the physical separation between teacher and child. And we need to understand that when when the IEP was written, that was never a scenario that was taken into consideration. Then on the other side, we need schools and districts to be understanding that there may in fact be a need for compensatory education to be provided in some cases, and we want you to embrace that. And that's something we would never tell a district before. We would always want you to avoid compensatory education. But when you have a challenge like this, asking everyone involved in the child's education to have an open mind and to act in good faith, and that's the way Kentucky is approaching it, and doing no small part to Greta's leadership on that. And as she described, some states are not, or at least initially did not handle it that way, I think is the right way to go, because that is still keeping that child's education at the forefront, which is exactly what Greta described. So I want to thank her for that. Next, we have the Office of Teaching and Learning, KD Associate Commissioner Amanda Ellis.
Good afternoon, everyone. Almost afternoon. And I just really echo a lot of the sentiments my colleagues have done. We have worked extremely hard to provide immediate support and service and leadership, guidance, anything we can do for our districts. They have gone above and beyond. It is quite inspirational if you step back and look at what has happened in such a short amount of time to do what's best for our students. So in the Office of Teaching and Learning, we have just recently, this week, released 5 guidance documents. We separated them on purpose because not everybody wants to see them all combined together. And so we've really put a heavy focus right now on the class of 2020. There's been lots of questions, and Todd Allen will talk about it here with you very soon about graduation requirements. What are we doing for our 2020 graduates? This is such a unique time for them, and our heart breaks to see that they miss out on opportunities, their sports season, all of that thing. That is a bit traumatic for not just the graduates, but their families. And so we're trying our very best to work with the districts to find flexibility and to meet the needs of the students. So in the guidance, basically with graduation, we have addressed the grad requirements. Like I said, again, we'll talk about that in a couple agenda items down, so I'll hold off on that. What is optional for, or possible options for the local district to make decisions. Rhonda Sims already talked about the waiver that we so much appreciate the Lieutenant Governor and Kevin signing to allow some waiver of the EOC assessments since they are given in person for early graduates. We're very grateful for that quick action. The big thing has been talked about, not just with graduates, but across the board, is on grading. And the big concern was on high school students and the impact on keys. If you're not familiar, which I know most, probably all of you are, but Keys Scholarship is an award that is automatically granted to Kentucky students based on their GPA for each year of their high school year. And so the concern was, if districts go to pass-fail, what's the impact and the unintended consequences on seniors, especially seniors, and even freshman through junior. And so on our webcast with superintendents this past week, we had Becky Gilpatrick from Kia come and speak to all the superintendents about the options. They also released guidance on ways to the ways that GPAs can be calculated with what is available and what would that impact be with pass-fail. So we are so grateful for her guidance and Kia's support around that. We were very grateful for the partnership. We've also been pushing out information on advanced coursework. David Horstman's already mentioned dual credit, and that seems to be under control, but we also had AP, so Advanced Placement College Board will be assessing students at home this year, online, 45-minute exam with a free response, and so they just this week released the dates of those testing events. So in our guidance, what we have for districts is just to really consider how students have equitable access to connectivity or technology. David already spoke a lot about that, but what keeps me up at night is the equity piece and what students have access to really be able to engage in NTI work, how they are preparing for maybe AP, or how are they staying engaged in dual credit. And so it's just really important that we just keep that in the forefront of our minds, what's best for students and how we support families, since they are our frontline teachers right now. And so that's a big piece of our guidance. We've also talked a lot about instruction. So we worked very closely with Kelly Foster and David Cook on providing support around instruction. How is it being provided? How are we ensuring that students are having a connection with the schools? As Kevin had mentioned earlier, that is still on our mind, to ensure that all students have some type of connection or support, that families have the support they need, and that is a huge challenge. Not perfect by any means, but it is on the forefront of our minds and how we're providing support to districts to consider guidance. We are also, as we mentioned before, talked about grading. Grading has been a topic across the nation of how do you fairly grade students in this setting. We know that all of our educational learning environments are very different, and so how do you take that into account? So we've provided different articles and different approaches that districts across the nation are taking. We also provided a great article from Tom Guskey about pass-fail, the pros and cons, and so really trying to give them a point of reference to make those decisions. We've pushed those out and have had great response. Another piece that's been discussed right now is professional learning, PD. What can we offer to our classified staff? What can we offer to our certified staff? Where can we find it? So we have the professional learning bulletin board that, thanks to our co-ops and different partners, have really ramped up the amount of online professional learning that's available. We will incorporate this into the minutes to make sure you all have that link. Our staff is working daily to upload any offerings. All of them are free, but some are asynchronous, meaning you can get on them at any time. Some are synchronous, that are actually scheduled online professional learning opportunities. And if you click on the opportunities, we're trying to make it even more intuitive, but if you click on the opportunities, it will even identify the audience, whether that's classified, teachers, parents, administrators. If ELA credit is offered, it's already linked to that, and it would make it available. So we are working to ramp that up and doing some Q&A with what districts have questions about with professional learning opportunities, how that works with NTI, and we're working on bundling that together to push that out very soon. But the professional learning bulletin board is already available, and we highly encourage folks to use it. There are so many opportunities out there right now that you can do from your home. We also have guidance on mental health and wellness. So Damian Sweeney has hosted a couple of online trainings. We had so many that it shut people out. So he recorded it and provided it. We had close to what Greta said, about 450 people that had signed on. We had more that tried to sign on. And so he's hosted a few different webinars for counselors to talk about telehealth, with telecounseling, the importance of FERPA and HIPAA being followed on that, protocols, resources for our staff and students and families. And so we're really trying to promote that, push that out as well, and keep that in the forefront of our minds of just well-being. Change is hard on everybody. Anxiety is high, and we know that everybody handles it differently. So as the Lieutenant Governor said, really meeting those basic needs is absolutely essential, and ensuring that we have great balance around that, and we're keeping people and the importance of people in our minds. So we are constantly working on those, all those pieces. We are updating daily. We're pushing that out. We're really promoting the importance also of how districts are communicating and who they're communicating with. And we're doing that same reflection for us. So I will pause there and see if you have any additional questions for me or comments. Thank you.
This is David Karam. I do have a question. Can we go back to the issue of the Keys scholarships in a moment? And can you give us a bit deeper discussion about the pass-fail issue and how that's going to...
Absolutely, Chair. So it's a great question. It was the #1 question last week, which is why we had Becky get online and help us. They've actually produced a few different scenarios. So basically how they describe it is whatever the grade is, the GPA is for the year, whether that be one semester, whether that be the first semester and the first half of the second semester, or that be 2 semesters, wherever there is numerical grades is what they will use for the year to average the GPA and determine the award. So the example that Becky gave is if districts wanted to stop grades, let's say they cut off grades on March 16th when most schools were sent home, what they would do, what Kia would do, would take the GPA out of all the grading 9 weeks or 6 weeks up until that date, and that would be how they would average it. If it stopped at the first semester and they say second semester we're just going to make pass fail, then for that year they would only use that first semester to average the GPA. And so that's the considerations that she was giving to the districts. The other piece to keep in mind that they brought up, which was a great point, is if students are taking dual credit, they are not doing pass-fail. They are getting grades for that transferability ease. So if a student is taking one dual credit class, well, let's say the rest of their classes are pass-fail, Kia will use that one grade and average that in as part of their semester grade. So whatever numerical grades they have for the year, for the 1920 school year, is exactly what they'll use. And so that's why she even offered to districts that if districts have a grading plan that they wanted to run by Kia to see what the impact would be on students and their Keys awards, she would be willing to walk them through that, which was very gracious and very kind to do that. And so the districts felt much more at ease on how they were going to approach that. The other point she brought it out is obviously not for seniors, but for freshmen, sophomore, and juniors. If the last quarter of the school year was used as pass-fail and a school wanted to give an option for the freshmen through juniors to retake that semester or retake that either that semester or that 9 weeks or that quarter grade, they could offer that, and Kia would reconfigure the award amount. But that would only be available for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Obviously, when seniors graduate, they take that final GPA and then they transfer that into what the awards would go to the post-secondary institution. Does that help, Chair?
Help greatly, thank you.
Great.
Does any member of the board have a question or a comment for Amanda?
Mr. Chair, it's Patrice.
Go ahead, Patrice, please.
I hope there's not a quota on questions today. I might be up on it right now.
There are never quotas on questions.
Good. The Professional Learning Bulletin Board. That's an amazing resource. Absolutely incredible. Is it available to pre-service teachers?
It is. It's available really to anyone. And there are so many, if anything has a cost to it or if it has a cost, it has a dollar sign next to it, but most of them are free. And the co-ops, we have every co-op linked on the bottom, but the co-ops have been really awesome about if it's available to the entire state, they've put it on our professional learning bulletin board. So it really is an open source for folks to use and really take advantage of. And I hope that they would take advantage of, because it's a great opportunity. Even the professional learning we offer at KDE, specifically around standards, around mental health, trauma-informed care, there are so many things that really could be tapped into for free, so it's not cost prohibitive, but I encourage folks to use it, absolutely. And that's a great question. I appreciate that, and I'm going to point that out when we push this out package-wise of really opportunities out there. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Any other member have a question or a comment?
Yes, this is Allison Sloan. I have a question. First off, Amanda, as a mother of a senior this year, I appreciate y'all's work on helping these kids out because they truly need it. I had another teacher reach out to me this morning with a question back to your the grading for those students that are freshmen, sophomore, and juniors, not necessarily to do with KEYS money, but how will that impact their promotion from grade to grade, or have we even thought about that yet?
So that is actually a great question. That is actually at a local level as well. So they have board policy and even some site-based. Sometimes the board can defer to their SBDMs to work on policy for promotion. So what we have just promoted is for them to go back and look at what their additional requirements are, to reconsider some of those, considering the situation we're in and the equity of instruction and support of each home, of each student and what their needs are. And so the guidance is to really go back and see if they've added additional requirements that may not be necessary, and to really consider the needs of the student is what we've done. And we've heard that's what districts are most concerned about, is just ensuring that they are fair and balanced, and that they keep in mind the situations that not every student has the same access or support. And so that's exactly, Allison, to your point, what they're grappling with, and not to make it punitive, but to really be talking about personalized learning. I said this is personalized learning on steroids, right? And so really identifying what is a balanced approach to our situation that nobody's ever experienced before. But that's exactly the phone calls I'm getting, is exactly what you're talking about, is not to be punitive or harm students, but really the conversation is more about how can we prepare teachers to accept students in who may have big gaps coming in the fall, hoping that we all start school on time and everything goes, but how do we approach the needs of students when they may have not have had really clearly strong instruction since the middle of March, and how do we support those students as they move on? I haven't heard a lot about a massive retention or anything like that. People are really trying to avoid the punitive measure and talk more about the support and what they can do. But I really appreciate your point being brought up, which is what our guidance really was pushing towards, really thinking through as a district.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Anybody else? Allison? Allison? I like your horses.
Thanks. I'm in my husband's office for the day. I stole his space.
Okay, I like your husband's horses.
Thank you.
It's a cool photo. It's a cool painting. Anybody else have a question? Kevin, next item.
Amanda, before you go off, can you, are we going to talk about the graduation options in another agenda item, or is that?
We can do it right now. I know that they had the civics test and the waiver with Todd. Would you like me to talk about the graduation? I'm happy to do so.
Let's at least, introduce that issue, the two options that we're talking about, and one of the options could require board action in the future at a special meeting if a district requested it, or if we recommended it as a blanket, and just kind of introduce that, because that will we'll have to have additional conversation beyond this meeting. But
absolutely, we're happy to do that. So as many of you have heard, and to Allison's point about the 2020 graduates, that is a top concern for us. And so we started talking about graduation requirements. This year's class of 2020 still have the 22 credit requirement, just like the law was before it changed. But almost every single district, and I would be confident in saying all 172 have additional requirements. They may require additional credits, which most do. Some require 26, 27 credits. Some require an IOP to be complete. Some require service learning. Some require kids to be transition ready with a credential or ACT benchmark, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of local requirements. So because we're in this unique situation, and it's been pretty long term, what we started to do was think about different options. So we started with our student advisory group, who consists mostly of seniors and juniors. And what we brought forth was, if what to really approach districts with, considering waiving their additional local requirements on graduation for the 2020 graduates only, not to go any further, just for this year, and either go A, which was option 1, back to the 22 credits. Now, the 22 credits are in regulation that's approved by the KBE, and that includes 4 English credits, so it's English 1, 2, 3, and 4, 3 math credits, Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. It is 3 science credits, which is up to the district, 3 social studies, 1 credit in PE and health, 1 credit in the visual and performing arts, and 7 electives. And so that makes up the 22. And as I said, that is the minimum requirements. It's by law what graduates have to have. This is just talking credits. We'll get to the civics test later. That comes up in the waiver that's already been done. The other option we threw out, just as a discussion point, starting with the student advisory, and we've gone all the way through with talking with lots and lots of groups of folks, is a 15 credit. And what this would require is for the KBE to waive the minimum required to require less. What that means basically is just eliminating the electives. So it would still require the 4 English credits, the 3 math, the 3 science, the 3 social studies, 1 in PE and health, and 1 in visual performing arts. It would just take away the requirement of the 7 electives. When we talked through this with the student advisory and the task force and superintendents and co-op directors, and just on the call with a lot of people, there wasn't a clear cut, this is the vote. It's almost 50-50 of what people said they kind of like, but ultimately the comment was, give districts the option so they can locally decide what to do, because every district has a little bit of a different approach to how they track seniors. Most of them, they would say by April 1st, they know what seniors are on track to graduate and those who are not. They usually have lots of senior checks and making sure that there's a process that kids aren't left out or there's no surprises at the end. And so we've taken that feedback and put option 1 and 2. So option 1, again, would be no action by the board, but by the local board's considerations, whether they need to waive additional requirements and how they want to maneuver that in their local policy. Option 2 would require, as Kevin mentioned, either the board can say, well, if districts would like that option to hit the 15 credit hours, that they make a request to the KBE to waive that, or the KBE could do a blanket waiver. And that would be a determination by you as the board. I will tell you, I've had pros and cons shared with me on both. We had that same discussion at the task force. We've had that discussion actually twice. I had phone calls right after the task force. We just started bringing up was, please don't lower that bar. You know, we have kids who are on track. If we got rid of some of our local requirements, we would graduate kids. This would not harm them. Others said, well, we may need that flexibility. That's why I think you'll see, and I know the minutes will reflect that KASA did a survey of high school principals. It was 55% stay at the minimum, 45% with the 15 credit, which is very reflective of what we've heard. You know, I had some people from the co-op say, we've got this. You know, give us the option to go back to 22 credits, which they could do at any time anyway. Don't lower the bar any more than we have to. We've got this. So it is really a 50-50 balance. There's not one strong way or the other, but that's why we definitely need to bring it to you for consideration. And I'm happy to send you those 22 credits so you can see it. I'm a visual person, so to actually see those 22 credits versus the 15, but just the biggest difference are electives, whether that you have the required electives or whether you don't, but we are not taking away from any of the core areas, which we would consider ELA, mathematics, science, social studies, visual performing arts, and health and physical education. So those are still the main components that would still be required. But those are the options we've been discussing. Some of our districts have performance-based criteria and credits that they would give. They've looked into what their policies already say about that. Some say all of our seniors have more than their minimum because we require so much more of our seniors than the minimum requirements. But every district is a little bit different. So I'll pause there. Kevin, is there anything else that you would like to add on that I've forgotten?
That's exactly it. Thank you for that. And again, we're not asking the board to take action on that. We just want to introduce the idea. There is a possibility that even if we don't recommend option 2 to districts, that they will, ask for a waiver of that, the 22, and we want to just have you start thinking about that. If you have any feedback now, or even, to think about it over lunch, and we can talk about it later on. But I didn't want, in case we had to call a special meeting because we received a waiver request, I didn't want to spring that decision point in the background on you at the last minute.
You want to move on to the next one, Kevin?
And Mr. Chair, I know we're going over a little bit, but again, this is all very good, relevant information, and we wanted to spend the time here. Next, we have the Strategic Planning and Research update with KDE's Chief Performance Officer, Karen Dodd.
Good morning. It's good that I get to go after all of the associates because my team is responsible for knowing what's going on in all the other offices and providing coordination and input where we can. As you would probably suspect, we're not doing a lot of the traditional strategic planning or even performance management during this crisis. Like the rest of the world, we've been thrown into a position of reacting to a situation where we couldn't have anticipated. Kentucky, however, as you've heard from a lot of other folks here today, has been very fortunate to have a robust technology infrastructure already in place, which has been a huge advantage for our students, teachers, and those of us here at the department. And that infrastructure has allowed our commissioner to move quickly. And one of the first things that Commissioner Brown did when schools closed in Kentucky was to establish the Education Continuation Task Force. You've heard several people mention the task force, and the task force is made up of leaders from about 40 of our partners. We've met with them virtually on a weekly basis over the last 3 weeks, and we're now moving to every other week. The purpose of the task force is to really for our leadership team to bring them guidance that we're proposing to send out to the district. So anything that's being developed within the department, we bring it to them, ask for their guidance, ask them to look for gaps in our thinking, and also to help us to communicate to anyone and everyone across K-12 education and to deliver a common message throughout the education community. Now, it's important to note that the task force does not take any action. They've been convened simply for feedback to the commissioner on various topics and to help provide that consistent communication. To date, the task force has provided feedback to the commissioner on topics including non-traditional instruction, graduation requirements, and student and family fatigue. I should also mention that the advisory groups, all the other advisory groups are still meeting virtually, and we're now recording all of those meetings, and those can be found on the media portal under the new category of advisory groups. There's another topic that I wanted to talk with you about today, and that is the COVID-19 project. We've established all of our efforts during this crisis under the umbrella of a project. And by utilizing project management best practices, we reduce the risk of duplicating efforts, and we ensure that all tasks have an owner and that they stay on our radar. The project team is led by leaders within the commissioner's office. So Jennifer Fraker is the project sponsor. myself as the product manager, and then we have Jennifer Hill from the Office of Education Technology as our project manager. We've also identified a lead from each of our offices, and we've just begun regular meetings to keep things moving forward. The project is framed around the 3 priorities that were established by Commissioner Brown, and those, again, are educate, feed, and support. And we've also identified 2 phases of the project. So the first phase is just to get through the current school year. The second phase will include activities that need to occur over the summer and to begin the 2021 school year. To date, we've completed our project charter, and we're in the process of developing the project plan. And like I said, we'll do that in conjunction with the leads from all of the different offices to pull that together. And we'll provide updates to all of you in future meetings as long as we're in this crisis mode. I'll take any questions or feedback that you might have.
Does any member of the board have a question?
I have a question. Karen, I'm wondering, as you're thinking about the path forward, how will we kind of collect what we've learned to feed into that innovation process that Aaron talked about earlier this morning, so that we can build on this experience? So I know it's kind of hard to think about now because everybody's doing it, but it would be such a shame to not have a process to be kind of reflective and really strategic with respect to what do we take forward, so that we change something, we get a permanent change of something that we want to go forward, we want to take forward, and we also have a chance to reflect on what do we leave behind.
No, that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up. No project is complete until we do a lessons learned or a post-mortem, whatever you want to call it. And that includes what went well, what didn't go so well, but also gathering everything that we've done, making sure that, one of the things that we've talked about is having a repository. So what are all the waivers that we've had to think about? What are all those communications that went out? What should have gone out quicker? What should have, just how everything played out. We are going to capture all of that. We've already actually just yesterday started talking about a repository for all of those things. But I think, I believe that this will change not only education in the short term, but probably in the long term. We are seeing, especially in Kentucky with the capability that we have, that we have a real opportunity here to change education in the future. We've talked about how education has been the same for centuries, and this could be, the impetus for changing that in the future. So I think by looking at that when all of this is over and identifying what's gone really well for us and where we can pivot education ongoing, that'll be really key coming out of all of this, and we'll be able to capture that by running the project that we are.
Very good. Any other member have a question? Kevin, I think we have
We
one
do.
last.
We have one last. Before that, I would just like to say that, that's exactly why we're using project management, is that we know some of the things we're doing now could have the opportunity of actually changing the way we do things when we're back to normal. And I will say, this is an evolution of project management and systems thinking that Dr. Holliday introduced to the department. As you all know, he was a Baldrige Award winner in one of his school districts, and he came here and really took what we were already doing at the department with systems and took it to the next level. We were involved in deliverology and all that, but my point in saying that is that has all evolved. We have Karen didn't mention it, but she and many of her staff members are trained and certified through the Kentucky Center for Performance Excellence. And to be able to use a project management system, it will really assist us in getting to where we need to be. But also, as you point out, being able to see what we did wrong, what we did right, and then use that to to scale up any things that are innovative and important, and most importantly, get that out to school districts. So thank you, Karen, and your team for your work. And last, we have the communications director, Katie, interim director of communications, Tony Cons Tapman, and she's going to give you an update of how we've been communicating over the last 3 or 4 weeks. One of the things I'll say before we turn it over to Tony is a month ago, I don't believe anyone on this call would know what PPE is, and social distancing was something that I thought meant my neighbor didn't wave to me. We all know that those are, and we all know what those things are. And that all has to do with communication and learning. So Tony, I'll turn it over to you.
Maybe muted, Tony.
Oh, sorry.
Yep,
there you go. I will start over again.
Yeah.
I was asked to prepare a PowerPoint for you all to provide a timeline of how things unfolded here at the department with the COVID crisis. This will be something I'm going to share with you on my screen in just a moment, and it'll be something that you'll be able to take with you and follow along as we continue on with the crisis. I'll also explain to you how the communications department has worked with all of our offices to keep track of the support that we're providing to our schools, our districts, and our families. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you here. Let me know when you see it.
See it?
Okay.
We see it.
All right, so we're going to start with just the preparations, and I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. Again, this is mainly for you to have to reflect back on. We received initial communication about the COVID-19 in mid-February. My team met with Interim Commissioner Brown and Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney, as well as our nursing specialist, Angie McDonald, to discuss the development of Health Services webpage for basic COVID-19 information. This was vital so that we could talk about prevention, flu plan for the districts, and things like that. We also attended Governor Beshear's first press briefing on COVID, which was on the 28th, and wrote a letter to all superintendents from Commissioner's office about the potential for an outbreak and how to prepare. On March 4th, we worked to get this banner right here that you see that has been at the top of our website since then, with links to the health department's website as well as KDE's COVID web pages. And I will say we were the first out of all of the state agencies, departments, to have this information on our website. Since then, there's another orange bar that has been put on by KI, which is our server for all of the information. So our action plan, obviously, we know the first case was confirmed in Kentucky on March 6th in Harrison County. By Sunday, March 8th, there were 3 more cases. Harrison County schools had announced closure for a week, and most of our other 171 districts were on high alert and in need of support. The leadership team met for 2 hours on Sunday, March 8th, and decided we needed to do a couple of things. First and foremost, we sent out a letter from Commissioner Brown to all superintendents that evening, informing them that we were going to have a special superintendent's webcast on COVID-19 the following day, which was Monday, March 9th. And we invited 2 doctors from the Kentucky Department of Public Health, as well as the KDE leadership team. And in doing that, it was a 2-hour forum that we were able to provide Q&As with both the health department and our leadership team to just answer any questions they had. Now, this is early on, still very early on in the process. Also, as a result of that meeting, we provided guidance on the statewide ACT, which was then scheduled for March 10th, because we weren't sure what was going to happen with that, and then also about the waiver from USDA, and then also the local health department webinar that was taking place that Thursday. We've also been working hand in hand with Governor Beshear's office with facilitating phone calls between his office and our superintendents. To date, we have facilitated 4 phone calls. The first being on March 11th, where he asked our school districts to be prepared for school closures. And on that call, we were actually in his office where he had Dr. Stack, the DPH commissioner, interim commissioner, Brown, and we spent more than an hour answering phone questions from our superintendents, which I thought was, given the time and the situation, was really, really great for them to be able to ask questions. We then participated the next day in Governor Beshear's press conference at the Capitol, where he asked schools to close for in-person classes beginning on the 16th of March. And then again on the 20th, when he asked them to extend school closure to the 20th, and then again on April 2nd. And the important thing to keep in mind here is that throughout all of these things, we have created Google form for Q&As. So every time that we have a webcast, a call with the governor, an email to us from districts or superintendents on COVID issues, or phone calls, we have KDE staff that are logging those questions onto a form, and from there we have more staff sort and assign those questions by KDE office and department, who in turn respond to it with an answer. And then all of those answers are then logged back into the form, are reviewed by the communications and legal staff, and then we update the public document to keep it current. This is quite a process. To date, we have over 500 questions that have been asked in a 4-week period. And, a lot of them are repetitive, but we feel like it's really important to log, again, kind of what Karen was speaking about and my colleagues before, to really be there to support our districts and try to provide a document so that maybe they can go to that, get answers there, and then also, if they have follow-ups, they can also reach us that way. Also throughout this time, our office we've been communicating almost daily with Governor Beshear's office, also Lieutenant Governor Coleman's office, to provide updates on what's going on in our districts during the crisis. A lot of information about the feeding going on, showcasing that our schools and our mission on educating, feeding, and supporting, as well as exhibiting the true spirit of Team Kentucky. Working with OET, we shared 3 of Governor Beshear's videos from his press conferences, in which there are messages for our children or families that we have placed on KDE's YouTube channel. And these videos were very, very popular. They've received thousands of views. Internal messaging at KDE, we have a graphic designer on our staff, and this is before we switched to a full telecommuting schedule. You can see some examples of things that our designer created, hand washing things that were placed in restrooms, above sinks. There was things that were placed on tables just to remind people to stay healthy, why you should wash hands, how to wash hands, things like that. How did we get our message out? So we used Kentucky Teacher, which is our internal news communication source. And since February 27th, which is about the time that everything started happening very quickly, our staff has written 30 stories related to COVID-19 for Kentucky Teacher. And March 2020 was a record-breaking month for the publication. And you can see here, I'm not going to go over all of the details, but we pulled some numbers just to show you the interest in obviously getting the information for COVID-19. And here at the bottom are the list of the most popular things. And you'll see right there that the answers to the FAQs, in addition to the school closures, of course, were amongst the most popular. And these are just hits that we received on Kentucky Teacher and not taking into consideration social media. We also convened a special meeting of the Commissioner's Student Advisory Council, which also falls in my office. That meeting was held on March 25th. And all of these things are linked. So if you want to go back and listen to that conversation or watch that conversation, which was very helpful. We met with, I think, all but 4 of them were able to connect with us virtually, and just to get some feedback on some of the things that Dr. Ellis had talked about with graduation and NTI. And then I also spoke with Dr. Sweeney about mental health and wellness, and just kind of doing a little check-in with them was really great. And we're going to have another meeting with them. This is their regularly scheduled meeting from 9 to 11 a.m. This coming Tuesday. We've also supported our teachers through Kentucky Teacher to assist with NTI lessons. As of April 9th, we've posted almost 40 briefs just from different resources from like KET or different museums and things like that, where they have different ideas on what they can do. Media and press releases. Since March 1st, we have, I've kept track of this, we've responded to more than 80 requests from local and national reporters and media outlets. We've conducted interviews with KDE staff and local and national outlets regarding school closures, NTI, federal waivers, and many other topics related to the crisis. We've produced and sent out 25 press releases, 14 related to COVID. Now, by comparison, last March of 19, we sent out 18 press releases, and the March before that, there was 14. So just to give you an idea of how much is being produced in order to try to communicate as effectively as possible, we're putting out a lot of information. And as you can see, the interest here is great as well. The press release about the serving off-site meals was sent to 875 email addresses. It was opened 1,700 times. And that is highly unusual for any of the items that we send out. What that means is that it was opened, one person may have opened it multiple times to share it or to reread the information. And so that way we know people are actually reading it and sharing it, and that we're controlling the information that's coming out, which is really good in this time of a crisis. We also, during this time, took the opportunity to rebrand the NTI program. Our graphic designer redid the logo for them, and we took the opportunity to create a Twitter and a Facebook account. This was great because we knew that with all of our schools switching to NTI, we needed an outlet for them to be able to share their work. And I'm sure all of you are familiar with the hashtag MyNTIKY. Now you can follow them on Twitter and Facebook and also on Instagram. And again, it's just another way to keep track of what our schools are doing. And then, after this school year is over with, it'll be an easy way for us to go back and reflect on, lessons learned and things like that. Getting a message out on social media. We've used all of our social media channels to live tweet virtual meetings and regularly communicate updates about the COVID crisis. As expected, our numbers on Facebook and Twitter have skyrocketed. We had over 1 million impressions on Twitter in March alone. Obviously, the public was most interested in the K-Prep, as Rhonda had mentioned, the USDA waiver, and the school closure information. Social media graphics that we created like these with the help of Meredith Brewer and Rob's office, and with FAQs also did very well. We tried to create infographics and then also link, as you can see, to all of the information on our website. This is the one that Kevin doesn't like because his face is on there, but it's vitally important, and he agrees. He just wishes his face wasn't on there. That we figured initially it was letters to superintendents, but every week Kevin has been providing letters to families, providing them updates of kind of like, it started off just like a weekly, on March 8th or March 13th. And then every week we're like, I think we need to put another letter out to families. With schools being closed, it's just a good opportunity for him to share the messaging of what's going on at the department. What are some of the things that need to take place, just so that they can hear it from us. And also he shares these letters with our superintendents, and I know that they have been sharing them with their families as well. So just again, another way for us to get our message out, and any information that we would like our families to have. And this is the thing I'm very, very excited about, that we relaunched our KDE's COVID-19 page yesterday. I know David Couch had mentioned this. This took a lot of time and effort. Our OET department helped, OTL helped. Jennifer Fraker was a great help with this as well. We wanted to virtually align all of the resources KDE is providing in one place. This launch page is divided into our 3 areas of focus during this time: educate, feed, and support. Each area provides a separate page with a wealth of information, whether it be a link to a webcast, guidance, waiver, news release, or FAQs, and we're going to continue to update this page as long as it's needed. So what's next? This is kind of a sneak peek. These have not been shown yet or on the website or on social media. These are going to be, we're breaking out the FAQs and the Q&As that we are putting together into these 5 areas, because these seem to be the areas that most people have the questions on, and that is what they are going to look like. We're going to continue to support our KDE teammates and our coworkers. We're going to continue to do our part to provide guidance and solutions that focus on our 3 main areas, and then we're going to continue to provide content as well. And then I provided links to everything that we have done, so you can go back if you've missed anything. And then if you have any questions, that's how you can get in touch with me. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take those now or go back to you, Kevin.
You're muted.
David's muted.
Sorry, I thought I unmuted it. I do have a comment. I think that Kevin's face on there is very helpful. It's wholesome and trustworthy. Does any other board member have a question or comment? Kevin?
I'll just add that Tony's under direction that as we get closer to the permanent commissioner, my face will be phasing out of the publications. And so she knows that. I just want, before we move, and you'll notice we did not have a legal update because your next agenda item is related to some waivers, and Todd Allen will be presenting that to you. But underlying every person you heard from today is obviously legal support, and then other supports from other folks at the department. But to a person, from every person you just heard from, the work they are all doing, it's challenging to do the work they're doing in a normal environment, and they're doing it in this environment, and it's just been absolutely amazing. I know a lot of it's being fueled by adrenaline, and I'm monitoring for burnout, and I know our folks are exhausted. The telecommuting is, while you may be able to not have your socks and shoes on like David Couch right now, it is a different kind of tired. And a lot more meetings, and can be very grueling on employees, and so we're monitoring that. But I just can't say enough about the team here, and I know this is not, we normally don't give you this type of load you up with just kind of sitting and getting this information, but it was necessary just because of the unusual nature of the crisis, and also if you all have feedback for us, things you think we may be missing, or either now or on through the meeting or later on when you're thinking about it. We also obviously welcome that from you as you're our board.
So, David, could I offer a comment?
Absolutely. Sharon?
I did want to say that it's just really gratifying to hear the level of coordination and kind of strategic alliance that you have cultivated with this team of talented people. And I believe that commendations are certainly in order. And I especially appreciate that out of them, you heard so much about service and so much about the path forward to intensify and make ever more effective our efforts at equity and quality for all the students in Kentucky. So I really am compelled to say commendation, and it makes me very proud to be a Kentuckian.
Very good. Anyone else?
David, this is Albus. I could come in after each presentation and say a great job, but I didn't want to miss this opportunity to say I think it's been some outstanding work being done, and I want to congratulate all those folks who have put forth tireless efforts to get us to where we are in this very trying time. So congratulations to all of our leaders and all of our teachers on the ground, and bus drivers, and the whole bunch has just done an extraordinary job. So my hat go off to you.
Absolutely. Anyone else?
This is Lee. I just want to say what struck me as I was listening to all of these presentations was that it almost feels like this is what they thought was coming. They were prepared for it. But yet, when you see all the slides that were just presented, none of that information was available 2 months ago. It wasn't conceived, it wasn't thought about, but yet it's been generated in a very, very short period of time. And the same thing dealing with graduation and tests, and the complexity of this situation is really overwhelming, but I haven't sensed any overwhelmingness with the staff that you've got with you, Kevin, and to you and to all the others that Alvin and Sharon had mentioned. Congratulations. You've really, really gotten on top of this thing. Very proud of you.
Very good. Anyone else?
It's Lou.
Lou?
I'll add my thanks and kudos to the entire team and to Kevin, but I also wanted to mention, while we still have Tony, that the level of communication has been surprisingly good, and I think she's taken to heart this idea that you can't over communicate in a time of crisis, and it's been wonderful, very affirming to follow the communications from every platform, including social media. And a big thanks to Allison Sloan. She's quite the social media queen as well. So I appreciate that. And I have an opportunity to retweet you guys every day. So I'm just flying on your coattails. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. Anybody else? Real quickly, then we'll move on to the next item, which is agenda item number 9. Action. This is an action to waive certain Kentucky Board of Education regulatory requirements in response to the COVID-19 emergency. This is an action and discussion item. The Kentucky Department of Education Interim General Counsel Todd Allen will present information on certain KBE administrative regulations the Commissioner recommends be waived for the remainder of the 2019-2020 fiscal year as a result of the school closures. Todd.
Good morning, Chair Karam, and good morning to the rest of the KBE members. As you've heard, I can assure you that all of the offices in KDE are hard at work. They're very busy because ultimately their work becomes our work in the Office of Legal Services, as it's our job to provide them with legal support and advice throughout all of this. In working with each of the offices, our goal obviously was to identify areas where certain regulatory compliance or statutory compliance was either going to be impossible or greatly put a barrier on school districts, and provide them with the flexibility that they need to continue operations in order to get through this crisis. So in working with all of the offices across the department, we have identified 5 areas of administrative regulations so far that we're recommending that the board take action to waive, either the regulation entirely during this period of time, or a portion of the regulation as it imposes some type of deadline that the district just isn't able to get through at this point in time. So you do have a staff note posted to the KBE portal for your review, and I will take these step by step in those 5 kind of buckets that we have identified, and then take questions with each one that you all may have. The first area that we have identified is deadlines for districts to approve and to provide to the department their district calendars. 702 KAR 7140 sets forth deadlines for school districts to approve their calendar for the upcoming school year. That deadline is May 15th, and we believe that given the current uncertainty around when schools may remain closed to in-person classes, when it may be safe for students to come back into school buildings, right now school districts just really aren't sure of what their calendars may look like for the upcoming year. So we're recommending that the board waive that date and provide local school districts some additional time to adopt a school calendar for the upcoming year. Likewise, that same regulation in other areas provides a deadline for providing that calendar to the department, and it also provides deadlines for providing to the department any amended calendar for the current year. That is, if the local board needs to amend their calendar and refile it with the department. Again, because there's just uncertainty about how school may end this year, when school may start next year, we felt it appropriate to extend those deadlines out a little further to provide some flexibility to school districts. Therefore, we're recommending that the board take action to waive 702 KAR 7140 sections 11, 21, and 23. Those are the sections that contain the deadlines for the remainder of the 2019-2020 fiscal year, and to extend the deadlines that are set forth in those sections to June 30th, July 31st, and July 31st, respectively. If you have any questions, I'll pause there on that piece before we go on to the next one.
When do you want us to make our motions, Chair?
We're going to go through his, I will ask for a motion at the end of his total presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So if there aren't any questions on the school calendar piece, I'll move to the next piece, which is NTI applications. Again, you've heard a lot about NTI already this morning. That's the non-traditional instruction program. And typically the staff in Kelly Foster's office are receiving those applications and preparing them, working with school districts to approve those for the upcoming school year. The Regulation 701 KAR 5150, sections 2.3 and 3.4 provide that either new applications to be a new NTI district or amended applications for an NTI district have to be filed with the department 120 days prior to the first student attendance day. Because districts are obviously focused on other matters right now, and there is uncertainty about when this school year may end and the next school year will begin related to those calendar deadline changes, we also thought that it would be appropriate to change that 120 calendar day deadline to give districts some more time to get their NTI applications prepared and filed with the department for the upcoming school year. Our staff in Dr. Foster's office are committed to turning those around more quickly and have recommended that we extend that deadline out to June 15th, 2020. So therefore, the commissioner is recommending temporary waiver of the deadline in 701 KAR 5150, sections 2.3 and 3.4 as they apply to applications for the 2021 school year, and to extend the deadlines that are set forth in that regulation to June 15th, 2020. Again, I'll pause there to see if anyone has any questions.
Does anyone have a comment or question?
Okay. So the next item that we have identified through working with the offices throughout the department relates to assessment, accountability, and reporting. As you all know, the Kentucky Department of Education requested a waiver from the U.S. Department of Education for assessment, accountability, and reporting for the 1920 school year, and we've already received the waiver approval from the U.S. Department of Education. Rhonda alluded to that a little bit whenever she gave you an update from her office earlier. So likewise, to be consistent with the flexibility that we've received from the U.S. Department of Education, we're recommending temporary waiver of the board's regulations related to assessment, accountability, and reporting for the remainder of this school year. Those regulations are 703 KAR 5270, 703 KAR 5240, and 703 KAR 5140 as they apply to assessment, accountability, and reporting for 1920. Of course, as Rhonda mentioned to you, there won't be any testing for the remainder of this school year. And that means that the accountability that would normally be reported out in October of next school year will also be suspended. So just to be consistent with the flexibility that we received from the United States Department of Education, we're also recommending that the board take action to waive its own state regulations on those matters. Any questions about that?
Hearing no questions, Todd, could you, I need a motion to approve the recommendation, but I would like for you to phrase it in the way you feel the minutes need to have it reflected, because I don't have all those numbers
Sure.
jotted down on my notes. So
I have a few more areas to talk about, and then I can help frame up that motion. The next
good.
item that we have identified is the regulation related to All Stars preschool certification. The State Board of Education has a regulation in place regarding All Stars certification, which is required for all preschool certification or preschool programs. And that's where they go through a review process and receive a star rating. There are 5 stars, and they receive that rating. The regulation provides for a 3-year renewal process. So once a preschool program is awarded that rating, every 3 years they have to reapply with the department, go through that review process again, and be granted a new star rating. We do have some preschool programs that are currently in their 3-year renewal cycle, and because most of them are closed to any type of in-person services, are unable to go through the steps necessary to move forward with renewal. So our program area has recommended a temporary waiver of 704 KAR 3410 Section 5, and to allow the department to establish alternative renewal timelines for preschool program sites subject to renewal through July 31st, 2020. Any questions on that?
is there another one?
Yes, one more. It is also preschool related. 704 KAR 3410 is the state board regulation that sets forth all of the guidelines for state-funded preschool programs. In that regulation, there is a requirement that preschool teachers conduct at least 2 home visits per child per year. And given the orders on social distancing and what we know about individuals going into and out of homes from home to home, I believe Dr. Stack calls that the honeybee effect. We do not find that it's practical at this point in time that any teachers be going into homes to conduct home visits. So we are recommending temporary waiver of 704 KAR 3410 Section 65E and 73E for the remainder of the 2019-20 school year, so that teachers are not going into homes to conduct those home visits. Any questions on any of those recommended waivers?
Would you phrase it in a manner that you feel is required for the minutes, please?
Yes, sir. All of these recommendations are set forth in bold in the staff note that's been provided to all of the board members in advance. So I believe that if one of our board members moved to approve the waivers as set forth in the staff note, that would take care of this, because those are all spelled out in bold in writing in the staff note.
Awesome. May I please have a motion to approve these recommendations?
Mr. Chairman, Office Johnson, I make a motion that we approve the waivers as they are set forth in the documentation provided to us that Todd has just given us.
Having been properly moved, is there a second to the motion?
Patrice McCrary, I second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Yes, gladly. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth votes yes.
Mike Bowling. Alvis
Mike,
Johnson.
is Mike on mute?
He might be muted.
Hold on a
He is
second.
muted. There we go. Nope.
All right. Mike Bowling votes yes.
There we go. Okay, Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson votes yes.
David Karam.
Votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Cody Polly Johnson votes yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson. Sorry about that.
I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd. I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
Lou Young, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. The motion is adopted. The next item on the agenda, which is a discussion item, is discussion on suspension of certain statutory requirements in response to COVID-19 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-243. This is a review item, and Todd Allen, the Interim General Counsel, is handling that. Todd.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Again, related to the flexibility that we are attempting to provide to school districts during this time of emergency, this item is to update the board on suspension of certain statutes. The board just took action to waive its own regulations, which it certainly has the authority to do and is a much easier task. However, when we talk about suspending or waiving statutory requirements, that's typically much more difficult. However, in this situation, we were very fortunate. On March 18th, the governor entered Executive Order 2020-243, and that executive order, of course, encouraged all Kentucky citizens to take feasible measures to engage in appropriate social distancing, as recommended by the CDC and the Kentucky Department for Public Health. That executive order also ordered state agencies like the Department of Education to take steps to ensure appropriate social distancing, which may include the change of programs or ending certain programs that may even be required by statute. That executive order contained language that allowed agencies like the department to set forth a memo that suspends statutes that are necessary in order to ensure social distancing, subject to the approval of the cabinet secretary or the governor. So based on recommendations from our offices at the department, given feedback that they received from the field, we put together a memo to suspend temporarily 2 statutes that are in place, and they're specifically related to high school graduation, a topic that we've already talked about this morning. First of all, KRS 158-141 is the statute that requires all high school seniors to pass a civics test requirement in order to graduate. That's a 100-question test that is drawn from those set forth within the civics test administered by the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. Now, what we do know is that most high school seniors who are on track to graduate this spring have already taken and passed that test. But we do know that some students have not taken it. A small minority of students have not taken it and have not passed the test. An online option does exist that's provided through the University of Kentucky, and certain students can obviously continue to take that if they have a computer and internet access at home. But we do know that not all of our students have that at home. And we did not want this to be a barrier to a small group of students graduating. So therefore, the commissioner put together a memorandum, and we were very fortunate to have the Lieutenant Governor and Cabinet Secretary sign that very quickly, that pursuant to Executive Order 2020-243, the Commissioner temporarily suspended KRS 158-141 for students who meet all other requirements for high school graduation at the conclusion of the 1920 school year. So since all other state assessments have been suspended because students are not actually physically present in classrooms, we also needed to suspend this statute to allow those students to graduate who would have otherwise met all of the other graduation requirements. Now, Of course, students who are meeting those other graduation requirements are still receiving instruction or have received instruction related to the social studies standards. So just because there are a few students not taking the civics test doesn't mean that they haven't received social studies instruction throughout their high school career. The next statute that was suspended pursuant to the executive order was 158-142, Early High School Graduation Program Requirements. This statute allows students to graduate early from a Kentucky public high school and go on with a scholarship to attend a 2-year community college or 4-year post-secondary institution. The language is very specific in this statute, indicating that in order to graduate early, a student must have completed all of the requirements within 3 years of beginning high school. So for those students who are currently high school juniors, if they have to come back next year for any portion of the year, at that point in time, they would no longer qualify for this early graduation scholarship that they could later carry with them to a community college or a 4-year institution. The requirements set forth in the statute indicate that those students have to meet all of the ACT benchmarks for enrollment in or the ACT benchmarks that are established by the Council on Post-Secondary Education, and they also have to pass end-of-course assessments that are administered by the department. Of course, we have received that waiver once again from US Ed, so KDE is not administering any statewide testing this year. Schools are closed to in-person classes, so students aren't actually showing up in school buildings. And to indicate that these students would continue to have to show up to take the end-of-course assessment would be inconsistent with the social distancing and with the closure of school buildings, and to not allow the students to graduate because of their inability to take that end-of-course assessment would really harm them. Like I said, the current high school juniors would not be able to finish the early high school graduation program and move on with that scholarship. So therefore, again, pursuant to that authority that was granted to us in EO 2020-243, the Commissioner temporarily suspended KRS 158-142-3A for current high school juniors who indicated their intent to participate in the early high school graduation requirement or program prior to January 1, 2020, and who otherwise meet all the requirements set forth in the statute for early high school graduation for the 1920 year. These students still have to take and achieve the benchmark scores on the ACT as established by the Council on Post-Secondary Education and have previously been enrolled in the program, the early high school graduation program, to finish. But for that small group of students out there, we did not want them to be harmed and not be able to carry on with their plans to enroll in a post-secondary institution next year and take that scholarship with them. Again, thank you to Lieutenant Governor and Cabinet Secretary Coleman for quickly reviewing and approving the suspension of those statutes. Does anyone have any questions about that?
Hearing no, thank you very much, Todd. Hearing no questions, we'll move on to the 11th item on the agenda, which is good news items. There are several members of the board who have good news items to report. I'm reporting on the first one, which is that a shout out, I guess you would say, to David Couch and his staff from the Office of Education Technology for making the virtual meeting today to be possible and to work as efficiently as it has. And also to congratulate David and his staff for their support to schools and districts on that is really ensuring that that the learning for our students is continuing while, as they say in quotes, healthy and at home. So in past, when we were in front of people, we would have applause. So just imagine applause and thanks. And then we will go to the next good news item, which is from Cody Polly Johnson.
Hello. I have two items about non-traditional instruction. The first is Fleming County Schools have embraced NTI at all levels. Superintendent Brian Kreisman and the teachers and administrator of the district have focused all their attention on the three core elements of educate, feed, and support. They are providing instructional materials and formats that work best for each student, and by ensuring the teacher interaction with students by phone or digitally is key. They're delivering meals to the kids, 1,000 the day before spring break this week. And the district is also supporting parents and teachers by having a yes attitude to ensure that they do the best for their students, not just enough. My second good news has been reported from Floyd County. I spoke with Superintendent Danny Adkins. He told me they have 76% of their student populations on reduced lunch. And they have been preparing meals and delivering them via their bus route. And this past week on Monday, they prepared 2 days of meals. That was 17,820 meals that were delivered to over 5,000 kids. So that's a lot of lives that they've touched. Also, last week, they had 96% contact rate, either digitally or by phone with their students. So that's good news for Floyd and Fleming.
Thank you very much. Next is Holly Bloodworth. Holly.
Yes, hi. We've talked quite a bit about the feeding programs that are going on throughout the state. I know that in my own area here, Murray Callaway, there's all kinds of things going on. And we had Davies County, I wanted to kind of give them a shout out. They're feeding on a typical day 2,400 meals. That they get those together like in about an hour and a half, and even spring break is not stopping them in their quest to meet their motto of kids first for all JCPS families. There was an email from one of the parents, and I want to just read that because it really reminds us of what's going on in homes and to hear the voice of a family here. It says, Dr. Murphy, please tell all of your workers and people volunteering how much these meals mean to us. As you know, I have 5 kids and one scheduled to arrive on the 6th, if not sooner. My husband just got laid off from the factory he works at, and it's expensive feeding a family of 7. Plus, I'm terrified of the grocery right now. My kids love going through the drive-through at their school, and it brings them a smile when they open the sacks of the home feeding, and they get it's a sense of normalcy. Please share this message to let everyone involved know what a blessing it is for many people like my family. So it just reminds us of kind of the difficulties that people are going through and how our schools are reaching out and meeting these needs, these basic needs in so many ways. So just good news, just that celebrates those relationships that we have made with our families.
Thank you, Holly.
Mm-hmm.
Joanne Adams.
Hi, this is Joanne, and I want to take this opportunity to say a special thank you to all the Kentucky educators, administrators, and support staff, because this is an unprecedented time, and they have just done amazing work. I can't begin to imagine all of the work that has gone into this with our teachers. I've viewed that firsthand with my daughter, and these teachers are doing everything they can, and I appreciate that so much. But there's one county that had to jump into this really soon, and that was Harrison County. And they were the first to roll out the NTI in a very quick manner due to the COVID-19 epidemic. Harrison County made an extra effort to connect with their families and students virtually, and send instructional activities home with students, connect with parents, and share examples for how they might help their children with schoolwork. Harrison County Special Education and preschool staff have been rock stars. Having been impacted from the very beginning by the COVID-19 outbreak, the entire special education program has united to support the entire community. Director of Special Education, Brad Yearsley, has served as a mentor to all special education directors throughout the Central Kentucky Educational Cooperative region on how to implement specially designed instruction and related services, as well as just giving advance on day-to-day operations. Preschool Director Whitney Fowler also is an amazing example of how to implement preschool services during NTI. The school staff exhibits strong teamwork strategies of support, such as utilizing Zoom and Google Hangouts for specially designed instruction and related services. We salute Harrison County's special education program for their steadfast commitment to meet the needs of students with disabilities.
Thank you, Joanne, very much. Patrice McCray.
I love hearing how the people in the Commonwealth of Kentucky are stepping up to the challenge of helping get through this pandemic, the issues that we're facing. And I have the honor and the privilege of highlighting our career and technical education services. We have 53 centers across the Commonwealth, and they have certainly stepped up to the challenge during this time. They're a major part of Team Kentucky. They followed in that spirit. They're doing their part, and they're supporting in very material ways. They've been valuable in providing personal protective equipment, PPE. They specifically, our state's area technology centers, our ATCs, have donated the following items, and I'm going to give you some specific numbers that I find just on the overwhelming side. 6,337 N95 masks, 60 N95 cartridges, 623 face shields, 1,462 boxes of 100 exam gloves, 1,902 gowns, 960 boxes of surgical masks, and in the near future, they will begin making face shields to be provided. Some of the additional donated items include shoe and hair covers, safety glasses, rubbing alcohol, disinfecting wipes, universal precaution kits, and that includes gowns and gloves and masks, face shields, shoe covers, and temperature probe covers. All of these donated items come from secondary health service programs who utilize those PPE and supplies to teach and to train our future generations. So they've stepped up and they've turned those in so that our healthcare providers can be safer. And in addition to the ATCs, there are many other health sciences programs from high schools and district-oriented technical centers that we need to give a shout out to as well for doing their part in donating thousands of PPE and their supplies from their local programs. Family and consumer science teachers and their students have been very hard at work sewing masks for donations. And as of April 1st, almost 1,200 masks had been personally made and donated to local hospitals, nursing homes, pediatric dentistry, and family physician offices. And in addition to all of that, which is absolutely phenomenal anyway, members of Kentucky State Executive Council for the Technology Student Association, the TSA, created an online store where they are selling their TSA branded items. And all of these can be purchased, and the proceeds from those online sales are being donated to the Team Kentucky Fund. What an amazing amount of pride we should have in all of these fellow Kentuckians who are stepping up to the challenge at this time. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share that good news.
Thanks, Patrice, very much. And shout out and thanks to across the state. And this is one of the reasons why when we kind of reorganized the meeting structure that we wanted to reinsert the good news items. I think it is terribly important for the people, the viewers and the people across the Commonwealth to understand the good news that is going across the state. And while these highlight specifics, they also point out in reality that these kinds of good news items are going across 120 counties in our Commonwealth. So thanks again for the good news items. That takes us then to agenda item number 12, which is the Jefferson County Public School update. Superintendent Marty Polio is here to give a presentation. So, Marty.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair. How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Great.
And you,
great.
Marty? And Marty told me I could call him Marty, so.
Please do. Please do. Glad to be here with you today. I know this is a little different than usual. We've tried to do our own. We did successfully do our first board meeting virtually, and so I'm sure we'll continue on with that in the future. So thank you for having me today. I'm not sure if the PowerPoint is accessible for you all, if you're able to see that or not. Are we able to put that up? I was told that would be posted. I don't know. Hopefully you have access.
Brad's going to put that up right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll go ahead and get started. I did want, before I get into the PowerPoint, I've been listening and following along, and I wanted to talk a little bit about Jefferson County Public Schools NTI plan and how we have unrolled it over the past few weeks. And just to let you know, I've been on Zoom calls, conference calls with we're a part of the county schools, which is the top 76 school districts in America by enrollment, which JCPS is one of those. And nearly every superintendent in large districts is struggling with how to implement a virtual type instruction program to a large number of students. So for us, that's about 98,000 students across 5 schools, knowing that we also have a large digital divide, or the opportunity gap, where we have a great number of students who don't have access to devices or to connectivity. And so we've been working extremely hard over the past couple of weeks to make sure that we've implemented this. We obviously never thought that JCPS would be in a situation of implementing NTI, which, as many of you probably know, was that legislation was passed to support mostly rural districts who have a great number throughout the year. So large districts were really never thinking about implementing this, but we knew we had to build a platform, which we think we built one of the best platforms for NTI for our students. We also know we had to make sure that we had access to paper copies for students, and like most districts, we're struggling with how to get those to students and how to get them back in the current situation now. So we are working through that to make sure that students have access to that. And then we wanted to be innovative in our approach as well. So getting Chromebooks out. We went into our schools, took Chromebooks. We've sent nearly 20,000 Chromebooks to students who had no access to a device in their home. And so really targeting our at-risk population and making sure we get those Chromebooks out. We are in the process of getting 6,000 hotspots out to our ECE students, our special education students, so we can continue to provide those important services that kids need for those that don't have that connectivity. And I would like to say that I think that is an important job as educators across and I've encouraged our legislators to take this on. And I think this is whether it's urban or rural school districts, I think we would all agree that we have a real digital divide, and that really signifies the opportunity gap and forward that we are receiving. I think it's important that we look for ways to bridge that divide and get that connectivity and internet access to kids, because we believe the platform that we have built will improve us as a district so that we can provide now interventions virtually. We are thinking about, because we're going to really have to meet the needs of our kids when we come back and are able to gather again, how are we going to bring our students forward who have fallen behind as a result of this? We know NTI, we're working hard, but it never will replace face-to-face instruction. And so we're even thinking about virtual summer school. How could we bring 20 to 50,000 kids with virtual summer school by bridging this divide? I think it's important that we tackle that. And then finally, what our district has done with meals, as I've heard many of you talk about throughout this state. I think every district in the state is tackling this. We have now served over 300,000 meals to students in JCPS, and yesterday alone served 48,000 nearly 48,000 meals to JCPS students and families. So like many other districts, we're taking on this work. We never planned to tackle NTI, but it's what we're doing. And so as I transition into our corrective action plan, one of the challenges for us is clearly to tackle all of the issues we are facing right now in the coronavirus crisis, while at the same time making sure we move forward on our major plans for change in JCPS that is directly related to the corrective action plan. So as we get into the corrective action plan, and I hope you have access to this presentation. I don't know if we have this or not. Kelly, do you know if that's up?
Yes, they have it.
Good. Okay. I can talk through it just as long as they have access. So as you see, we are getting near the end of our agreement with KDE, and really me presenting to the Kentucky board. As you can see, we really, per our agreement, we've gone through each of the 10 areas of the corrective action plan once, and now we are almost through round 2. So today we'll be talking about planning and finance at the district level. In June, we will wrap up with finance at the school level and safe crisis management, and that will take us through 2 full reports to the Kentucky board for all of 10 items. And then, as we know, in the fall, we will be embarking on this second audit that was per the agreement. And I think we are very proud of the progress we have made here, and actually are really excited about having KDE come in and conduct this audit to see the growth. And candidly, they've been with us the entire time. So we've been very thankful for the guidance of KDE and the improvements that's been made in each of these 10 areas. We still have work to do, and it is challenging knowing that we can't group together right now. And so we're hoping, obviously, that we are able to do that as soon as possible, like everybody else is. If you look at our status update of our actions, we are now at 96% of the actions that were identified as established, which is what we want. And so we're very proud of that 96%. We still, have about 12 items that we need to turn to green. We're confident that we are right there. A few end-of-year things that we need to wrap up. Obviously, this makes it a little more challenging, but we know we'll get there as well, and we should be at 100% by the next time we come together in June. And let's all cross our fingers that we're doing that in person. But either way, we will be presenting to you in June, and I believe we'll be at 100%. And then the next slide, as you can see, is just a progress of each of the areas over the 18, 19 months that we've been doing this together. And you can see the growth in each and every area. And we're very proud of that work that's taken place. So I'd specifically like to go into 2 areas for today. So first of all, with planning. And planning has several components to it. But planning is really around having a consistent implementation of an instructional vision across our entire district. So when KDE audited our district, in the spring of 2017, it was identified, and this is very aligned with instructional management, that there was not this instructional vision across the entire district. There was no communication about this implementation and vision. There were pockets of excellence that were taking place, and we really weren't aligned to support that. And so we have been working to make sure that, yes, we want clear instructional vision that everyone can speak to. There are systems of instruction at every single school, and that there are ways to monitor, support, and provide oversight. And so we have done and really aligned the work of our assistant superintendents and the support of their teams to make sure this is happening. And then that next bullet, you see collaborative calibration visits and then comprehensive system reviews. What we wanted in our district was to have formative type check-ins where teams go to schools and monitor the systems twice a year. And then we have what's called a comprehensive system review, which we learned from other large districts, which is essentially our own internal audit teams going into schools every other year and providing that audit of the systems to make sure that they are happening. We believe that we are implementing a system with this and this oversight and also support. I think they go hand in hand. That will be a model nationally. And so we just finished year one in that, and we'll move into year two next year monitoring that. And that has been a huge part of that. And then we have what are called vital signs at every level, which is essentially a commitment to data and data monitoring, and a process where we look at 10 to 12 of our main data points to see where we are, how we compared to last year, and how we're moving. And these are the ways that we ensure that we are monitoring 155 schools for implementation and success. And then we're constantly looking at our map data. And so as you go to the next slide, another important part of planning that I wanted to update that was a part of the audit was student assignment. We were challenged to update our student assignment, after careful review, we've hired a consultant. We've had a committee that has worked a task force since October of 2017 to help us look at it. And we have just found some major problems in our student assignment plan that haven't changed for decades. And we know it is time to make major change. And so, clearly the coronavirus crisis has caused a challenge as far as moving this work forward, but we are not stopping on it. This is a part of dealing with the urgent, which is the coronavirus crisis, while still focusing on this important work, which is changing our student assignment plan to support all of our students. As you go to the next slide, this committee, and we are working with a consultant right now who is designing this work for us. And you will see as we go right now, we have every single family within our county who has a right to go to this and has the choice to go to a school closest to their home, with one exception, and that being students in West Louisville, which has been called our satellite areas, and it's been that way since 1984. And so those families are not getting choice in where they want to go to school, even though that's been a main tenet of our student assignment plan for many years. And this is going to be a major change for us. But we have really looked at some of the problems in our feeder patterns, where students are forced to go to, for middle school, to a far east end school, and then they have to go to high school to a far south end school, and they have no choice. And we really have to make sure that we provide those choices for our families, and that we also make sure we provide great facilities, great supports for those schools as well. We're going to develop new interest-based magnets. One of the ones that will be coming in front of our board is an elementary school that will be in West Louisville, that will be for a magnet that is 100% for students who want music education. Students will get 250 hours of music education a year, every single day, every student. And we're going to increase those interest-based magnets to one per year. We're going to establish diversity targets in our magnet schools to make sure that all students have choice for that. We're looking at centralized lottery process for our magnet schools, and then eliminate school-initiated magnet exits were all the recommendations. And then you can see on our next slide, this is just a visual of the county in Jefferson County. When I talked about dual resides, most people don't understand specifically what that means. And if you look towards West Louisville, which is where all the little boxes of colors are, each of those boxes signifies a satellite area for students in that area. So if you look towards, I'll just pull one out, the bright yellow there, which is Eastern High School. Students who reside in that neighborhood where that yellow is and those blocks, those students have no choice but, if they're not accepted into a magnet, but to get on a bus and go to Eastern High School. And if you look to the far right of the slide there, Eastern High School is in the far eastern part of the county, and that constitutes about 22 miles away from home. And so a dual resides means those students, and we are looking at, instead of having it chopped up into little blocks, maybe having larger census tracts there, but a student would still have the choice to go to Eastern High School, but they would also have the choice to stay close to home. And so that's a major change for us, but we are working significantly to improve opportunity for family engagement, student engagement, and at least to give every student in our community the option to go close to home if they so choose. So there's a lot more to that student assignment. I know I could probably talk for hours, but I don't want to talk too long, but just know that we are committed to doing that difficult work that has not been done in JCPS for decades, which is exploring this student assignment and making it better for our students, and especially our high-risk students that need intensive supports. We want to make sure we do in that, because right now I don't believe the student assignment plan is supporting our students. And so some of the summary, quickly, evidence there, I talked about our collaborative calibration visits and our comprehensive system reviews. These are all evidence that we have in there, our vital sign checks. And then quickly, just some improvements I want to show. I'll flip through these pretty quickly, but as I've talked about before, our backpack of success skills. On the next slide, you can see the amount of artifacts that have been collected. We continue to do this. Obviously, this we were going into the season where students were defending their readiness for the next level. So our 5th graders, 8th graders, and 12th graders were all standing in front of a committee, presenting their readiness in each of our success skills. The coronavirus crisis has caused this a little bit of a hiccup in the process, obviously. But the great news is we have schools who are still having students present this virtually, and we're very proud of that. And then you can see students that were meeting MAP goals. The next slide, this was winter to winter. We continue to monitor this and see improvement in our students in most of our areas. But we do know that although K-Prep is obviously being canceled for this year, this will be something that we will have to monitor closely, because unfortunately, I hope I'm wrong, we have the potential of not seeing kids face to face from March 15th to August 15th. And that could be an issue for us and every district in this state. This is not just for JCPS and this nation, but being very intentional about how we provide supports to students in reading and math and all of our content areas moving forward. One of the areas that we're seeing incredible progress is transition readiness. And the next slide shows the percent of our seniors that were transition ready. Once again, another issue moving forward. We're not able to give the certification assessments and those type of things. But you could see winter, we were already surpassing where we were at the end of the year, 18-19. And if you see that gain from winter 18 to the end of year 18, it was about a 16% jump. And we were anticipating that same 16-17% jump. So we were feeling at the end of this year we would be at about 70% transition readiness, and that's a credit to our Academies of Louisville model, which is getting more and more students every day transition ready. But the great news is we're seeing juniors already there, and we know that bar is just going to continue to climb for us. So we're very proud of that. And then finally, in finance, I just wanted to touch on finance. We have been very successful in this part of it, finance at the district level, and making sure that we have opportunities for board and public review of all of our revenue, budget reviews by SBDM councils, which hadn't happened in all 155 schools. Now it is, and compliance at every site. And so we're having more board work sessions, public meetings. We're monitoring our SBDM councils and then providing targeted support for professional development. One thing I wanted, so I hit on student assignment, one of the finance recommendations in the audit of 2017, and I just wanted to highlight this on the next slide. In the audit, it identified JCPS for not taking the 4% increase for 3 consecutive years from about 2011, 2012, 2013, and being one of the few districts in the state who has never explored a nickel tax. And going back, we could not even find in this district over multiple decades, at least 3 decades, where there had even been a formal discussion of exploring any type of additional tax to support our students. And then what has led to is a prime example of this is having our facilities that are in disrepair, our infrastructure falling apart, and $1.2 billion in need that is not being met. You can see some of it, some of the things that we found. JCPS has one of the lowest real estate tax rates in all of our area. And most people would not say that about Jefferson County, but we are much lower than many others. We know that Fayette County, for example, has had multiple nickel taxes over the years, and they continue to build brand new facilities to support their students. So I only say that to provide kudos to them for building 8 to 10 new schools in the past decade when JCPS has only built 1. And so we have to change that. But we know, obviously, dealing with our crisis today, that we're looking at that now a little bit differently. But we're still moving down that road of exploring how we do this when we have as much, if not more, need for students. When we look at homeless population, English language learners, special education students, that we have got to find ways to meet those needs. And we should not be a district that has the lowest tax rate, one of the lowest in our area. And so we continue to explore that. We'll continue to explore that in the future. And at some point, we will be making a recommendation to our board that we are going to have to take the step to do that. And then also, I think it's important to note, by not taking the 4% each of those years, JCPS at this point has lost well over $300 million in revenue in those 9 years. And in a 10-year period, or in 5 years from now, it'll be about $680 million that we will not have provided to our students. So we just wanted to let you know that we are digging deep into this issue, and really that it is a difficult one. And obviously there will always be a lot of pushback when we do this, but my number one commitment is to the students of JCPS, as our board is, and we need to take the actions that are needed to support our kids and put them in the best facilities and provide them with the best support. And so just finally, summary of evidence. We've just the amount of checks that we've done, the audits that we've done of our schools when it comes to finance. And we are seeing much improved outcomes for our from our schools. As you can see there, I won't read those, but really intense oversight in this process to make sure that we are being successful in the work that we have done. And it's interesting, a part of this audit was having business continuity plans in all of our areas if there is a crisis. And so we developed all of those. We weren't anticipating that we would use those so quickly, but we have implemented those plans through this crisis that we are in right now. So it has been a benefit for us. And then, as you can see, there's some data on the final slide, really around audits and how we've improved this process so that we know that our schools are following state law and policies and that we are providing that oversight. So that's a lot of information. But, once again, I want to say we are doing that urgent work of supporting our kids in this crisis right now, but we are not taking our eye off of the ball, which is moving this district forward and making sure that we improve when it comes to the corrective action plan, so we're successful in the fall, and that we also do those tough things that are going to improve our district long-term that have not been tackled for many years, like student assignment and increased revenue. So that's my presentation for today. I'd be happy to take any questions that you have about what I've presented.
Thank you, Marty. This is really just a review item only, and I would suggest that if people do have questions, probably the way to address that would be to talk to Dr. Kelly Foster at some point in the future. But this was review only, and we appreciate it. Appreciate your time, Marty. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Polio.
Thank you.
Good job.
The next item on the agenda, item number 13, is the legislative and budget update. Robin Kenny and Charles Harmon will be addressing this, as well as Tracy Goff-Herman on the legislative components of it. So I will turn the meeting over to Robin and group.
Thank you, Chair Karam. I think Tracy is going to kick us off with the legislative update, so I'm going to defer to her first, and then Charlie and I will follow up with budget news.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. This is Tracy. First and foremost, the legislature has continued to meet during the pandemic. They have altered their session calendar somewhat to do social distancing and do some other things. They have used 51 of their 60 legislative days to date. They are reconvening on Monday. They will have 2 statutory committee meetings in Government Contract Review and ours, the Administrative Regulation Review Subcommittee, and both chambers will meet. They're also scheduled to meet the 14th and 15th. The last veto day for this session is on Monday, so by Tuesday they will have in possession whatever the governor is going to recommend back about the budget, which is in his possession at the moment. A couple of things that are going to happen. The legislature has not been allowing the public in to witness the meetings, trying to control some of the number of people into the annex. They are continuing to stream their meetings online, most of their meetings online. So there's still an opportunity to at least watch what the legislature is doing during this time. You have a list in the media portal, as well as I think Ms. Fields is going to bring up the list of legislation that's been signed into law to date. And this is through Tuesday evening, what the governor has signed off on, so forth. And we'll just go ahead and kick that off, and I'll start going through some of the bills that have been signed into law already. Starting with the Senate and looking at Senate Bill 8. This is the amendment to last year's School Safety and Resiliency Act. There's a couple of big changes that I think that probably most people would be most concerned or interested in. One, this legislation amends and changes it so that it requires school resource officers to carry and be armed with a firearm. It also updates the goals about school counselors. But I think the important part of that, and we'll go over this more when they go over the budget, is that there is an additional amount of funding provided for school counselors for 1 year. The budget that was enacted is for only 1 year. It's for the next school year for us, next fiscal year. So they'll have to come back and probably do obviously either a special session, or they'll have to come back and address it in the non-budget session. And I'm not sure which way that will go at this moment. There was $7.4 million added for counselors in the next budget year. And then the other piece that was added to this, but it's also in the budget rather than in Senate Bill 8, are the funds for facility improvements. They included $18.2 million for the facility upgrades that were required in Senate Bill 1 from last year. Those are kind of the big highlights for the school safety update for what they did during session. This second bill, we'll go ahead and hit on just a little bit of Senate Bill 42. It requires that if a school issues a badge or an ID for middle or high school students, that they have to have 3 national hotline numbers included on the badge. This is also required for post-secondary institutions that issue a badge. They have to include domestic violence, sexual assault, and a suicide prevention hotline number on the school badges. Moving forward with other pieces of legislation that's already been enacted and put into law, Senate Bill 45 makes changes to legislation that was passed last year that required water bottle filling stations to be included in district facility plans. So what this legislation has done is it's amended that process somewhat, which should be some relief to districts. And it's not just for all construction, including renovations and any updates to buildings. It's just now for new construction. So that should alleviate some of the burden on districts moving forward. Senate Bill 56 raises the minimum age of purchase for tobacco and related products from 18 to 21. Senate Bill 57 amends a statute that was put in place during the 2019 session also. Oh, I'm sorry, I went out of order. The water bottle filling station bill is 57. So I've already covered that one. Said the wrong number, sorry. Senate Bill 63 permits a local board to establish a virtual high school program for students who have already dropped out and are over the age of 21. Senate Bill 72 requires the Department for Public Health to provide information and documentation and educational materials to teachers and other groups on female genital mutilation. Looking at Senate Bill 79, this updates the definition for administrative findings of child abuse and neglect. It also does keep, though it was amended to remove this provision at first, but it is back in the bill and in the law. It maintains the requirement that a classified or certified employee of a school district self-report any substantiated finding on themselves to the superintendent. Senate Bill 82 creates a new Kentucky Eating Disorder Council, and it does create a membership that includes the Commissioner of Education. Senate Bill 101 requires CPE to facilitate the development and implementation of the statewide standardized articulation agreement. Senate Bill 102 is CHFS, is the Cabinet for Health and Family Services cleanup bill. This group already exists, the Intellectual Disability and Other Developmental Disabilities Commission. This commission, though, does expand the membership to include the Commissioner of Education. Senate Bill 134 establishes a new optometry scholarship program for Kentucky students. KIA will administer the program. And then we come across 2 bills that are have the legislature's put in place to provide COVID relief. And the first bill is Senate Bill 150, and it really provides emergency relief provisions for businesses and for unemployment insurance and for a lot of the issues that the Lieutenant Governor was addressing earlier. It also addresses the open meetings records, open meetings and open records provisions that have to be applied to under this particular emergency. And it also allows us to move forward with having online meetings as we are doing today. The other COVID relief bill that the legislature passed is Senate Bill 177. And this is the legislation that you all are probably most familiar with and have heard the most about, because this is really dedicated to just providing relief for public school districts. It establishes the use of NTI. It requires the department to provide a report to the Interim Joint Committee on Education about how NTI was implemented and what that looked like for meeting the emergency provisions that were provided to districts for instructional hours met. It encourages the department to seek waivers for the school nutrition program and for accountability assessment provisions that are waived by the U.S. Department of Education and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We've already done those things. And as you know, many of the other provisions in this were addressed in the Tuesday webcast that the department put on for finance officers and district superintendents about emergency provisions, average daily attendance, and how all of those things will be calculated moving forward. For Senate Bill 193, the General Assembly had already established in statute goals for increasing the number and percentage of participation among groups among many different academic areas. This expands the goals for looking at and getting more underrepresented groups taking computer science classes This also requires the department to provide a report back to the General Assembly about what that looks like and what those numbers look like by the end of the year. Moving to House bills, we don't have nearly as many House bills that have been enacted as to this point. House Bill 214 establishes a new veterinary contract spaces program. KIA will also administer this for students who want to get into veterinary schools outside of the state, obviously. House Bill 266 expands also a statute that was created last year, but for a military family who is coming back into the state, they can pre-enroll their child if they have a residency under construction in the state. So that it would allow someone who doesn't actually reside in that district to go ahead and pre-enroll their child and to require the district to include that child's attendance in their ADA calculation. House Bill 312 requires the department to review and look at its protocols in place for student records transfers, especially as they relate to foster children. The one provision in this bill that we really like that was updated and expanded upon what really should be best practice, and it requires a foster child state agency caseworker to contact the district that the child is going to be enrolled in. So if the child is moved from one foster care setting to another, the foster care placement or caseworker must contact the new district to let them know that the child is coming. It also recommends that they should probably accompany the child or give more information once the child is being enrolled in the new school. It also requires the department to provide yet another report about how we could improve any of the Kentucky Student Information System data processes and protocols for transferring records between districts. So we'll be looking at that before the end of the year as well. House Bill 33 is an expansion of definitions for qualified educational expenses. House Bill 366 is the Eastern Kentucky University Model School legislation. It sets forth the provisions for how the school should be administered and overseen by the Eastern Kentucky University and its Board of Regents. It also allows for the district that EKU resides in, Madison County, to still include those kids in its count for average daily attendance for SEEK provisions. Now, those are the bills that were signed into law through Tuesday evening, but yesterday the governor signed 3 additional bills into law. And those include Senate Bill 249, which includes the amortization period to be extended from 24 to 30 years for KERS, for non-hazardous retirement. And then he also signed into law House Bill 308, which is the annual bill for, or the biannual bill usually, for claims against the state, making sure we've paid all of our outstanding bills. And then for House Bill 484, which transfers the administration of the county employee retirement system into its own independent oversight and its own board out from under the Kentucky Retirement Systems Board of Trustees. What is still pending, though, there's a lot of other legislation that's out there. Currently, the governor does have all of the budget bills in his possession, and he has until Monday night at midnight to either sign off on them, let them pass into law without his signature, or as they are budget provisions, he does have the line item veto that he can make changes to some of the budget bills. House Bill 352 is, of course, the executive branch budget, but he also has the legislative, the judicial budget. He also has the revenue bill, House Bill 351. He also has the transportation bill and the road plan. So all of those have to be decided on before Monday midnight. Obviously, a lot of the legislation that's passed so far aren't absolutely the big elementary and secondary education bills that were discussed or looked at this session. These are all most of these are fairly peripheral, or things that students or districts will want to know about, but not necessarily things that they have to be completely actionable about, except for the COVID relief bills. But there's still a lot of legislation that's sitting over there in a variety of phases of where that it could get to be passed out. And of course, as we know, in the last couple of days of session, they very often take legislation and make it something new. So if there's a bill that didn't move through a committee or move something, it could end up in a free conference committee or be added as another provision to another bill and retitled and sent forward. So it's exciting or dangerous, whichever way you would like to look at that. But still in the legislature, we've got Senate Bill 158, which requires a fairly large update to the accountability system once again, not to mention changes to turnaround and how that the department would move forward. That's still pending. Senate Bill 156 for career and technical education, which would require ATCs to move to local control. That really didn't move in the House, but there's a new floor amendment from the Senate on a House bill that's pending in the Senate that would make some of those provisions more clear for how that would move forward. And we'll have to see if that floor amendment is actually called up on another bill when they resume activity on Monday. The prohibition about corporal punishment, House Bill 22 is still pending, and it's made it a far way through. House Bill 488 and its companion bill, Senate Bill 214, the early literacy bills, have both not made it out of their chambers. There was a hearing where that it was discussed in the Senate, but it was for discussion only, so we were able to present, Dr. Ellis presented on some of the components of what has been discussed the last couple of years about early literacy and how that's unfolded. So it was at least a good educational opportunity for the members of the Senate Education Committee to hear about what's happened and why this is an important issue. Two KDE bills, House Bill 458, which are the updates to the home and hospital provisions. That's made it all the way through almost. So we're hopeful that might get some last minute push out the door to the governor's office to be signed off on. Also, Senate Bill 174, the Educational Professional Standards Board, they had a couple of changes that they wanted to update. One was to now allow national board certified teachers the certification to qualify a teacher for rank 2, and it also removes the specialized assessment for principal certification. So they just do the other assessment that's provided for in the regulation that's associated with the statute. Those are kind of some of the key highlights of where we are right now, but there's also a tremendous amount of activity that's happened at the federal level with legislation and also with executive orders. Obviously, we've seen many of the executive orders that Governor Beshear has put forward to provide relief and to address emergency provisions related to schools and businesses and others throughout the state related to the coronavirus, the COVID-19. But also there's been obviously several at the federal level, and these have all happened very quickly in the last 3 or 4 weeks, where we've seen now 4 executive orders from President Trump to address this, and not only that, but the proclamation and declaration for a national emergency, which puts the power in the hands of HHS, Health and Services at the federal level to oversee the medical provisions for this. But it also, of course, activates FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and their role in providing relief and looking out for how this will be managed through the states from the federal level. There's also 3 very large pieces of legislation, and I know that Ms. Kinney and Mr. Harmon will go over the one that provides the education relief for districts and for states. But there's first the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response. This is the Supplemental Appropriations Act. This is $8.3 billion that was designated to federal agencies to be able to roll out supports and provisions to help states and their affiliated agencies and programs to deliver relief related to COVID-19. We also had Families First Coronavirus Response Act. This is a $3.47 billion piece of legislation, and this is really expanding food assistance and unemployment benefits and increases Medicaid funding. So it addresses a whole other component and group of provisions for rolling out to states. And then probably the one that we are, of course, most interested in is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or the CARES Act. That's a $2 trillion package that is quite extensive. But the 2 big things that it includes for us is the Education Stabilization Fund, and then, of course, the Governor's Emergency Relief Fund. And we've got some information from the Congressional Research Service that we've already listed out about how much money Kentucky may be able to get. Other organizations have calculated those numbers a little differently, but it's all in a close same ballpark for how much Kentucky may get overall for relief for both of those funds. But as that moves forward, we're going to be having a lot more information from the federal government and the agencies, specifically the U.S. Department of Education, about any additional relief. I know
Ms. McCrary asked earlier about IDEA. They've put out frequently asked questions and documentation and other things, and trying to encourage online learning and experiences as we can, but we obviously know there's a lot of big questions still outstanding about what that might look like and what we have to do on the back end after we hopefully get through this crisis sooner rather than later. One thing that we normally do, or we've done previously, is we provide a complete list of all the legislation that has passed and what that means for local districts and students and parents, and we provide that to the board once the session is over with. They do have to adjourn by April 15th. And then there's a 10-day veto period after that. We'll see the Attorney General issue his order to say how and when the effective date is, but it probably will be July 15th unless there's an emergency provision. So we'll be looking at all of that, and then we'll be looking at what exactly has to be implemented both by the department and by local districts. In terms of just the state legislation, not to mention what all we've been having to do related to providing output and support to districts related to COVID relief. That's kind of the big overview. I think Robin and Charlie will be going over the specifics in the budget bill, which we hope to see shortly from the governor. And they'll be able to provide a lot more detail also about the CARE Act and where we stand currently with funding.
Thank you, Tracy. Robin? Charlie?
Okay. We're going to start our presentation today. I'm going to have Charlie actually share information about the executive branch budget. We'll all have to practice saying an annual budget rather than a biennial budget. I keep tripping on that regularly, but we'll get there. We'll have Charlie go through the first slides, and then we felt like we did want to share with you a little bit about the CARES Act, which Tracy has talked about, because really what we're trying to do at this point, anytime we're in a budget year, of course, there's a level of uncertainty. It's just been completely heightened by the extra uncertainty of the coronavirus. So our goal is always to inform districts of resources that they have available, and that includes funding that comes from our state budget. And then we've been talking with them. We had a webcast with them earlier this week to talk to them about other potential funding resources that we see on the horizon. As we know, districts are starting to put together their working budgets for next year. And so it's really important that we try to give them as much expectation of what dollars are going to look like as we can. So I'm going to, at this time, turn it over to Charlie Harmon, our budget director. And Charlie, if you'll kind of walk through some of the highlights of the fiscal year 21 executive branch budget.
Thank you, Robin. I'm going to share my screen. Hope everyone can see that.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, so I will start talking about some of the provisions in House Bill 352. Of course, as Robin mentioned, it's a one-year budget, the first time I've seen that in my career. And of course, it's subject to veto. And of course, the governor has the ability to veto the budget bill either in total or by line item. Another key provision is some of the things that are going on. We are in communications with the Department of Revenue on property assessments. These are, there's been some documents released from the Finance Administration Cabinet, Department of Revenue, about how property valuation administrators are going to work on a delay of implementing their timetable for submitting property values from districts to the Department of Revenue. So this may cause a little slowdown in districts on their local tax collections. Also, there's the provision in the House Bill 352 that keeps the SEEK per pupil rate at $4,000 per student. Once again, that's the exact same number that we are at today, so there's no reduction in that. As well, a negative thing that is in the budget bill is in House Bill 200, it says that this fiscal year that seek excess shall lapse to seek transportation, and House Bill 352 amends that and has that lapse to the state general fund for other state needs. Usually we don't have a significant number there, but this year that number is around $85 million. So that was a tremendous loss for seek transportation. Here's a chart that we see a lot from our team. It shows the current year and then the 2 out years, but what's unusual is you see a bunch of zeros in fiscal year 22. So you can see that general funds remain about the same, restricted funds remain about the same, and federal funds remain about the same. Of course, these are statewide. The department keeps, less than 1/3 of these funds in Frankfurt for work. So, 5.1 billion and some change usually end up going to the districts. Seek base, of course, as I said, remains the same at $4,000 per student, but there were some pretty interesting changes in how the Seek nickel language was handled. There was a provision in the bill that limits districts from having equalized nickels of more than 15 cents. So that means you can only have 3 nickels in your district that are equalized by the state. So that's something that impacts, I think just a few districts had that, more than that. Another interesting piece was for recallable nickels. This has kind of been the practice that if you were in the previous budget bill, you were equalized at 25%. And then if you, in this budget bill, you would be equalized at 100%, which is really good for the recallable nickel. And then the new districts that are in this budget are going to be equalized at 25% as well. And there is some guiding language in there that anticipates they would be equalized at 100% in the next budget that's passed. That language, those 2 pieces on the recallable are pretty standard language as we speak. Something that's new is the original growth nickel, and I can't remember the year that those were in effect, but those nickels were not equalized in the past. So this is a small bonus for school districts. I think it was around 20 districts who were affected, and they're going to get equalized now. So that'll probably be in the neighborhood of an extra $4 million for those 20 districts, which is a nice bump for them for their facility side. Treated similarly was the equalized facility funding nickel. That nickel had not previously been equalized as well, and there's about 5 or 6 districts who qualified for that, and they're also going to get 25% equalization. Once again, that is new language too. They had not previously been equalized. This is something Tracy touched on a moment ago. This is a provision of the budget bill that relates to Senate Bill 1, 2019, the School Safety and Resiliency Act. This number, 7.4 million, was a new number. It had previously been 14 throughout the process, but 7 million is 7 million more than we had in the past. So this is a positive. There's language in the bill that says the Kentucky Center for School Safety, Mr. John Akers and his team, and the state security marshal, Mr. Wilcox and his team, will develop criteria for how districts receive this funding. There's also a provision that says that the districts, when they receive this funding, they must utilize their Medicaid funding as well, that the distribution of these funds shall be equitable and balanced statewide, and that any other criteria can be used to support a trauma-informed approach in school districts for these funds. So that's another 7 million. If you do the math, that's around 46,000 per district. We're yet to know how the Kentucky Center for School Safety group, their board of directors, will choose to distribute that money, but they've been pretty fair and respectable in how they've distributed their other school safety money. So we've got confidence in how that will go. Back to something that we're more closely aligned to here in the department. As you know, we've got what we call the Learning and Results Services, the LARS grant-funded programs. Once again, these are all state dollars, and you can see the list under the first major bullet of the funding that was provided and the amount in House Bill 352. So there's a couple of new groups in here, and most of these would be familiar though. So new to us was the Kentucky Alliance for Boys and Girls Clubs, and the Jobs for America's Grads is new recently. I think maybe back in the early 2000s, the department had funding for them as well. In general, for the remainder of those funded programs, ESS, Friskies, Gifted and Talented, Preschool, Read to Achieve, Safe Schools, all those were funded at the same rate they are today. So that's good. One thing I'll note about preschool is, although that's the same funding that we have in House Bill 200, there is not an earmark for the preschool partnership grants that went out for some districts who partnered with their local preschool providers. So that language no longer is contained in the budget bill. Some funding that's not provided. This is not necessarily new. Most of these are not necessarily new for this bill. They were not funded in House Bill 200 either. But we had several items that are related to teacher professional development. One is the first one, Flex Focus PD, which is a big number for school districts. Of course, we had Leadership and Mentor Fund, Teacher Professional Growth Fund, and Teacher Academy. All those were opportunities for local school district staff to get some professional development training. So those totaled around 15 or $16 million total. So we were sorry that none of those got funded as well. Something that's new to the department but not new to state is KPIP and KTIP. Those were both programs that had been funded in the past and are not funded in this bill as well. And we had a older line item, what we call Minority Educator Recruitment and Retention Fund, which has more recently been updated by Mr. Rob Akers and his team, and that was not funded as well. So we're sorry that that funding wasn't provided for that program. Career and technical education, always a big talking point during the budget period. In general, the funding for CTE remained pretty stable. That's really a big program. It's about $64 million for the department. Once again, most of that funding by far goes straight out to the schools. There is some language in there about the transfer of a area technology center, a state area technology center, transferring to local, which the department has worked hard on that process. There's also existing language that allows that to happen, but there's a few changes to that legislation that provides that 100% of the funding that ATC is currently getting, they would get in the first year of locally controlled options, and in the second year that they would get 75% of that funding. So that's new language, but the concept of transferring to state to local is not new at all. There's also a good news for CTE. There's a startup cost for the new area, the Estill County Area Technology Center. That's something that we've been tracking closely and working with Superintendent Saylor on. So the funding, there's a little bit of funding there. This is to hire a principal and a custodian. They've already broke ground. The building's on its way up, so they're going to need somebody to get the school up and running. So they've done that as well. Taylor County funding for Taylor County locally, a local CTC was included in the local area vocational pot. So that's another positive for Taylor County. Capital projects. 2 budgets ago, we received several capital projects for KSB and KSD. We're very fortunate. We have 2 new facilities, one renovated, one brand new on each of those campuses. This one is a really good piece for us where you have reasonable dollar maintenance pools established for the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning pools at both KSB and KSD, and the roof replacement pool at both KSB and KSD. As we know, the majority of those facilities were built in the 60s and have had patchwork replacements on both of those kinds of systems and are in dire need to have some upgrades. So this is a really nice pot for those two schools, as well as helping out the FFA Leadership Training Center in Hardinsburg. Our normal maintenance pool was funded at $675,000, so we got a nice small boost there too, which we're very appreciative of. The number one bullet is the school safety facility upgrades. That again is a project that's related to Senate Bill 1 from 2019. That funding will go directly to districts through some type of process. This is, although it was in the governor's budget this way, it changed to the House to go to be distributed to districts by the School Facilities Construction Commission. It stayed that way in the Senate, and now back in the final version, it's this way. So we will have, or actually we're working on a way as we speak to come up with an equitable way to distribute that to the districts that are eligible. Other provision in the budget bill that aren't really directly in the KDE budget, but they are in the bill itself. There's funding provided for the Volkswagen, from the Volkswagen settlement funds. This money has gone to the Energy and Environment Cabinet, and they are making available $8.5 million for the purchase of cost of replacement of school buses in school districts that have chassis older than 2001. So that's taking the oldest buses off the road, and you're getting ready to or you'll be able to replace those at half cost. A really nice bonus for some of the districts. Most districts replace a few buses every year, so this should be positive for them. There's some language in there. This is language that's been in budgets before that allowed districts to have a working budget approved that's less than their 2% minimum reserve. That's not, in most cases, real good practice, but in these tough times, there are districts who have to have that to get by. So this language will help a few districts do that. Some districts have also had a few issues on getting their building plan reviews and building inspections approved by the Department for Housing, Buildings, and Constructions. And this provision waives that and allows local jurisdictions to do that on their own. So we hope that speeds up the process for those school districts. And then, of course, we have program flexibility. This allows districts who have funding in any state grant category to flex out of that and use that as their general operating expenses. So, you know, we have trust and respect for the school districts, and in general, we don't want that to happen. But in these tough times, it gives them the ability to use this funds that they're most needed in their school districts. So that's all on House Bill 352. We can take questions now, or if Robin wants to go ahead, we'll do that after we're done.
Robin, let's go ahead so we're kind of trying to move along here.
Okay, I'll jump right in. And on slide 10, let me apologize. This was pulled from another presentation. Oh. So Charlie, if you can flip to the next one, that's about personnel acts. So, okay, so at the beginning, Tracy shared with you a little bit from the funding perspective about some federal legislation. So I'm going to focus on the CARES Act for a few minutes. Again, as we started our presentation, we talked about our goal in really trying to make sure that superintendents have all the information that we know right now that may identify sources of funding for them as they work through the coronavirus and also work through ending their school year and planning for the next school year. So the CARES Act, which was enacted on March 27th, is funding, and I'm going to focus really on two pots of money out of the Education Stabilization Fund. First, that $2.9 billion pot for the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. From that that the governor's office, in conjunction with both elementary and secondary and higher education, has some funds out of that money to allocate in the form of grants to LEAs based upon the state agency identifying certain districts as, and I'll use these words in a quote, the most significantly impacted by the coronavirus. So this is money really targeted to help those districts most significantly impacted by the coronavirus. So the first question would be, what does that mean? And at this point in time, we really don't know. We don't know if that means from a health impact perspective, if it means from a financial perspective, or it means from something else. But we will continue to work with the governor's office of Kentucky and the lieutenant governor as secretary of the cabinet as we identify unique needs for local school districts that have been significantly impacted as soon as we get additional information on that. The second pot of money is the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, and we'll focus on that more because we know more about it at this point. For that funding, this will be distributed to Title I districts in Kentucky. Those Title I districts are all in Kentucky, so everyone will get some money from this pot of funding. At least 90% of the Kentucky allocation will be distributed to the LEAs, to the local school districts, by the Title I formula. So we kind of already know how we're going to decide who gets how much from this pot. It will be distributed through our regular Title I formula. Because we have to, we will distribute at least 90%, there is discretion on the part of the state to retain the remainder of that. And we haven't made decisions about the rest of that. We have historically taken a position that as much money as we can send to our local school districts, that's what we want to do. So we're going to keep that in mind. We're going to determine if there's anything that we need to retain at the state level. And then the rest of it, we will send out to local school districts. The process of receiving those funds from USAID, USAID actually has 30 days from the date that the CARES Act was enacted to develop a notice to solicit invitations of applications from the states. So they are in that 30-day time period right now. And then once the state applies, they are allowed 30 days to approve that application. I will share with you that lots of advocacy groups, including the states themselves, have really been pushing for USAID to act more quickly than that. So we are literally watching every day to get notice of that application so that we can quickly turn it around and get back to, and then start the distribution of funds to our districts. We had a superintendent and finance call earlier this week that we announced that it is not our intention to make our districts do an application to us to then solicit those funds. We want to get it out quickly. So they will not have to do that. We will distribute those funds according to the formula, and then they will get about their Kentucky's share is $193,187,000 about. We are getting that from the Congressional Research Service. That's the amount that we think that will be coming to us. And we estimate that districts will receive about 83% of what they received in fiscal year 2019 under Title 1A. So we announced that yesterday, referred districts back to our webpage that shows them what they received under 2019 numbers. They can calculate that for purposes of working to start building their budgets, that they should expect to receive about that amount of money.
Mr. Chair.
Do we have a question?
Yes, if I may, it's Lou. I know I should hold it, but before we leave this slide, I wanted to ask Robin if the SCA portion of that $193 million, can some of that be used for some of those concerns we had about Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf?
At this point in time, we don't know the answer to that. It's a really good question. As we know, that would be the state share. So, and we'll get to the slide on kind of the eligible cost of what we could use that for. In fact, Charlie, if you want to go to the next slide.
Okay, pardon the interruption. Thank you.
Okay. So good question about for our state agencies, KSB, KSD, and the ATCs. So CARES Act right now and the direction and guidance we're receiving is going to give really large local authority and discretion on how local districts can expend these funds. So even though we are distributing under a Title I formula, it doesn't mean they only have to use it on Title I efforts. So any activities under ESSA, IDEA, Perkins, McKinney-Vento, Adult Ed, Family Literacy, any of those current programs they can use funds to spend on. Then there's kind of a catch-all, which is more directed toward the coronavirus needs. So the rest of the items on slide 13 really are trying to address more of impact of the coronavirus. I know we've had lots of questions from districts about other things that maybe they could use those for, because we are seeing some gaps in things that they would like to spend for. And so let me give you a flavor for some of the questions that they're asking. We know as districts have provided food service, they're going to have increased costs potentially because they're not serving the same number of students that they traditionally do. And food service is not a dollar for dollar reimbursement. For those that have worked in school districts, and you might be familiar, the way funding for USDA food service works is it is a flat rate for breakfast and a flat rate for lunch. So, and then there are eligible costs that the amount is received by the district they can use it on. So it's not going to cover everything potentially. So that's one question that districts are concerned about. They're also concerned about transportation and cost associated with delivery of food service. Staffing costs are also a concern. We are encouraging districts not to look at this money to be used for recurring costs. Like all relief funding that we've seen in the past under ERA, which was another relief program that we had previously, these funds eventually go away. And so you really don't want to build a model that you're paying for recurring costs with one-time money. But an example of a good one-time cost might be education technology items. Things to support your NTI efforts might be a good thing to spend it on. Another thing that we've been asked about is contractual costs. Costs for families have incurred, or maybe school districts have incurred for those trips that typically happen in the springtime that districts did not get to take and students didn't get to take. That's one question we've heard a lot. What about deposits for venues, for graduation, for prom, those types of things? We are still seeking guidance on all those. I can't tell you how appreciative we are for the Council of Chief State Schools Officers. They are leading lots of calls surrounding the coronavirus pandemic and its impact on schools and districts. And we literally are meeting with them every single day. So back to Lou's question, it's not crystal clear at this point, but we will certainly ask about the use of SEA funds to help our KSB, KSD, and the 53 area technology centers. Next slide, please, Charlie. And then finally, just like you heard earlier about waivers that have been requested in assessment and accountability, the department has already requested and received approval for waiver of certain provisions that are really related to carryover provisions, period of eligibility and availability of funds, certain restrictions, maybe in a pot of money about how to spend your money. And so these are just a listing quickly of the waivers that we have already requested. And again, very appreciative of the U.S. Department of Ed. They gave us a very simple form to fill out, and we have already received our approval for waivers from lots of these areas. And then finally, we will probably seek some additional waivers. They just made it so easy that we went ahead and asked for what we could right now as we continue to learn about the bill. So I'm going to pause there. That concludes kind of our presentation, and we'll invite any other questions, or if we're, or back to the chair.
We are happy to entertain. Does any member have a question? I will point out we're running a bit late, but if somebody's got a question that's important, let's ask the question.
Of course, let me also say we welcome you to send us questions individually if that will help.
I do want to reiterate, Chair Karam, that, and I've communicated with the board by email about this, but I want to publicly state that the summary of the budget by Charlie and Robin, very accurate. However, there are some things underlying the budget that are problematic. This is a very tough budget for KDE. It's going to significantly affect our ability to provide services to schools and districts. I also understand the situation the General Assembly finds itself in with perhaps an unknown revenue forecast, or trying to base it on a revenue forecast that may have changed abruptly. But we need to be mindful of that. Of course, our first priority is to make sure that KSB and KSD have the funds that they need, and that's what we're doing. You know, a budget is about choices, and the General Assembly has that tough task. There were some choices that were made in the budget, and all for worthwhile programs. But some of the choices that were made were to fund some organizations that have other funding sources. And, you know, for example, KSB and D, they don't have another funding source. They do have foundations, but those foundations don't have a lot of money to the tune of being able to supplement the education. So we're in conversations with the Office of State Budget Director. They're obviously aware of that issue. Again, I also understand the situation the General Assembly found itself in, but this again obviously is pointing us to a revenue problem that we have in a good time. I think we have my personal opinion is we have a revenue issue, but particularly during a time of that when we in a crisis. So I just want to make sure you all were aware of that.
Very good.
Chairman,
Thank you.
This is Lee. I do have some questions, but I would rather send them to someone to answer. Who would I send those questions to?
Lee, you can send those to me or to Charlie Harmon if they are about the state budget.
Okay, and give me an email address in particular. Just, I guess it's a standard.
Yes, it's the standard robin.kinney@education.ky.gov.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. So we have scheduled at this point to take a 30-minute break. Kevin, I'm going to say back at 2:15, and during the recess, no business will be transpiring in any way. So we will reconvene at 2:15. I will point out, if you get on this issue when we come back on these action and consent items, that's one we can move through fairly quickly, because we've asked, it's been asked, make sure you've reviewed those items, because we can go through those relatively quickly. If there's one of them that you have to pull off, you can pull it off, but if not, we can get through that fairly quickly. So we're in recess until 2:15. On break. Kevin, anything else we need to be done? Gone? Yeah.
We're good.
All right.
2:15.
Back at 2:15.
That's right. Have a great break.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
back in about 15 minutes. Coming back in about 5 minutes.
You'll be back in 5.
Audio and captions are both up.
Hello?
The webcast team is just testing the system out. The captions are on and the audio's on, David. So
Good.
if you're
I'm
ready,
talking
you
to
let
you
us
now.
know. But just
And I'm
everybody
talking
else
to
know
you.
that the audio's on and the captions are as well.
Very good. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
It's always my pleasure to have a chance to say hello to you. Tell me when you all are ready. It's 2:15.
Chair Carol, the meeting is live. We're ready to go.
Very good.
David, this is Mike Bowling. I'm ready.
Thank you all. Thanks, Mike.
Alvis Johnson, I'm ready.
There you go. We will go ahead and call the regular meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education, the April the 9th meeting, 2020, back to order and take up the next item on the agenda, which is the item number 15, which is an action and consent item. And let me explain that these are items that are non-controversial in nature and that can be taken together as a group. There are 7 of these items, and board members have had an opportunity to review them very carefully before the board meeting. And I will simply read these 7 by title, and then we'll, if a board member does want to remove an item from that consent item from the calendar, then they can do so. So first is of the 7 is approval of new district facility plans for Laurel County and Warren County schools. Second is approval of requests from Fayette County Public Schools to waive construction project size limitations set forth in Section 305 of the School Facilities Planning Manual. Next is approval of a request from Fort Thomas Independent School District for waiver of 702 KAR 5:060. Next is approval of minimum specifications for school buses. Next is Kentucky School for the Deaf Advisory Board appointment. Next, Kentucky High School Athletic Association Board of Control appointment. And finally, approval of alternative site-based decision model for Rosewald Dunbar Elementary School. If no member is asking for an item to be removed, then I will need a motion to approve these items as read to you. Do I have a motion from a board member?
This is Sharon. I move.
I think I heard Sharon say she moved.
Yes.
And was that you, Mike, that seconded it? I thought I heard Mike say.
Yes, I second it.
Mike has seconded. As explained at the beginning of the meeting, since this is all telecast, all these have to be called by roll call. So I'll ask Jennifer to please call roll on these consent items.
Absolutely. Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
Mike Bowling votes yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, vote yes.
David Karam.
Votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Votes yes.
Cody Polly Johnson. Sharon Porter Robinson.
Yes.
Sharon, you may be on mute.
I vote yes.
There you go. Thank you. Lee Todd.
It's Lee Todd, I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
Lou Young, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. It appears we have approval of that item. And so we move on to item number 16 on your agenda, which is an action discussion item. This is an amendment to 701 KAR 8:020, evaluation of charter school authorities. This is the second reading. This will be handled by Kentucky Department of Education Associate Commissioner Kelly Foster, along with Policy Advisor Whitney Crow. So, Team Foster.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So this is the second reading. My policy advisor, Whitney Crow, is also joining us this afternoon, but this is the second reading. I don't know if that's going to be up on the screen for you guys to see, but the original intent in this was waiving the charter school authorizer training for local boards of educations until they had received an actual charter school application. And that was the major change. And then through the review process, Whitney has cleaned some things up through the regulation that I'll give her an opportunity to share with you all.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Foster. I would just highlight two additional changes that we have made with this second reading. Both are in the same tone of adding additional flexibility, only we're looking more at state level requirements instead of those local requirements. The first is on page 14. There was a requirement that department staff produce a charter application scoring rubric. That was not something required in statute. That was something that the KBE mandated that the department staff produce. We would like some relief from that, some additional flexibility, and we think that's warranted given the fact that there's been very limited charter school activity in the state. And I would also note we won't be prohibited from putting out that rubric. In fact, I think we would very much like to produce additional guidance documents. It just removes the requirement that we produce that kind of material. The second change that I would note, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, begins on page 34. We are recommending that we delete section 11 in its entirety. That requires some pretty extensive data reporting related to charter activity. As I've noted, that's been pretty limited in the state since charter laws became effective back in 2017. And there is already some data reporting that is required in statute. So this is just went above and beyond what the legislature had already required related to data reporting on charter authorizer and charter school activity. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Does any member of the board have a question on this topic? Hearing no question, I need a motion to approve 701 KAR. No, that's the wrong, I'm reading the wrong one. Let me go back.
I think you had it, Chair Karam. It's 701 KAR 8020.
Thank you. That's right. Thank you very much.
This is Lee. I move approval.
It's been moved, and is there a second?
Alvis, second.
Alvis, I heard Lee moved and Alvis seconded it. We require a roll call.
Okay. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
Mike Bowling. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
David Karam.
Votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson. Sharon Porter Robinson.
I vote yes. Did you hear me?
Yes, got you. Thank you. And Lee Todd.
I vote yes.
Lee, will you say it one more time? I apologize. It's not, we're having some issues. Just, I want to make sure the video gets you all when you say your vote.
Hey, this is Lee Todd, and I do vote yes. Did I come through?
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much.
Perfect. That's good.
There you go. And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. That motion is approved. The next item on the agenda would be under that same section is 780 KAR 1:011, repeal of 780 KAR 1:010, Kentucky State Plan for Career and Technical Education. This is a second reading and will be handled by Associate Commissioner David Horseman, as well as KBE Division Director Tom Thompson and Policy Advisor Leslie Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the second reading for action to repeal 780 KAR 1010. The regulation formally recognized the Carl D. Perkins Vocational and Technical Education Act of 1998. It also incorporates by reference the Kentucky State Plan for Career and Technical Education in December of 2008. This regulation is now obsolete because the former plan is no longer valid, as we are in the process of final approval of the Perkins 5. Therefore, we are requesting that you approve the Commissioner's recommendation for repeal of 780 KAR 1:010. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Does any member of the board have a question? Hearing no questions, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to repeal Administrative Regulation 780 KAR 1:010, Kentucky State Plan for Career and Technical Education. Is there such a motion?
Mr. Chair, it's Lou. So moved.
Lou Young has moved approval.
Claire Batt, second.
Who was that?
Claire Batt.
Claire. Thank you, Claire. It's been moved and properly seconded. Jennifer, would you please call the required roll call?
Yes, sir. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
This is Mike Bowling. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, vote yes.
David Karam.
David Karam votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Polly Johnson. Sharon Porter Robinson.
I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The motion is
Thank
approved. You're welcome. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. The next item on the agenda, item C under this number, is 702 KAR 6:046 repeal of 702 KAR 6:045 personnel school nutrition employee qualifications. This is the second reading, and Associate Commissioner Robin Kenny, along with Division Director Lauren Moore, will be presenting this. Robin.
Thank you, Chair Karen. This agenda item, along with the next one, I'm going to let Division Director Lauren Moore handle. They are both within the area of school and community nutrition relating to employee qualifications and training. So Lauren, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. As Robin stated, first I will be discussing, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I will be discussing the repeal of 702 KAR 6045. This regulation outlines training requirements for district food service personnel. This regulation preceded professional standards requirements that were set by the federal government and became effective in July of 2015 for districts who participate in federal child nutrition programs. You should have a chart in your materials that shows a comparison of the state requirements with the federal requirements. The state regulation we propose to repeal requires the same training topics and same number of hours for all food service staff, which is 7 hours upon initial hire and then 4 hours annually thereafter. The federal professional standards require a higher number of training hours for the director and manager annually, and then also require a higher number of hours after initial year of hire for all other staff. The type of training outlined in the federal standards also allows districts to tailor their training to each level of position, and this is especially important for directors and managers since those positions must have a higher level of understanding on topics like financial management, personnel issues, and procurement. Two more important points I want to make. First is both the state regulation and the federal requirements are in addition to any food service requirements that would be set by your local health departments. And then second, this does not change anything for our districts because they've been following the federal requirements since the effective date in 2015. So this doesn't change anything for them. We just are proposing to repeal the state regulations so they only follow one set of requirements, which are the federal requirements. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Does any member have a question? Hearing no questions, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve 702 KAR 6:46, the repeal of 702 KAR 6:045. Is there a motion?
This is Joanne Adams, and I so move.
Joanne has moved. Is there a second?
Alvis Johnson, I'll second that motion.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye when Jennifer calls the roll. No if you reject them.
Okay, Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
Mike Bowling, I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, vote yes.
David Karam.
David Karam votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Cody Polly Johnson. Sharon Porter Robinson.
I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
I vote yes. It's Lee Todd.
Thank you. And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. That motion is approved. The next item under this agenda number is amendment of 702 KAR 6:040 personnel, policies, and procedures. This is a second reading. And again, Robin Kenny and Lauren Moore will be handling this. And I guess from what I heard earlier, it's you, Lauren.
Yes, and this is a very simple amendment. So there is a reference in this regulation to the regulation that was just repealed. So we are just simply requesting to strike that reference.
Does any member have any question? Hearing no questions, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the amendment of 702 KAR 6:040. Is there such a motion?
This is Mike Bowling. I make the motion.
Mike Bowling has moved. Is there a second?
Patrice McCrary, I second.
Patrice has seconded that motion. Jennifer, the motion has been properly made and seconded. Would you please call the roll?
Will, Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Mike Bowling.
Mike Bowling votes yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Elvis Johnson votes yes.
David Karam.
David Karam votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
I vote yes.
Sharon, I'm going to have you do it one more time. For some reason, your video isn't showing up for us.
I vote yes. Can you see me now?
Now we have you. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jennifer. That motion is approved. The next item on the agenda, item number 17, is the hearing officer's report. This will be handled by Interim General Counsel Todd Allen, who will present a review of regulations. A roll call on these also will be needed to approve each action item. The first is a statement of consideration for 703 KAR 5:140 requirement for school and district report cards. This is an action and discussion item. Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. We have 4 statements of consideration that are on the agenda for the board's review and approval. And just as a reminder, for all of these, once the board approves administrative regulations, they are filed with the Legislative Research Commission to go through a process of review by the legislature. Part of that process is the public comment process. So once we file those regulations, they go through a 2-month period where they're published out to the public and give the public an opportunity to provide us with either written comments or attend a hearing where we take their verbal comments. So for all 4 of these, where you have a statement of consideration before you for review, the agency received in all 4 cases written comments. No one presented in person to provide verbal comments. So we'll go through each of these regulations specifically. All of these were filed by the State Board of Education following its regular meeting in December and underwent public comment through January and February. And now these are before you for your review. So the first is 703 KAR 5140 school and district report cards. The agency received 2 written comments for this regulation. And just to summarize, these statements of consideration are posted on the board portal for your review as well and for the public to see. But the first comment was related to some feedback about a new section that was added to the regulation regarding the public notice to parents of a school's accountability classification. So a new section was added into the regulation that required the accountability classification to be displayed in a prominent location in the school, like the entryway of the school building, or for the school district to conduct a public meeting for each school to explain to its parents and community members what their accountability classification was. One of the comments that was received did not like that level of communication and indicated the argument was that making schools display this accountability classification just further micromanages school districts. So the agency reviewed that comment and of course reviewed the current state of affairs. Right now, the school report card is sent to all parents of students in the school district, typically through electronic means, because it is cheaper for a school district to accomplish that. However, if a parent has opted not to receive electronic communications, then they may receive a paper notice of the report card. Ultimately, the agency agreed to amend the regulation in response to this comment to remove Section 5, this new section that provided for the accountability classification being displayed at the entrance of the school, or the school having to hold a public meeting to explain those results to parents and community members. I will pause in case any of the program area staff who are on the line want to add anything to that. We were assisted, this regulation kind of spans between the Office of Assessment and Accountability as well as the Office of Education Technology and dealing with school and district report cards. So in the event that Associate Commissioner Couch or Sims have anything to add on that, I'll pause for just a moment.
Todd, I think you've covered it well. We did get one comment asking for some more information on school assaults, but that is already available in the report card.
Yes, and that's the second portion on the statement of consideration where a commenter indicated they would like to see the number of assaults on teachers, staff, and students to be reported. However, data related to that is already reported both in the school report card, and then Dr. Foster's office also works with the Kentucky Center for School Safety to annually publish the Kentucky Safe Schools report, where that data is also housed. So the agency did agree to make amendments to the regulation based on comments to remove that new section about displaying the school's accountability classification or holding a public meeting with parents and community members. At this point, I'll pause for the board to have some discussion and then ultimately take action to approve this statement of consideration or suggest some amendments to it.
Is there any member of the board that has a question?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, please. Was that Sharon?
It's Sharon, yes.
Okay, there you go.
I think it's line 18. I just saw it and scrolled past. Under teacher qualification information, was the intention to drop the percentage of teachers with emergency or provisional certification? Was there no comment on that? And the following one, the percent of core subjects not taught by a highly qualified teacher.
Give us just a second to pull that up, Dr. Porter Robinson, for us to take a look at here.
Okay, I think it is page 3.
And this is 703-5140, the school and district report cards.
Yes.
Page 3, you're on line, which number?
17, line,
It's 18 and 19, Sharon.
18 and 19, yes, thank you.
Sure. So those are requirements. That is the strike-through language that you see in that section were amendments that were made before the regulation was filed before. Any new amendments that we're making as a result of this statement of consideration appear in bold in the regulation. But I'll pause if Rhonda wants to speak to that, or another one of our associates on the presentation want to discuss that section of the regulation.
Thank you, Todd. I also have Michael Hackworth. Michael, that was a change out of, was that Kelly's office or Rob Akers' office? Do you remember which associate? Because this is a joint regulation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, this change came from, I believe, Rob Akers' office, the Office of Education, Licensure and Effectiveness, and possibly in collaboration with OET. So I would have to go back and defer to them of, why we struck that language originally.
I think it had to do with aligning what we're currently collecting and expected to collect federally. But let's pause there and see if we have another team member who's more immersed in that work.
Hi, this is Rob. Can you please ask the question one more time? I don't have the regulation up in front of me.
Todd, can you repeat for him?
Yes, and let me see if I can bring this up on my screen real quick so that everyone can see it as well. Give me just a moment to do that.
Okay.
This is Patrice McCrary. While we are discussing this point, I do want to point out that in the next year, most likely, this would be an inflated percentage because there are going to be several teachers that will be out of their control as to whether or not they have this particular certification.
It is, thank you, Patrice. It is now up on our screen.
So Rob, you can see the section there. The question is related to the removal on lines 18 and 19 in the report card of the percentage of teachers with emergency or provisional certification and percentages of core academic subject classes not taught by highly qualified teachers. That was previously removed from the regulation whenever it was approved. Its amendment was approved in December, and we did not receive any comments related to that removal.
Right, and Meredith Brewer led this mainly in our office, but I'm with Rhonda in that this was to align with the language that the feds were asking for. Part of it was I believe it's asking more for experience level, and that's a broader range than just what is asked for in 18 and 19. So that expanded the number of teachers who would fall in that range. Now that's years 1 through 3 as far as new teachers. So emergency certified teachers would automatically fall in there, as would provisionally certified teachers. So we were able to capture that a little better. In addition to Ms. McCrary's question, you're exactly right. We are going to have a whole bunch of conditionally, provisionally certified teachers this year if the EPSB grants the relief that we think they will. But I think every state in the nation will probably be in a very similar boat with that. And I'm sure that there's going to have to be some consideration for that.
Well, I raised the issue because we know that the distribution of qualified teachers, regardless of how they are defined, tends to be skewed heavily in favor of higher income students. And so to take away another dimension of teacher quality that has been very useful it just seemed to be taking masking another facet of this that might be informative. So I think our our purpose is to set some goals for getting highly qualified teachers based on some standards that really seem to bear on student performance. And a degree in the subject taught has been a very, very profound indicator of teacher quality. So I'm raising it because I'm just seeing it, and perhaps I slept this before, and I apologize, but I think that just because the feds aren't asking about it doesn't mean we don't care about it.
And just to clarify, we are still collecting that information. It's not specified by emergency and provisional, but we're still collecting through survey that we're still required to and still do. We survey a disproportionality of inexperienced teachers to students who are in Title I or Title I eligible schools. So we still do collect that so that we can monitor that information. So we didn't get rid of it, we just classified it a little differently.
Dr. Porter Robinson, I will also add that currently, because of the COVID-19 crisis situation that we're under, the board earlier waived the school report card regulation, this very regulation, for the upcoming school year, because there isn't going to be an accountability system due to the lack of assessments that were administered at the end of this year. Since there wasn't a comment about this specific removal, we can't make a change to the regulation at this point in time. We can only make changes based on comments. However, yes.
I'm sorry. In addition, highly qualified was removed after NCLB, and that terminology doesn't exist under ESSA. And even though we still continue lead reporting, teachers no longer have to be quote unquote highly qualified anymore in those areas. And so they're not designated as such. And the Fed specifically wanted to know about, they asked for provisional specifically on that.
Well, this is David Karam. Sharon has raised an issue as a board member that is of concern to her. And I think we can move ahead with this regulation, but I think Sharon is entitled to have staff get back directly with her and frankly the entire board, explaining to them so that she and the rest of us have the confidence that that this will be covered someplace in a manner that's satisfactory. Sharon, does that help in any way?
It certainly does. I don't want to delay the action pending here necessarily, but I do want to observe and challenge us all to let's be very intentional around the nuances of quality instruction associated with the qualifications of the staff in that building.
And that is the reason that there are 11 members who have been appointed to this board to ask these kinds of questions. And so I would ask Kevin and the staff to please address with the appropriate folks the concerns that have been raised, to be sure that the board is satisfied that the points that Sharon has raised are adequately covered.
I want to jump in. This is Claire Batt, and I like to echo Sharon's comments here. I feel a great deal of concern about the quality of teachers that we have in Kentucky, particularly since we have so many avenues for certification now, and those alternatives do cause me some concern. So I appreciate, David, that you're asking our department people to give us some more information about collecting that information. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Claire.
We will
And
do that, Chair Karam. We can.
Chair Karam is right here.
We can.
I don't care what you call me as long as you call me for dinner.
We will do that. We can provide a memo to that effect, and then if needed, can add, if there's still questions after we issue the background, can add that as an agenda item in June.
Very good. Any other discussion on this topic? Thank you, Sharon, for raising. Thank you, Claire, for your joining in the discussion. And thank you, Kevin and staff, for your willingness to continue to review this item, which is obviously of concern to the board. Seeing no other discussion, I would need a motion to approve the statement of consideration with recommended amendments to 703 KAR 5:140 requirements for school and district report cards. Is there a motion to approve that?
Lou Young, so moved.
Lou Young is moved. Is there a second?
Joanne Adams, I second.
Motion has been moved and properly seconded. Jennifer, would you please call the roll on this item?
Will do. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt. I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Holly, I'm going to have you do it one more time. For some reason, it didn't pick up your video. I apologize.
Okay, this is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
There we go. Hello. Mike Bowling.
This is Mike Bowling. I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson. I vote yes.
David Karam.
This is David Karam, and I vote yes. In parentheses, reminding everyone that the staff has agreed to look into the issues that have been raised by Sharon and Claire, close parentheses.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
I vote yes, under the same conditions David articulated. Thank you so much.
Lee Todd.
It's Lee Todd. I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The motion has been approved. The next item, B, statement of consideration for 703 KAR 5:270 Kentucky's accountability system. This is an action discussion item, and it will be presented by the Kentucky Department of Education Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims, along with Policy Advisor Michael Hackworth and Division Director Jennifer Stafford.
Thank you,
So-
Chair Karam. Todd, do you want to start?
So it's Team Rhonda.
That's right. And I've got a great team. Todd, did you wish to do anything initially?
Sure, I can just provide some quick comments on this one. This one, again, was approved by the board at the regular meeting in December and filed with the Legislative Research Commission. It, again, underwent the comment period in January and February, received 6 comments in response to this regulation, and the agency is proposing to not make any amendments based on the comments. I'll turn it over to Rhonda for her to walk through the comments with you.
Sure. And I'm going to ask Jennifer Stafford, who is on, to just review the comments, Jennifer, if you would, and then we'll sort of talk about our rationale for not making a change.
Rhonda, let me just,
Sure.
So you're going to walk through these, but so that everybody's clear, staff is not recommending acceptance of any of these comments.
That's correct. We are
Okay.
not making a recommendation for change. We do feel like we can enhance reporting, public reporting, that might address some of the issues raised, but we do not think that it's appropriate to make a change.
Go for it, then walk us through. Thank you, Rhonda.
You're welcome. Jennifer?
Well, thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. We had 7 comments from 6 commenters. Well, 4 comments were on the achievement gap. Particularly, there was a letter from the Pritchard Committee that had 3 supporters. That letter contained information on bringing attention to the achievement gaps. And across the state and across the nation, achievement gaps and closing those achievement gaps are an issue. The widening of the achievement performance among students is both a state as well as a national issue, and it's a concern. One that, as we were developing the accountability system, we heard across the state. There was wide agreement that closing that achievement gap of those performances among group was a very big concern of the state. But unfortunately, that's where the agreement ended, because during the conversations on how to develop the accountability systems, we had varying opinions. So during committee meetings, town halls, discussion with the Kentucky Board of Education that yielded that current accountability system, there was consistent agreement that reducing the gaps was important, but how to do it was not so much that everyone was on the same page. There were a couple of different options on the table during that development. One was gap to group and the other was gap to goal. And in the end, we through discussions with the boards, with many stakeholder groups, we did look toward the gap to group in that comparison. And this past year, the schools were identified with a significant achievement gap issue, and that was reported. And that had some consequences for our schools that earned a 4 or a 5-star rating, and that was reduced by a star. The calculation on how to identify achievement gaps is also not consistent agreement across stakeholders. When we brought together a group this past October that reviewed the reporting of the accountability system, we had some groups that say that we identified too many achievement gaps. We had other people that said we didn't identify enough. So because there is not really agreement on the way to identify groups, we are proposing that instead of making the change into the accountability system, rather we enhance reporting. Before the COVID-19 issue and situation that we're currently in, a group of KDE employees are working with our vendor Bright Bites to enhance reporting. For example, we were working with them to identify more levels of an achievement gap, because having an achievement gap is either, it's not whether you have one or not, but it's the level of which you have an achievement gap. So we were working toward a more robust reporting that had would give more indication of the schools, whether they had a small achievement gap, a medium achievement gap, a large achievement gap, or a huge achievement gap. So there is ways to support the recommendation that would get to the point of making it more clear and transparent the size of the achievement gaps, rather than making changes to the accountability system. Other comments on the regulation included the inclusion of the ELs and how it's calculated into the transition readiness. Another one was on the 100-day accountability rule that does not pertain to this accountability system. And finally, there was one on the opportunity and access indicator within the accountability system. And KDE is supportive of all of the subjects, visual performing arts, music, dance, and those visual and performing arts. However, putting it into an accountability system has posed challenging. And as we worked with the legislators and the drafters of the regulation or the statute, Senate Bill 1, 2017, we are moving forward with the recommendation from those drafters. So the changes that you will see in the regulation are changes that are required by the U.S. Department of Education. That includes including the grade 12 non-graduates into our transition readiness measure. So you will see along the lines within the changes that now within the transition readiness measure that all grade 12 students will be included, graduates as well as non-graduates. So let me pause there at this point and see if there are any questions.
Does any member of the board have a question? Hearing.
This is Patrice. This is
Patrice.
Patrice.
Hi,
I
Patrice.
do.
Go for it.
I have a concern. I have a concern about our ELs and transition readiness, and they're being unable to pass the test if they've only been in the country for a couple of years.
So Jennifer, let me start and then you feel free to add to respond to Patrice. Sure. Patrice, we already have in the regulation flexibility that at the department level we can come up with some additions to the calculation that would account for students that have what we call interrupted schooling. Where a student maybe has not been in formal education or they are older when they come into the country. So we feel like we can assist schools with that issue. It's not a very frequently occurring issue, but when it does happen, the schools need relief on that. So we think that we already have the ability within the structure of the reg to assist schools in how we report and handle students that are coming in with those conditions where they've been in a war-torn situation, they've had interrupted schooling, they maybe haven't had formal education, they're already 16 or 17 years old when they enter school for the first time, a U.S. school. So we do believe we can create some changes in our crediting of things for students within the system if they have that condition that can work within this existing reg.
Patrice, that help you?
Well, if it's not within the reg, where do we find that information when ultimately it becomes needed?
And Michael might need to find it in the reg. In the reg, we have language that says the department may consider these factors. So it doesn't outline exactly how you consider it, but we can come back to the board and say, we would like to do these additional things if students have these conditions. So we have a phrase in the reg that allow us to become more flexible if schools are dealing with students in that circumstance.
And that can be found on page 9, lines 5 through 8.
And so that's where we believe, Patrice, we have the flexibility to work with schools if they have students in the situations we both just kind of reviewed to be more fair to them.
I guess, and which I appreciate. I love that that's there and I'm looking at it now. I guess I'm saying, at what point in time do schools come to you? Do you all go to schools? How is that process?
We will develop a process. It'll probably be something like what we've used before. We have all sorts of things such as extraordinary circumstance where students, we can reach out through the DAC and they can file information for an individual student. Because again, this is not a huge number of students who have these conditions, but there are some. So we would have a process probably through we have something called a student data roster and review application where you can enter information about a student and what their situation is. It's all very confidential. And then we would be able to work with that. Then we would need a plan for how to handle that and crediting it in the system. but we feel like we can move forward with some of those concerns. It's much in the way the Pritchard Committee brought up issues around achievement gap. We do believe gap is a serious concern. We used a very high standard to lower the overall star rating of a school, but we do believe we can enhance the reporting so it's more visible to the public when there is indeed, as Jennifer said, a large gap, a medium gap, or a small gap. One of our justifications and reasoning for leaving the statistical process in place is we do have a small minimum in count. So because we do report as few as 10 students, we think it's very important to have a statistical safety net on top of that reporting.
So if this Ron, if this regulation is approved, you will, based on this regulation, you will develop the process.
That's correct, Chair Karam. We would develop a process to assist with students that are in this ELP situation. Now, obviously, you've heard things today in the conversation with Tracy. There is legislation pending that makes changes to the accountability system. We don't know what the outcome will be, and it will be after the 15th of April before we know that. But obviously, and we have the whole waiver process this year where we won't be testing and reporting. So we expect that we might need to come back again and talk about structures and accountability. That's certainly not unexpected. But this, by following through with this regulation, it completes its process and it puts in place what we've committed to do for the U.S. Department of Ed in our consolidated plan, which is the change Jennifer mentioned around having both diplomas, those students who earn a diploma at 12th grade, and those that are 12th graders who did not earn a diploma in our transition readiness, because that is something that's expected from the U.S. Department of Ed for us.
Patrice, does that help? Does that help? You're
it does.
Muted. Okay,
it does. Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you, Patrice. We appreciate the question.
So, is there any other discussion or conversation on this regulation?
Yes, this is Lou. Just really quickly to Todd. Rhonda touched on my question, Todd, and that is, if at the 11th hour Senate Bill 158 were to pass, then do we just go entirely back to the drawing board on this regulation and start the process over?
Yes, that is right. Whenever we receive comments through the public comment period, we are permitted to respond to those comments and make changes based on those comments only. But if we get changes through legislation, or the board just wishes to make a change at a later date, it has to go through the whole process again so that all of those changes can then undergo public comment at a later time. So if we do get changes from the General Assembly, then we would revisit this regulation and go through the amendment process once again.
Thank you.
Very good. So there are, of the comments, none are included in the amendments to this regulation.
Correct.
So I then need a motion to approve the statement of consideration with recommended amendments to 703 KAR 5:270 Kentucky's accountability system. Is there a motion from a board member? Hello?
Albus Johnson, I'll make that motion.
Albus has moved. Is there a second to that motion?
Mike Bowling, I second it.
The motion has been made and properly seconded. Mike has seconded it. The question is now, Jennifer, for you to call the roll.
Will do. Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams, I vote yes.
Thank you. Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
Mike Bowling votes yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Elvis Johnson votes yes.
David Karam.
David Karam votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd votes yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. The motion has been approved. The next item under this number is C, Statement of Consideration for 704 KAR 7090 Homeless Children and Youth Education Program. This again is an action and discussion item, and it's presented by the Kentucky Department of Education Associate Commissioner Kelly Foster, along with Policy Advisor Whitney Crow. Kelly. Or Todd. Somebody.
Yeah, I
Thank
would
you,
defer
sir,
to
Chair.
Todd to lead us off, and then I'm happy to jump in.
Sure. So this regulation, we are suggesting that amendments be made as a result of comments. We only received one comment on this regulation. It was from the Kentucky School Boards Association. And basically, we're just recommending that we change a definition in the regulation to better align with the definition as it exists in the federal law. And I'll let Whitney take it from there.
Yeah. Thank you, Todd. So yes, the Kentucky School Boards Association was the only commenter on this regulation. Their first comment related to unaccompanied youth and the way that that was defined. Program staff had attempted to add a bit more clarity and transparency to the definition, but based on the comments received from the School Boards Association, it appears that we did not meet that intent, and we may have muddied the water a little bit more. So they asked us just to restore the prior definition that was in regulation, which we're comfortable doing. We have made that change. So now unaccompanied youth will continue to be defined as a youth that meets the definitions of unaccompanied youth and homeless as included in the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. That was the language already in regulation, and if one of our stakeholder groups feels like that's really more clear and more aligned with federal law, we want to be responsive to that. So we feel like that's a pretty technical change, not something that really changes the substantive nature of the regulation, and we're comfortable making that change and have recommended it such.
Is there any member of the board who has a question or a comment? Hearing none, I'm sorry.
I hate to interrupt. We did have one other
second part.
We did have one other comment. I didn't know if Todd wanted to introduce that, or do you want me to go ahead and real quick chat about that?
Yeah, go right ahead, Whitney. Thank you.
It was my mistake because you said there was only one comment, and so when you said one, I thought one. So it's 1A and B.
That's right. I apologize for the confusion. I just want to make sure that the board is aware of one other change that we made in response to the comment received from the School Boards Association. There was language in Section 2, subsection 3 of the regulation where we were trying to really encourage direct contact from the homeless education liaison that the stakeholder group KSBA felt might result in an interpretation that we were requiring face-to-face contact. That certainly isn't what we intended. So they just recommended, again, a pretty minor language change where rather than say personal direct contact, we instead say that the liaison will personally make direct contact with the LEAs or school of last attendance of that homeless student. So again, that still facilitates information sharing for the benefit of that student, but we agreed with KSBA that clarification would avoid potentially unintended consequences of someone interpreting that as being a face-to-face contact that was required by the homeless liaison. So we did make that change as well. And with that, that's all the comments that we received on the regulation.
So there's no C.
There is no C.
A and B. Okay.
That's right.
All right. On A and B, is there any member of the board that has a question or a comment? Hearing none, we need a motion to approve the statement of consideration with the recommended amendments to I'm sorry? What? I heard somebody. I'm sorry. Go on. Never mind. I'm going to try again. We need a motion to approve the statement of consideration with recommended amendments to 704 KAR 7:090 Homeless Children and Youth Education Program. Is there a motion?
I move that we accept those changes.
Holly has moved. Is there a second?
Claire Bat seconds Holly's motion.
Claire has seconded the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or nay if you're not in favor. And Jennifer, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams, vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Bat votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth votes yes.
Mike Bowling.
Mike Bowling votes yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson votes yes.
David Karam.
David Karam votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
I vote yes.
Sharon, we lost your video again. Try for us one more time.
I vote yes.
Maybe try saying your name and then your vote. Sometimes that helps if you have a long pause.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
There we go. Gotcha. Lee Todd. Sorry about that.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Great. And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. The motion is approved. The next item on the agenda is statement of consideration for 702 KAR 5:080 bus driver qualifications, responsibility and training. Again, this is an action discussion item. It is going to be presented by any number of people. Todd, Associate Commissioner Robin Kelly, Executive Advisor Matt Ross, or Division Director Elise Hanley. Who wants to start this one out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This statement of consideration is the last one on the agenda. The agency received 2 comments on this regulation, and we are proposing to make amendments to the regulation as a result of the comments. And I will turn it over to Associate Commissioner Kenny to explain those.
And I'm actually going to turn it over to Matt Ross, our policy advisor. Matt can explain the comments and our thoughts about that. And then Alyssa Hanley is also on the line. She can help with any detailed questions about pupil transportation. So Matt, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We actually received 4 comments. 2 of those have an A and a B. 2 comments from Protection and Advocacy and 2 from the Kentucky School Boards Association. The first one from P&A was an ask to include a requirement in the reg that bus drivers have a clean certified abuse and neglect check. That is a requirement under law, under KRS 16380. So we do not feel that that's a requirement that needs to be in the regulation. There are some different requirements around background checks, driver history, and drug checks, but those are more related to the a driver's CDL, the CDL side. But at any rate, a bus driver in Kentucky has to have a clear can check. It's just not in the regulation. The second comment from P&A was that we include a requirement for a specific National Highway Transportation Safety Administration in-service training around the transportation of special needs students. In discussing this with program area staff, we did not want to put a specific training requirement into regulation of a training that we do not control. This is a one-time training that is available online, and there's not necessary that every driver have this type of training. And then also certain drivers that transport special needs kids may need different type of training. So we're going to leave that in the discretion of the local districts. The third comment was from the Kentucky School Boards Association, and that was an ask to restore language related to termination of drivers found to be under the influence. We had removed that language because we had some due process concerns, but they have provided us with some case law and some reasoning that we found persuasive to go ahead and restore that. And then the fourth comment, also from KSBA, they found some language that they believed was inconsistent between the body of the regulation and the document that's incorporated by reference. It's our training manual. They believe that our language around eating and drinking, which is a change to our regulation, we've allowed school boards to set their own policy on eating and drinking on the bus. Before, it had been a prohibited activity. And that they found the language in the training manual where we used it as an example of an activity that could be distracting to a driver. So we disagree that per se was inconsistent. A district is still free to decide to ban eating and drinking on a bus, and it's the prohibited activity that makes it a distraction. So if a district allows drinking water on a bus, the act of drinking water is not necessarily the distraction to the driver. And then they had raised questions about the steps to shut down a bus when there's an emergency, and whether or not the driver could leave students on the bus. This is a local board decision. We still do the training on how to shut down a bus and take emergency during an emergency, but we leave the decision whether or not a bus driver can leave students on the bus to the discretion of the local district. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Does any member have a question or comment? That covered everything?
That's everything, yes.
Hearing no question or comment, then I need a motion to approve the statement of consideration with recommended amendments to 702 KAR 5:080 bus driver qualifications, responsibilities, and training. Do I have a motion?
Patrice McCrary, I so move.
Patrice has moved. Is there a second to that motion?
Joanne Adams, I second.
Joanne has seconded the motion. The motion having been made and properly seconded, would you please, Jennifer, call the roll?
Absolutely. And just a reminder, I know you all know this, but please make sure your video's on and just speak very slowly for me so we capture you on video. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Exemplar model. Thank you, Joanne. Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, and I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Mike Bowling,
Mike Bowling votes yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson, and I vote yes.
Alvis, we don't have any video for you for some reason. Keep talking to us.
This is
Try again.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Okay. David Karam.
Did you get the video?
No, we'll come back and troubleshoot with you on the side.
David Karam votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, I vote yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I also vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jennifer. The motion is approved. The next item under this the next issue under this agenda item is a litigation report. It's a review item by General Counsel Todd, Interim General Counsel Todd Allen. I was getting some reverberation there for some reason. Did you hear that?
Some of that as well. I did, yes. Thank you, Mr. Karam. This is a very quick item. I have two matters.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
The litigation report is posted on the secure portal for all board members to view. That was provided to you several days ago. That's a privileged document, so I won't discuss it in any detail in our open meeting. In the event that any board members have any questions about any of the litigation matters on there, you're free to contact me. I'm not recommending that we go into closed session for the board to take action on any of those matters at this point in time. I also have posted on the KBE portal the hearing officer's report, which shows you all of the board's regulations and where they are in the various processes of moving through final approval and becoming effective. If you have any questions about those, I'm happy to answer those for you as well. But other than that, Mr. Chair, I believe that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Interim General Counsel Todd Allen, sir. We're very appreciative of your help. You could call me David like you always do. It's okay. The next item on the agenda is item number 18, board member sharing. Per board policy, the agenda for each regular meeting includes an item under which board members may raise issues not included on the agenda for the purposes of clarification, referral to a committee, or scheduling for future board review and or action if each such item there's a consensus of the board. I read that in its entirety so those people who are seeing this online can understand what we mean by board sharing. So that's what is before us right now. Is there any member of the board who has any board sharing this afternoon? Well, I have a question for Holly Bloodworth. This has really nothing to do directly with the board. Holly, can you turn yourself on?
Yes, I'm on. Hello.
Hello. I can't see you. I want to see you.
Okay, maybe if I talk for a minute, it'll pop back up.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, just to the right is this really cool tapestry on the wall of your house. What is that? What is that awesome tapestry?
Oh, well, it's actually a wood piece, and it's
cool.
It's metal. It's
neat.
Like soldering material, like solder that makes the picture. I'm glad you like it.
Well, the reason I raised that is my background from the University of Cincinnati College of Design, Architecture, Art, and Planning is a design background. And I saw that and immediately So if it's missing from your house at some point, it'll be in Louisville, and you'll know where it is. It is really cool. Thanks.
Thanks.
I'm just trying to have this little interpersonal thing since we're not in each other's presence. You know, it's like it's networking, distance loving. Is there any board member who has some sharing?
Patrice McCrary, because I just know you
Patrice.
haven't heard enough from me today. Sorry. I just can't see us pulling to a close today without making a point of recognizing that our teachers and our parents are exhausted right now. And they are hoping there is some light at the end of the tunnel. And I was hoping to be able to give them some sort of encouragement. One way I guess I can do that is to say we as, speaking for the board, I suppose, I can say we as educators understand where you are, both parents and teachers. Any comforting words anyone could share, I'm sure would be appreciated across the state.
Any other board member?
David, I want to echo that sentiment and say this. I do believe that we owe the teachers, the students, and the parents a really sincere acknowledgement of gratitude and the courage that they have shown to take on so many really rather drastic changes and big challenges in a very, very short time. And have that serve as a recognition of what is in us as we confront some of the additional challenges ahead. I do have concern that our students are going to, they're going to experience not quite the learning curve that they probably were on during the regular school year. And we have some who've needed extraordinary interventions that we hadn't quite been able to craft and implement yet. So I would like us to also say to them that we're determined to find a way to support the future that they deserve and the future that we want as a community and as a state, and commend their efforts to this point, because we've done an extraordinary job of both containing the spread of the virus and responding to the pressing needs of learners.
Let's add to that we're really talking about all school personnel, because everybody is stepping up, and some of these videos where we see bus drivers and cafeteria workers and maintenance workers and all helping to prepare food, to et cetera, et cetera. So well said, Patrice and Sharon. Thank you all very much. Any other board member have Sharon?
This is Elvis. David?
Yes.
Elvis, I had a couple of comments I wanted to make. Certainly, I want to echo what has already been said about the extraordinary effort that's being put forth by our school personnel. That includes from top to bottom. And I have some concerns. I know that the KHSAA is under the purview of the Board of Education. And we are all aware, I think, that they encountered perhaps a devastating loss when they lost their tournaments, which is their main source of revenue, that they operate all the sports throughout the year. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help them or not, but I see that Todd was appointed to that board. I'm having served on that board for many years, and I just know how important it was, or it is, for them to get their tournaments in. I think we find ourselves back in the same position that they were in when I became president, and I had to go sign a note for $270,000 to build a building. So I don't want them to get back in that position again. Just thought I'd bring it up. I don't know if there's anything we can do to relieve them, but it is something worth thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert.
Chair, I would just add to that we are monitoring that situation and are in contact, of course, with Commissioner Tackett and his staff. David Couch is our KDE liaison to the KHSAA, and he attends all the meetings. And I don't want to speak out of turn. I do. They're obviously, I mean, you don't need to know their books to know that what they rely on for their income, which is the tournament receipts, the boys, Sweet 16, the girls, and the state football championship, and I believe it's in that exact order. And so I believe they've been exploring some of the relief funds that are available that might also be available to nonprofits or quasi-governmental entities that they are. But I had a conversation with David Couch yesterday about this very issue. And it will be an issue. When we were on the phone with Commissioner Tackett and the governor, I told Julian and was committed to him that I'll be happy to sit with you at any hearing that you need to go to, the General Assembly or otherwise, because I was right there with him the day he made that very tough decision to call that tournament off early. And as you all know, that was in kind of the early days of this. And they were already in progress and had students on the floor at that time playing basketball. So it is a difficult situation, but we are monitoring it, and I know they're looking for all avenues and to keep monitoring their cash flow.
All right. Well, thank you all very much.
David?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Lee, I have one thing I'd like to share.
Sure.
I spoke to a group of leadership students at UK. They have to be interviewed, write a paper, and 15 of them are selected out of college each year for a leadership group. This young lady from a small county in eastern Kentucky wrote me a note after I spoke to them, and she said, as I was growing up, I never thought I would be an engineer, and my dreams had a very linear progression as I learned what were possibilities. I'd always set a goal and worked hard to achieve that goal, but never thought of myself as gifted. It wasn't until my first AP exam, and this was an AP exam made possible by Advanced Kentucky that you all back, that I realized I could compete with other top level students. She told me that when she opened the envelope and saw she got a 5, she said, "This can't be right. I can't score it like that." My next dream was to achieve a college scholarship, but I never thought I would be the first National Merit Scholar from my high school. Now I can't believe I have the opportunity to be in the Dean's Leadership class and meet with such outstanding role models as the students that are with me, and so forth. But it just shows you what giving these kids a chance that don't know what they can do, the opportunity to try, and once they try, they realize they can compete. She has had internships with Collins Engines and several places, and is just an outstanding student. But I thought that was a very nice note that I want to pass along for how we can bring changes to kids' lives.
Awesome. That is absolutely wonderful.
That's great. Chairman Karam, can I make one comment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I just want to put
You're the lieutenant governor. You can make several.
Okay, thanks. I just need one. To put this in perspective for the seniors across the state of Kentucky right now, because I have one, I call him my bonus son. He's one of my stepsons. He's a senior. This senior class that is getting ready to graduate in the middle of a pandemic in some form or fashion, we haven't determined yet, was also born during 9/11. So when you think about the span of these seniors' life experiences, they live in a world that we probably couldn't have imagined not too long ago. And so let's keep these seniors in mind. They came to us during the era of 9/11, and they're graduating in the middle of an international pandemic. So I just want to give us some perspective on what our seniors are going through right now. So let's keep them on our hearts too.
Very well said. Thank you very much. Any other member?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's Lou. I just quickly want to echo the praise from my fellow board members for all of the public school leaders, educators, and employees. And as the Lieutenant Governor just mentioned, for the public school students, for the heroic work that they have so selflessly provided since mid-March. I'm reminded that public education is a cornerstone of our beloved democracy, and the heroism and selflessness on display through this crisis just highlights for me how important public education is to our citizens and to our communities. Lastly, I remain optimistic that we will survive the confirmation process and be confirmed next week in order to continue serving on this board. But if tragically that were not to happen, I just want to say what a profound honor it has been to serve with each one of you.
And the other member?
David, this is Mike Bowling.
Mike?
I'd like to say the fact that I am so grateful and thankful for all the efforts of all Kentuckians. When you look at the curve that's being developed right now, in Kentucky being compared to other states around, we are in the bottom 5. And, you know, for a long time, we didn't want to be in the bottom 5, but we are in the bottom 5. And I have to hand it to our governor, our lieutenant governor, and to all the people that are listening to the medical providers, and that this state really has a chance to really show itself in the way that we stay away from one another and in the way that we support one another's health. And so I'm very proud of Kentucky.
Thank you very much.
Chair, this is Allison. I'd like to just add something really quickly, if I may.
Sure.
We have a project that's out right now that several of our board members and our interim commissioner have participated in, and I think it kind of sums up what everyone has said here. It's uses the hashtag MyWhyKentucky, and it's a video, and anyone that could share that across social media would be appreciated. But the whole goal of the project was to show that the dedication that our schools, our Board of Education, our teachers and parents have given to socially distancing ourselves during this time, as hard as it possibly has been for all of us, by saying this is why we're doing it and encouraging other people to figure out why it's important to them to do it as well.
Thank you very much. And the other?
One final comment. Mike kind of stole my thunder, but I wanted to give the governor a shout out because he has been by far and away one of the great leaders in this country during this time. And it's because of him that we are in the top 5. So thank you, Governor, for your leadership and your willingness to go the extra mile. So I appreciate all you've done.
Very well. Everybody has very well said. Anyone else? Then let me conclude the section on board member sharing by going out of the way to thank the members of the Kentucky Board of Education. It is an incredible honor to serve as chairman of this board. And the reason that it's an incredible honor is that I get to work with 10 other direct board members plus some special board members who are all so unbelievably dedicated to public education, who bring passion to the table every time we deal with issues regarding education. I've served, as you all know, before for 7 years on the State Board of Education, and those people were wonderful to work with. But this is absolutely the most wonderful group of people anyone could ever ask to work with. My heart goes out to every single one of you people for how you love and care for the children of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Let's keep them safe. Let's remember that they are our future. Let's do everything that we possibly can, as I know we will, to protect, develop, and educate the kids in this state. They're our future. And God bless every one of you for your service and for your energy that you bring to the table. Next item on the agenda is an internal board. I'm going to move away from that quick before I get emotional. Next item on the agenda is internal board business. This is its topic is tentative approval of the Kentucky Board of Education member attendance at the 2020 NASB New Board Membership Institute. NASB's 2020 New Board Member Institute will take place on June 5th and 6th in Alexandria, Virginia. Attendance is encouraged per board policy, and 2 members' fees are included in our annual NASB dues. With the number of new board members, it is suggested the board consider sending 5 members to attend. However, in consideration of the current travel restrictions, this item I'm requesting conditional approval on the basis of travel will be permitted at the time of the new board members. Additionally, per policy board, the board must approve membership on in-state and out-of-state study groups, task forces, and boards, and out-of-state conventions, meetings, attendance. Therefore, I will need a motion to approve 6 members to attend the NASB New Board Institute.
And just chair to clarify, it's 5. We're approving 5.
Well, I read that 4 times.
I know. That's my fault. That's why I wanted to make sure it's 5. Sorry.
I understood you wanted me to be the 6th one to go as a chaperone.
Well, yes. But 5.
Okay, so I need that conditional approval for 5 members to attend the new. Is there a motion that someone would be willing to make for that tentative approval?
So moved.
Conditional approval. Alvin has moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Who's I?
Sharon.
Sharon Porter Robinson has seconded.
Yes, I'll second.
This requires a roll call vote. Jennifer, would you please call the roll since it has been made and properly seconded?
Yes, and we'll have Joanne be the first to start and model her excellent pausing skills. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, and I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth, and I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
This is Mike Bowling, and I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Alvis Johnson, and I vote yes.
David Karam.
This is David Karam, and I vote yes.
Try one more time for us, David. We didn't pick up your video.
I keep seeing myself in the corner there. Okay, so I don't, mine's always on there, so I vote yes.
Thank you.
You get me?
Patrice, there you gotcha. Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson, and I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young, and I vote yes.
Thank you all. Excellent job. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The motion is approved. The next item is the Commissioner Search Update from Greenwood Asher and Associates. Associates from Greenwood Asher will present information on marketing and outreach efforts related to the Commissioner Search. Kevin, do you care to handle this? Search individuals.
I am
Greenwood
here
Asher.
again if he's offline.
I'm sorry. Yes, I think we're just going to turn it over to you, Betty, and your team. and then obviously take questions along the way from the board.
Well, Chair Karam, you did make me a little emotional a moment ago with all of those good words. Yes, everyone, I'm Betty Asher, of course, and absolutely delighted to give you a little update here. As you can tell, we don't have a lot of activity so far, but I think what we can do is sort of capture the work to date and somewhat into three categories. Those three categories are obviously, if you want to move to the next slide, we have been about the business of planning. As you know, in order to begin to do our work, we need to have some documents in play. So we have prepared some draft documents. One is in the form of an advertisement that we will post in both national and local venues. As you know, an ad is nothing more than kind of a brief summary of the position and a little bit, here's who to call if you have a particular interest. And then we also identified, I don't know, 8 or 10 places that we might post the ad, some local, some national again. But the most of the work, of course, has been in creating that position profile. And I think you know that is a larger document. It is a document that we have planned to use as we are doing our outreach. It's a document that has a little bit of information in it about the board. It has a little information in it about the department in terms of size and scope. Quite a bit of information about the facts of your districts, your schools, and a little bit about your financing and that sort of thing. But most importantly, we used the good work that you all did the last time, looking at the characteristics and the dispositions that you wanted in your new commissioner. And those are all included. As I said to begin with, they're in draft form. Commissioner Brown and his team are working on them right now. They need to be fact-checked and looking to see if there are any edits or additional information that we think would make a good marketing document for this commissioner's search. We've also been about having some conversation with many of your targeted agencies with which you work very closely. We identified, I don't know, 15 or so people, and we're almost through our list, getting some excellent feedback from them. And we're also getting not just good feedback in terms of what they want the new commissioner to do over the next few years, but also they're making some good recommendations to us of people whom we might want to reach out to that might have some names of others that we should have a conversation with. And then sometimes people that they would consider a prospect or a nominee, someone that they think would make a great commissioner. And then lastly, the third thing I would say to you is that we have been just very softly in the market. Obviously, we're not quite prepared to do our full outreach yet, but we have been actively at it, having conversations with a few people too. And I'm going to turn it over at this time, if you don't have any questions at this point, to my colleague, Suzanne Griffin, and let her talk to you a little bit about some of the themes that we've heard while we've been having our conversations with your shareholders.
Good afternoon, Chair Karam and board members, as well as Interim Commissioner Brown. We are thrilled to be with you today. We've had the good fortune to be listening to your meeting and to learn a little bit more about all of the things happening in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. As Betty said, we have been having some conversations with some of your key stakeholders, key shareholders. And I just want to share with you at a very high level some of the things that we're hearing. Certainly, it's aligning very much with what you all shared in your board meeting earlier, where things that were important to you as a board, as well as some of the things that you had heard from your constituents. First and foremost, one of the things that we're hearing is a deep appreciation for the leadership that Interim Commissioner Brown has provided and his team. There's a real sense that he is bringing some good alignment to the department, and that they have appreciated the way that he has really started to steady the ship, as some have said. There's also a deep appreciation for the support of partnerships and the cultivation of partnerships in this time. People appreciate being asked to serve on committees, being asked for input, and actually in a very sort of active way, their consultation is being sought. They see that those partnerships is very important, not only for the department, but also in helping them do their work. They believe when we've talked to them about what they think is important for us to be looking for as we identify people who may be good candidates for the commissioner role, they believe it's important that this person really understand the importance of taking time to learn the state and to learn about each of the counties in the state, each of the districts in the state, because they're different. They appreciated the town halls that have been held in the past and are hopeful that those kinds of things will continue. They also talked a great deal about the commissioner understanding, first and foremost, their role in the bigger picture of education in the Commonwealth. They identified the department as being highly respected, and that it was an entity historically that educators across the state relied on for guidance, expertise, and support. As I think about some of what we heard this morning, President Thompson talked a little bit about some of the, and his comments aligned with what we heard from many of the people in regards to the commissioner really has to lead the Commonwealth in helping all parties understand where education is going in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. They really want this individual to be the visionary and the voice for education, but not to dictate the how. So really to tell them the what is the vision, you know, and to build coalitions around that, but not necessarily to dictate how to operate. They're hopeful that there will be a real strategic vision and that it will align not only you know, the districts within the state, but also all those individuals who provide pre-K services to your students and all the way through 16. So your post-secondary institutions as well. They want this person to recognize that that they need to be the one to establish high standards for teaching, for learning, for support services, for operational guidance and support. They're also very hopeful that this person would be nonpartisan and not beholden to any particular interest group. They want this person to be to provide strong but neutral leadership in the state. They see the importance of this person really gathering a variety of perspectives. So not just from policymakers, not just from superintendents, not just from presidents of post-secondary institutions, but from all of those constituents to really be able to lead in a global way. They also are very hopeful that this person is going to be positioned to elevate the agency, to align work, to align the strategic vision, and really to align staffing so that the priorities of the Commonwealth can be met. That's really what we're hearing, in general themes. I want to just give our colleague Ann Bailey a moment to share with you what we're hearing in the market.
Good afternoon, board members. We hope everyone is doing well, and we thank you for hosting us today. We have been softly on the market We currently have about 10 nominations, and we have a handful of interested individuals. We would be delighted to follow up with anyone that you may recommend. You know your colleagues well, and would be delighted to hear from you and receive nominations that you may have. Thank you.
And everyone, one last thing, the question I know you have before you is, where do we go from here? The other thing that we did was to give the commissioner and his team somewhat of a draft search schedule. It basically is a calendar that looks at all the various phases of the search, and it looked at a calendar that would hopefully bring us to closure within a reasonable time frame that you have in mind. And our hope is that within a short period of time, you will be able to have another conversation with us as we walk through those various phases and look at how we want to go about the process for working with you as we go into the future and as we do our work over the next few months. But let me stop there. Are there any questions at all for any of the three of us at this time?
Does any member of the board have a question or a comment or an observation? Well, we thank you all for this update. We continue to express confidence in your capacity to help us. Your track record with the Commonwealth has been quite professional and deep, and we know that you will get us several top quality people to deal with. So thank you all very much. Kevin, is there any other comment on this topic that you want to add, please?
I don't think so. The only thing I would clarify is, the good news is they're already, getting some names and nominations out there and testing the waters. And I just don't want that to confuse our constituents out there, because we're just very early in the process, and we will have an application or the advertisement and information on how to nominate. So I just wanted to state that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Well, then, Team Greenwood, thank you all for joining us today. We appreciate it, and we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
All righty. Very good. That then takes us, Kevin, to near the end of this meeting, and I just wanted to ask, before we entertain a motion to adjourn, if you have any additional comments or observations that you want to leave us with today.
I want to thank you all for your attention today, and I know it's been a grueling day. This is kind of the new normal of sitting in front of these monitors for all of our staff and folks all over the country, of course, doing this now. And it's a different kind of tired, as I said earlier. But thank you for your attention, and particularly for the first part of the meeting when we went over the various efforts that are underway here. I just thought that was an important thing for us to do and spend some time there. I will continue to update you as things develop and we have new updates. And I also wanted to mention, I neglected to mention on some of the waivers, and also this is important for our audience, the waivers you approved today. We anticipate coming back to you for more waivers. We're on a rolling review process in every KDE office to see what are the things that are getting in the way of education and running a school district this year because of this crisis, that we need to come up with an alternative plan or an alternative date. And we're also asking our partner organizations to let us know in case we're missing some things. And so what that means is there's a possibility that we'll need to bring the board back together for a special meeting or several special meetings over the next few weeks and months to deal with things like waivers, As we get closer to the time of graduation, we will need to continue to explore that issue. And obviously, there's probably also going to be a dual need for some special meetings with the search. And so we'll try to make sure that we are efficient with that. And if we need you to do something on the COVID-19 side, and we also need you for some decisions or an updates on the commissioner search, we'll have that in one meeting. Because even though we're meeting virtually, I know, it's still an effort to get everybody's schedules aligned. So, and then just thank you. I'm honored to do this. Chair, you called a few days ago to apologize because nobody knew that we would be in this. But I'm honored to work alongside the KDE staff and the folks out in the districts to work alongside them. They've been amazing. The good news is when Tony and I go back to Jefferson County, you still have that awesome staff that presented to you today, and the new commissioner will have those folks as well. So that's the good news.
Thank you very much. So we are now at the conclusion of this meeting. Let me just make one final comment. Again, thanks to everybody. And let's all remember that I'm going to try to say this without tens of thousands of Americans have lost their lives and in this horrific tragedy. And we have a governor in this Commonwealth who has probably saved, literally saved many lives. And I need a motion to adjourn this meeting. May I please have someone make a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So, Lou.
Lou, thank you very much. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Sharon has made a motion, and as in keeping, we have to have a roll call on this. Jennifer, Jennifer, by the way, you've been an unbelievable stalwart on this roll calling thing here. So, hey, one more time, Jennifer, on a motion.
Okay, no pressure either to Joanne, no pressure at all. But since this is the last time, we're going to have you start us out one more time. So Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. Thanks, everyone, and I vote yes.
Excellently done. Thank you. Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, and I equally thank everyone, and I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth, and I vote yes.
Mike Bowling.
This is Mike Bowling, and I vote yes.
Alice Johnson.
This is Elvis Johnson, and I vote yes.
David Karam.
This is David Karam, and I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. Everybody stay well. I vote yes.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. Best regards to all. Stay well. I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and it's an honor to serve with all of you. And we're so blessed to have David and Kevin in the leadership role for this opportunity. And I vote yes.
And Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. Thanks to everyone. Standing ovation for David Karam, and I vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you to each of you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We are adjourned. Turn off